Li Yuan, the millet jar's almost empty. The voice drifted over like a breeze across the ocean, light and distant, as if carried on the waves. It had the softness of a woman's tone, gentle, concerned, but all Zhao Yun could truly hear was the deep, constant rumble of the sea pressing against his ears. He floated upward, as though pulled by invisible threads, rising toward the surface. Then light. And with it, memories surged. The reunion. He remembered the drinks, one after another. His classmates, now successful men and women boasting of promotions, big houses, and world travels. And he, the former class president, now just a pig butcher, a man who traded honor for bloodied aprons. Shame had silenced him that night. So he drank. And drank. Until the world blurred and vanished into darkness. Another voice. If you don't go out hunting soon, we'll starve. No one in the villages needed my writing lately. I'm sorry. It tugged at him again. Li Yuan? Who's that? But before the question could settle, a storm of foreign memories poured into his mind. They weren't foreign anymore. He was Li Yuan, a hunter of Jamil County, son of a plague-stricken family, sole heir to a government hunting permit, caretaker of a girl left in his charge. The past life of Zhao Yun crumbled beneath the weight of this new reality. He remembered everything now. His childhood, the mountains, the bitter winters, the bow in his hand, and the girl Yan Yu, entrusted to him by a wayward friend 2 years ago. She was delicate, bookish, and always dressed plainly, blue blouse, black pants, yet somehow stood out like a wildflower in a barren field. She could write, so she made coppers by drafting letters for villagers. But today, that wasn't enough. Li Yuan tried to rise. Pain shot through his body and the world spun. He collapsed again. A pair of worried eyes hovered above him. You should rest a bit longer. I'll ask Auntie Wang for millet. Or beans. No, he said. I'll hunt. We won't owe favors. He was in a new world now. He had to face it head on. Yan Yu frowned. Be careful. There's barely any game in winter. What's left are beasts built for cold, dangerous and desperate. Li Yuan nodded, saying nothing. He took his bow from the wall, grabbed his battered quiver, just 5 arrows left, and slung a pouch of smooth stones over his shoulder. A pitchfork for protection. A hatchet for backup. Outside, the wind tugged at a limp tether once tied to a loyal dog, lost to a black bear last fall. That dog had saved him. Without it, he'd nearly died to a boar. He looked away from the empty collar. Survive, he muttered to himself. The hunt had to begin. The path to Little Ink Mountain was familiar. His small home stood at its base just a step above poverty. Beyond lay the true wilderness. Li Yuan's goal was clear, earn enough to move to Silver Creek, a safer town with better prospects. But he had neither connections nor great skill. He would have to rely on sheer will. By dusk, he returned empty-handed. Nothing. Yan Yu didn't scold. Instead, she went to a mirror, smeared her face with ash, and turned to him. Do I look pitiful enough? It hit him like a punch to the gut. She was about to beg for food. I'm sorry, he said. She only smiled and left with a bowl. She returned with scraps, a few grains of millet, mostly husks and broken beans. I'll cook bean porridge for you, she offered. Cook it all. We'll share. That night, they lay beneath sun-warmed blankets, though the straw beneath offered little warmth. Li Yuan curled in silence. Survival was harder here than cutting meat back home. Even the lowest jobs were scarce. He knew families who had sold daughters, or wives. Borrowing millet was a mercy. He closed his eyes. Sleep, he told himself. Then creak. He snapped awake as the door nudged open. Yan Yu stepped in, face flushed, voice trembling. I want to stay with you tonight. She slipped under the covers. Yan Yu, Li Yuan. Their breath mingled. The night deepened. And for the first time since waking in this new world, Li Yuan felt warmth not from the blankets, but from the woman beside him. Morning came with a ray of light sneaking through the window. Li Yuan stirred, and then, a glowing line of text appeared before his eyes. You spent a harmonious night with Yan Yu and gained 5 stat points. A translucent window unfolded before him. Stat points? Eternal youth? Archery? Tracking? He muttered in disbelief. A status window? His journey had just begun. JL's note. Hey friends, JL here. If you enjoyed Immortal of the Ages, welcome back, and to new readers, great to meet you. This is my journey to immortality begins with hunting, a story blending cultivation with survival and a bit of romance. Stat windows, slow growth, and rich world building await. Let me know your thoughts and questions in the comments. Once the glowing status window faded, Li Yuan noticed something peculiar. Faint numbers floated beside Yan Yu, shimmering softly. 01. He blinked and reached out instinctively, but his fingers passed through thin air. Curious, he turned his gaze inward and saw the same floating numbers above himself. 01. What is this? He muttered under his breath. Recalling the earlier status window, he decided to test a theory. Slowly, he tried moving his left arm without disturbing Yan Yu. Yet even the slight shift caused the woman beside him to stir. Last night had marked Yan Yu's first step into womanhood. The shyness of a girl had given way to a softer, deeper warmth. Blinking drowsily, she murmured, Li Yuan, it's early. Stay in bed a little longer. Li Yuan hesitated. Yan Yu, about last night. Her eyes widened slightly. Then, with a faint, resigned smile, she whispered, when I went to Auntie Wang's, I heard old Lin's son died. He was sick for months, and without food. Well, it was inevitable. We still have a little silver left. But if it runs out, she took a shaky breath. If it ever comes to that, I'll clean myself up, put on my best dress, and let you sell me to some wealthy household in town. Yan Yu pressed herself closer, trembling. But before that happens, I wanted to belong to you, even just once. So no matter where I end up, or even if I die, I'll have that small comfort. Tears welled in her eyes, but she fought them back, clutching him tightly. I only want to be with you. No one else. Li Yuan held her gently, heart aching. Don't say such things. I'll find a way. As long as I'm alive, I'll protect you. He slipped free of her arms, dressed quietly, and pulled on his battered cotton jacket. There's half a bowl of porridge left, Yan Yu called softly. It's cold, but it'll help. Li Yuan nodded. He sat at the rough-hewn table and forced down the coarse, cold porridge. It barely filled his stomach, but it was enough to stave off the hunger gnawing at him. I left the other half for you. You should eat it. I'm not that hungry, she insisted. Li Yuan only smiled faintly and shook his head as he grabbed his bow, hatchet, and trusty three-pronged pitchfork. He stepped outside and froze. The numbers floating over his head had shifted. 1-2. His heart skipped. He glanced back at the hut. Yan Yu's numbers remained 0-1. A thought struck him. Setting off down the village road, he paid careful attention to every passerby. Sure enough, the old farmers, children, and sickly villagers all bore 0-1 overhead. Only those carrying hoes, sickles, or axes, those who could swing a weapon, registered 1-2. Li Yuan's mind whirred. It was like the system from that old game he'd played in his past life, combat power indicators. Back then, new players had learned quickly, lower numbers meant easy prey, unless someone pulled a hidden card, a magic item, an enchanted blade, and spiked their power dozens of times higher in an instant. Wait. Li Yuan recalled something else from the status screen, a locked equipment slot. And more importantly, eternal youth. He reopened the status information mentally. Eternal youth. Your lifespan is infinite. You will remain forever young and immune to death by old age. A rush of awe filled him. Immortality. Not invincibility, but an endless future, so long as he stayed alive. Li Yuan clenched his fists. He couldn't afford to live recklessly. Survival now meant patience, stealth, and preparation. Time would be his greatest weapon. First things first, he needed strength. He needed food. He needed a foundation. He slipped off the main road into the woods, finding cover among the trees. In a hidden clearing, he focused inward. Allocate stat points. A soft chime echoed in his mind. Tiny glowing plus signs appeared next to his skills, basic archery and basic tracking. He invested 3 points into basic archery. Basic archery, 7/10, intermediate archery, 0/20. A wave of memories flooded him, years of practice with the bow, muscle memory honed to perfection, calloused fingers stringing arrows without thought. And yet, his body remained fresh, as if he had trained without fatigue. Relieved, he spent the last point on basic tracking. Immediately, he felt his senses sharpen, the crunch of a leaf underfoot, the faint scent of distant prey, the disturbance of underbrush. His combat power shifted again. 2-3. A small change, but here, among villagers stuck at 0-1, it was a solid advantage. Grinning slightly, Li Yuan tightened his grip on his bow. He returned to the base of Little Ink Mountain, following a narrow hunting trail. The familiar scenery of thin forests and winter barren slopes stretched before him. Coming upon a dry creek bed, he scanned the area. In springtime, it would teem with life. Now, it was deserted. He checked several known hunting spots, but nothing stirred. No choice, he muttered. If I want real game, I'll have to push deeper. Second ridge, or beyond. He hesitated. Last time, venturing too far had almost cost him his life. For now, caution ruled. He turned back, deciding to wait, build strength, gather supplies, and only then venture into the heart of the wilds. One wrong step could mean death. Even immortality could not protect a fool. JL's thoughts. Heya? Quick note from me, eventually, around chapter 22, the author stops tracking Li Yuan's stat pages precisely. Honestly, it's understandable it's hard to keep detailed RPG stats consistent through long novels, but because I love lit RPG stats so much, I've coded a little tool to keep things organized. I'll try my best to maintain Li Yuan's evolving sheet for as long as possible. If you spot any inconsistencies later on, feel free to comment. Let's build this journey together.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Li Yuan had briefly considered heading straight to the deeper part of the second ridge, now that he had intermediate archery under his belt. In games and novels, once you leveled up, taking on the next wave of enemies usually became much easier. But he decided it wasn't worth the risk. From his memories, he knew Yan Yu still had a bit of emergency money, 400 coppers, or 4 large coins. In times of plenty, those 4 coins could buy 20 kilograms of millet. Now, he'd be lucky to get 6 kilograms out of it. In truth, that much was only possible on the black market, which was too far away and too dangerous. The only option closer to home was the grain shop in Little Ink Village, where greedy merchants hoarded food to profit from people's disasters. 4 coins there would stretch to maybe 4 kilograms, still enough to keep him and Yenyu fed for a couple of weeks if they rationed it carefully. Since they still had a bit of time before the money ran out, there was no rush to venture past the second ridge. Li Yuan glanced again at the numbers on his status window, feeling at least somewhat hopeful. I'll spend the next 2 days testing things out. Maybe I can figure out how to earn more stat points each day. With that, he turned back toward the dried creek. Just then, from the dim woods not far away, he spotted a 3-5 drifting into view. Instantly, he spun on his heel to run. But the moment he bolted, that 3-5 picked up speed as well. A sharp male voice called out behind him, "Oi, Pipsqueak, why are you running?" Lu Yuan stopped. He recognized that voice. It was Qian-san, another hunter. He was tall, burly, and everything Li Yuan wasn't. Plus, Qian-san had 4 brothers at home, giving him a strength in numbers that Li Yuan, alone and without kin, sorely lacked. Sure enough, a powerfully built man soon emerged from the trees, his face untroubled, eyes bright with an unmistakable air of aggression. He carried a crude wooden crossbow in his right hand, held the leash of a vicious-looking yellow dog in his left, and had an Eastern-style hatchet strapped to his back. 1. Qian-san jogged up and clapped a heavy palm on Li Yuan's shoulder. Heading home empty-handed again, don't tell me you want that pretty wife of yours to starve. Despite the casual tone, Li Yuan knew they weren't close. That overly familiar manner was Qian-san's way of keeping him in check. Hooking an arm around Li Yuan's shoulder, Qian-san gave him a casual squeeze and let out a sneering chuckle. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You're so scrawny you barely look like a hunter. Just look at me. If you had even half my bulk, you'd be marching straight to the back of the second ridge. With that, he flashed a smug grin, as though saving some grand reveal for later. Given what Qian-san knew about Li Yuan, he fully expected the boy to ask, "What's back there? Can you even hunt in winter?" And then, once he'd bragged enough, maybe Li Yuan would say, "Take me with you?" But Li Yuan simply replied, "Sorry, I need to get home. Yenyu is waiting on me for dinner." Dinner? Qian-san's eyebrows arched, and his voice rose a notch. "What's so great about whatever measly meal you've got at home? Come with me. I'll take you to the far side of the second ridge for a proper feast. We'll track down that boar that chased you before, haha." Saying this, he casually loosened the rope in his hand. The fierce yellow dog at his side bounded off with an aggressive energy. Once it was a short distance away, Li Yuan glimpsed 1-2 floating above the dog's head. Meanwhile, the number above Qian-san read 2-3. Li Yuan hesitated. "So that's a team of 2? Pipsqueak," Qian-san boasted, leaning in with a sidelong glare. "Just look at my dog, OL Yeller. When he's chasing the boar, all we have to do is block it from the other side. Couldn't be easier, right?" I really can't. My injury hasn't fully healed. My back and legs still hurt." "Hey," Qian-san said coldly, "you turning me down. It really does hurt. Fine. Then next time you're up here, when you're feeling better, you're coming with me to the second ridge. Got it?" He stared Li Yuan down, a raw menace in his gaze. All right, next time for sure," Li Yuan answered hastily. Only then did Qian-san let go, jabbing a finger at Li Yuan's chest before shifting his attention to another scrawny hunter who had just appeared in the distance. Whistling for his dog, he swaggered off, leaving Li Yuan free to slip away. Li Yuan knew exactly what was on Qian-san's mind. The man probably wouldn't dare go into the second ridge alone, so he wanted a companion or maybe even a patsy. He'd talk big before heading out, but once Li Yuan was there, he might be thrown straight to the wolves. Besides, the back of the second ridge made for a perfect spot to dispose of a body. In no time at all, the corpse would draw wild animals, who'd drag it who knew where. Even reporting it to the authorities wouldn't help. In this famine year, the local authorities hardly acted on anything right away. Letting half a month slip by before investigating was perfectly normal. Even if the authorities didn't choose to delay an investigation, actually locating a missing corpse in the back of the second ridge was unlikely. And even if by some miracle they did find the body, it would probably be so badly mauled by wild animals that a coroner couldn't tell if the victim died at human hands or from a beast attack. Chances were high that once the county magistrate heard someone had disappeared in the second ridge, he'd just file it away without bothering to look deeper. After leaving, Li Yuan avoided the main road and took a roundabout path home. Bore bow and arrow. When Li Yuan arrived in the courtyard, the door was only half shut. Yenyu stood near the wall, perched on her toes, stacking freshly gathered kindling. She hadn't dared to go far, just picked up fallen branches from under the nearby trees. At the sound of his footsteps, she spun around, and when she recognized his face, a soft smile of relief and warmth bloomed on her cheeks. Li Yuan. She ran over, leaping into his arms as though she'd finally let go of a long-held breath. Yuan, she murmured. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I saw a stray dog digging up a corpse. The body was only buried a few days ago. Probably wasn't buried deep. I'm scared. So am I. And I came back without a single catch today. It's all right." She tilted her head up, placing her hands gently on his cheeks. "We're both here, and we're both safe. That's what matters." Up close, her features were truly lovely, carrying a subtle charm that tempted the heart. "Where'd you see that dog? Maybe we can track it down," he said, feeling a flicker of ambition. Startled, she broke into a wry chuckle. "It's long gone by now. Besides, I used 2 of our large coins today to get a kilogram each of millet, coarse grain, and beans. Mixed together, it'll last us a while. Did anyone see you buy them? Auntie Wang and her husband were there, so they helped me carry it all home. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared bring so much back by myself. For a moment, both fell quiet. After such a tense day, the hush between them seemed charged with unspoken longing. Suddenly, Yan Yu gave a startled yelp. What are you? Li Yuan scooped an arm under her knees and lifted her clear off the ground, carrying her into the house with swift strides. But dinner's not even ahh. Their voices soon faded into murmurs, becoming the soft whispers of two people swept away by each other's warmth. One here's a picture for reference. The Japanese refer to it as a nada, and the Chinese call it a chai dao or firewood blade. It's a mix between a traditional Western axe and a machete. Night fell. The beautiful woman's ragged breathing gradually slowed, her sultry voice lingering like an echo in the air. Li Yuan, you're such a good man. You really know how to care for your wife. All right, I'll get up and make dinner now. Heh, go on and rest. You know I'll take care of everything at home. Bow and arrow. Over the following days, Li Yuan spent 2 more nights experimenting with his newfound ability, finally arriving at some conclusions. Turns out, this system lived up to its name. It rewarded harmonious conjugal life. Unless he and Yan Yu shared intimacy every night, truly cherishing each other, no stat points would be gained. To test this theory, one night Li Yuan intentionally teased Yan Yu, not caring how she felt at all. The result? 0 points. And to top it off, any daytime rendezvous didn't count. Stat points only came at night. Bow and arrow. On the 3rd night, Yan Yu now huddled in front of the clay stove, intently watching the flicker of flames. Her pretty face betrayed a swirl of emotions. She'd heard the rumors before, that men could change drastically once they had a wife. They'd treat you well before marriage, then treat you poorly after. She just hadn't expected it to happen to her. Her thoughts wandered to Li Yuan's behavior the previous night, and her heart still felt uneasy. Though the two had never held a formal ceremony, they'd effectively been living as husband and wife for some time. Yan Yu had seen how honest and considerate he could be, and life together under one roof had been steady. She'd given him her heart and her body, worried that in these famine-stricken times, there might never be another chance. But now, how had Li Yuan turned into this? Worse, why did he keep pressing her for intimacy in broad daylight these last couple of days? It was so. She sighed quietly, feeling miserable. Crack, crackle. Sparks popped in the stove. Suddenly, the fire began to die. Startled, Yan Yu grabbed a few more sticks to feed the flames. As she did, she heard footsteps outside. She recognized them immediately as Li Yuan's. Yet she couldn't bring herself to look up. Last night's bullying still stung. She felt both indignant and apprehensive. Don't worry about it. Let me handle this. Li Yuan's voice came from just behind her. She was taken aback. Stammering, she said, why you should rest. Just as she spoke, Yan Yu suddenly let out a shriek. Li Yuan lifted her right off the ground in a single motion. Li Yuan, let me go? Put me down. Yan Yu pounded on his chest with both fists. After a few half-hearted blows, she stopped, tears threatening to spill over as regret crept into her heart. Maybe she'd been too rash before. Yet what she feared didn't happen. Li Yuan simply set her on the bed, looked into her reddened eyes, and said, look at you. You're exhausted, and you're still working? I'll handle things during the day. Besides, my body hasn't fully healed, so I'll stay in for a few more days to recover. He paused for a moment, then placed both hands on her narrow shoulders and spoke earnestly, once I'm healed, I'll head to the mountains. I promise we'll have meat on our table soon. Last night was my fault. If I ever do that again, I'll punish myself. With that, he clenched a fist and struck himself hard in the chest. He raised his arm to do it again. Startled, Yan Yu sprang off the bed like a startled cat, grabbing his fist. What are you doing? Stop. Li Yuan chuckled. I was going to hit myself until you felt better. I'm not mad anymore. She clung to his hand, terrified he might actually hurt himself, pressing it to her chest. Then, releasing one hand, she gently rubbed the spot he'd punched. Does it hurt? She asked softly. It did a second ago, he said, smiling. But once you rubbed it, the pain vanished. Yan Yu gave a little snort of laughter, her cheeks turning pink. My, you sure know how to sweet-talk a girl. Where'd you learn that? Learn? You don't need to learn to be sincere, he said, looking genuinely mystified. I'm just speaking from the heart. If it's a lie, may I be struck by. Before he could finish, Yan Yu darted forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. Don't say that. Her eyes flashed at him playfully. It's bad luck. Li Yuan tried prying her hand away but didn't force it, merely resting his fingers lightly on hers. Don't say things like that, she murmured, cheeks still flushed. Li Yuan nodded, and only then did Yan Yu gingerly loosen her grip. She swung one long leg off the bed, intending to get up and make dinner, but Li Yuan blocked her path again. I said you need to rest, so rest you shall. If you so much as get up to do any chores today, I'll keep punching myself, he threatened with exaggerated seriousness. Yan Yu's cheeks reddened even more. Deep down, she felt a honeyed warmth spreading through her sweet, yet a bit embarrassing. Still, she tugged at Li Yuan's sleeve and said, I understand what you're trying to do, but handling all the housework is my job. That's always been our rule. She might have been frail and slight, but there was a striking stubbornness about her that practically glowed. Then we'll do it together, Li Yuan suggested. No, she refused outright. All right, I understand, he sighed. That night, the two of them turned in early. Bore bow and arrow. The next morning, just after dawn, a message flashed across Li Yuan's mind. You have gained 6 stat points. He paused, momentarily confused. 1 extra point than usual? So there was some hidden bonus at work? Glancing at the woman still asleep in his arms, he felt a wave of contentment. Even malnourished, Yan Yu had a certain alluring charm. He could only imagine how she'd look if she were well-fed and glowing with health, almost like a budding rose waiting to blossom. What's more, this beautiful woman was so gentle, so caring. She insisted on handling the chores herself. Back in his old life, it would have felt like a dream. He needed to develop some real skills, earn money, and take Yan Yu to settle down in Silver Creek. That place was far more orderly, giving him a safer place to lie low and build a future. Bore bow and arrow. 4 days later, Li Yuan and Yan Yu's supply of grain was already halfway gone. Worse than that, their meals were bland, no meat, no oil, just dull-tasting mush. It was getting harder to endure. That afternoon, Yan Yu came home from gathering firewood with news from the outside. Li Yuan, Keiwa's husband, was attacked by a black bear, left behind in the mountains. I heard he was trying his luck over by the second ridge. She's got 2 little ones at home. Last time you went beyond the second ridge, you got chased by a wild boar. That's how you got hurt in the first place. So does that mean there's no game left in the foothills of Little Ink Mountain? Because her own husband was also a hunter, Yan Yu felt a pang of sympathy for someone in the same predicament. Keiwa's family was much like hers. Her husband did the hunting, she stayed home with the children and handled the household chores. Now that her husband was gone in this famine year, who knew how his wife and 2 children would survive? Li Yuan's expression shifted slightly. That uncle. He recalled that this was the hunter he'd seen after refusing Qian-san's invitation to head beyond the second ridge. Qian-san must have turned around and persuaded that uncle instead. And now, it seemed that had gotten him killed. All of a sudden, a commotion broke out in the distance. Yan Yu hurried outside and flagged down Auntie Wang, who was just stepping out of her own door. What's going on? Auntie Wang looked baffled, having no answers of her own. Before long, a man came running by. Auntie Wang and Yan Yu moved closer, eager for news. The man seemed to know the details. Keiwa's husband is dead, but it turns out he had a stash of meat hidden away. Must have kept it well out of sight before. Ah, wait, but that's not the big thing. Anyway, since he's gone, everyone's upset. The Qian family's 2nd and 3rd sons say they want to help with the funeral. Now everyone's rushing over for the feast. With that, the man dashed off. Auntie Wang and Yan Yu exchanged worried looks. It was clear this so-called help was really just eating the fatherless, or rather, taking advantage of a vulnerable family. This is too much, Yan Yu muttered. Auntie Wang gave her sleeve a light tug. Better keep quiet about it, she sighed. Bore bow and arrow. Inside the house, Li Yuan stood by the doorway, listening to the noises outside. He glanced down at his status window. After a moment of silence, Li Yuan murmured, 45 stat points saved up, time to spend them. Qian-san's family had 5 strapping brothers. Only Qian-san himself was a hunter, but the rest pitched in wherever they could, making it tough for anyone near Little Ink Mountain to stand up to them. Qian-san tried to rope me in before, and I played sick to get out of it. He hates going into the second ridge alone, so he's always looking for someone to take the risks for him. Now that Keiwa's husband is dead, maybe he'll find another hunter, but there's no telling if he'll come looking for me again. Unless I stop hunting entirely, running into him will only spell trouble. He's the type who'll throw you to the wolves, then feast on your family's remains once you're gone. If I'd agreed to go with him, my household might be the one in ruins now. Yan Yu and I'd lose more than just our emergency money. All sorts of thoughts raced through Li Yuan's mind. Just then, the door banged open. Yan Yu stomped back into the house, shutting the door behind her with a huff. This is outrageous. That Qian-san is a bully? Instead of helping a widow and her kids who can barely stay alive, they're throwing themselves a feast, and the neighbors, people from the same community, are lining up with bowls and chopsticks to join in. Humph. She planted her hands on her hips, chest heaving in anger. But Li Yuan could see fear in her eyes, to fear that what befell Keiwa's family could happen to them. Hey, Li Yuan spoke up. Right? Isn't this infuriating? She turned, exasperated. Ah, you should probably grab a cloth and cover, Li Yuan said, pointing to her chest. She stared at him, face turning bright red. What's the big deal? Auntie Wang and the other women don't bother. You're younger and prettier than they are, Li Yuan said. Trust me. Maybe stuff some rags under your clothes, too. Make yourself look bigger. Is that so? Hearing him call her pretty made her blush. She was used to smudging her face with ash before going out, but binding her chest and making herself look fat was new. After a bit of fussing, she managed to make herself look dowdy enough. As she studied the drab figure in the copper mirror, Yan Yu couldn't help a giggle. But the moment she remembered the plight of her neighbor, her expression dimmed. Lips trembling, she asked, do you think there's anything we can do to help her? Li Yuan slowly shook his head. It's hard enough just taking care of ourselves. Bore bow and arrow. That afternoon, Yan Yu went next door to chat with Auntie Wang. Li Yuan sat alone in the quiet, earthen-walled room. He summoned the status window and set his gaze on basic tracking, tapping the plus symbol 5 times. Instantly, a keen, nimble awareness coursed through him. Basic tracking, 5/10, new, intermediate tracking, 0/20, It was as if he'd been through an intense training session devoted solely to tracking a vicious beast. In his mind's eye, he recalled pursuing it day and night, relying on intuition and every clue it left behind. The beast seemed to run endlessly, and he pushed himself to the brink, never sleeping well, always on alert for sudden changes in the wilderness. Finally, his tracking skills surged. When Li Yuan checked his combat rating, his unarmed stat was still 0-1. But picking up his bow again brought it to 2-3. It seems tracking doesn't show up in overall combat power, but it definitely sharpened my reflexes more of a soft power. With tracking, I can follow a target without being seen, and I can also throw off anyone following me. He then spent stat points on intermediate archery, tapping the plus symbol a full 20 times. Intermediate archery, 0/20, new. Advanced archery, 0/40. Suddenly, it felt as if months of archery practice, sweat, and determination had fused into his muscles. His skill improved drastically. The combined gains in archery and tracking also strengthened him physically. Unarmed, his range had climbed from 0-1 to 1-2, but once he picked up the bow, it jumped to 5-6. Qian-san had registered at 3-5 when he had that dog with him. Now Li Yuan was at 5-6. He exhaled quietly, feeling more at ease. He looked at the status window again, which reflected the changes. I've got 20 points left. Should I use them now or wait until I reach another 40? After a pause, he decided to hold off. Archery gave him a direct power boost, while tracking was mainly utility. If he could gather enough points to upgrade archery again, it might strengthen him even more. Later in the afternoon, Yan Yu came back to make dinner, bringing the latest gossip with her. Li Yuan, she began, they held that feast over at Keiwa's place today. You remember, Monk Pan? He actually went to speak up for her. Right in front of everyone, he started cursing out Qian-er and Qian-san. She sounded animated at first, but then her tone fell. No one backed him up, though. The people sitting there just kept eating like nothing was happening, as if he wasn't even there. He tried to snatch the meat back so Keiwa and her kids could have it. But Qian-er or Qian-san didn't even need to lift a finger themselves. Someone else jumped him. They gave him a real beating. He was over there cursing at Qian-er and Qian-san, and then Qian-san just walked up and kicked him square in the mouth, knocked out a few of his teeth, blood everywhere. No good deed goes unpunished, I guess. Li Yuan went quiet. He was getting a painfully clear picture of the grim world he'd landed in. Right then, a loud knocking started outside, the gate rattling with each thud. Yan Yu peeked out the window and went white. It's Qian-san? What's he doing here? She was so panicked that she didn't know what to do. Her face showed nothing but fear. Li Yuan stood, grabbing his bow and quiver. He rested a hand on her shoulder, gently pressing her into a wooden chair. Stay put, he said. But why is he here? She whispered, her voice quivering. You just stay inside, Li Yuan replied. I'll handle whatever this is. Under her anxious gaze, he stepped out into the yard. At the fence, a tall, burly figure was kicking the wooden gate hard enough to knock it off its hinges. Seeing Li Yuan approach, Qian-san straightened. Pipsqueak, quit faking. I know you're fine now. Listen, I'll cut to the chase. You've got two choices. 1. Come hunting with me, and from now on you'll never go hungry. 2. Hand over your bow, your pitchfork, and your hunting permit. If you won't hunt, someone else will. Li Yuan forced a laugh. Now, you're just outright picking on me. Pick on you? Don't flatter yourself. Qian-san's expression darkened. There aren't many hunters in this community, so we're supposed to go together. You're out of the loop, so you don't know what's happening in other places. This is how they do it. Enough talk. Either you hunt with me, or you stop hunting altogether. Li Yuan rubbed his hands, as if embarrassed. Just give me a few more days to fully recover. Then I'll come along, all right. 3 days, Qian-san said impatiently. That's it. How about 5? My injury's worse than it looks. No, 3 days. I'll come for you then. With a cold snort, Qian-san turned on his heel and stalked away. As he passed a scabbed old tree, a young man slipped out from behind it to follow. That young ruffian clutched a bow in one hand and wore a blade on his back, the floating number 12 drifting above his head. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. He recognized the fellow as a local troublemaker who often tagged along with Qian-san, but he shouldn't have had a bow. Then it clicked. Keiwa's husband just died. Qian-san probably helped himself to the dead man's bow and hunting permit. Li Yuan had barely stepped into the house when Yan Yu dragged over a long bench and used it to block the door. She sat down on it, her back pressed against the door, her face brimming with anxiety. Li Yuan, why is Qian-san after you? He's probably got his eye on my provisional hunting permit. Aren't those issued by the government? How dare they try to steal it? It doesn't have my name on it. Normally, the constables keep an eye on things and they stay in line, more or less. But these days, the authorities don't bother with stuff like this. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Yan Yu muttered, wringing her hands. What if we ask Uncle Wang next door, and maybe a few other men? If you all band together, Qian-san won't dare to make a move. A few other men? Besides Uncle Wang, who else would be willing to help? Monk Pan, Yan Yu blurted out. Li Yuan thought for a moment, then shook his head. Putting together a small crew and dragging other people into this, even with family involved, isn't a good idea. Besides, Uncle Wang might be strong, but he's just a mild-mannered, honest man. And Monk Pan has nothing to do with me at all. If the 3 of us teamed up, we'd be a ragtag bunch, hardly better than me going it alone. Yan Yu tried to say more, but Li Yuan sat down beside her, slipped his right arm around her back, and lightly hooked her soft shoulder. In a low voice, he assured, leave the trouble outside to me. Don't worry about it. How can you handle it? I'll go hunting with him. You're not going to end up like Keiwa's husband, are you? He never came back after he went off. No. With such a pretty wife waiting at home, how could I bear not to return? Yan Yu's cheeks flushed. Oh, stop teasing me, she murmured, leaning against him, though her face was still etched with worry. Li Yuan lifted his head, looking around the dimly lit room, his eyes reflecting a calm glimmer. In his previous life, he had been a butcher. Back then, he was scared at first. But after killing so many pigs, he grew numb, his gaze turned cold and steady. Qian-san had to die. If he didn't kill him, he'd be forced into a head-on fight. All his strength was in his bow. At best, one arrow could take out one man, but against a group, he'd stand little chance. And if he shot someone in broad daylight, he'd be labeled a murderer and hauled in by the authorities. If he didn't shoot, they'd beat him senseless, and he'd have no way out. If something happened to him, Yan Yu wouldn't have any protection, either. So, where to kill him? Li Yuan wondered. Maybe while Qian-san was out hunting, that would be ideal. But I have no idea if he's even going in the next few days, or where he plans to go. It was too hard to pin down, there were just too many variables. Still, there was one place Qian-san was sure to show up, his own home. Next question. When to kill him? Today? That wouldn't work. I only just had a falling out with him. If he dies right now, I'll be the first suspect. Then in a couple of days? That's still no good. What if something unexpected happens? Forget it. I'll keep an eye on him, and if an opportunity arises, I'll take it. Li Yuan grew calmer by the second. It was the same look he wore back when he slaughtered pigs. Bore bow and arrow. That night, a bright moon lit up the land. The wind was mild, but frost glazed the ground, cold as ice. Earlier in the day, Yan Yu had patched the window. Now, soft creaking echoed through the house. After a long while, Yan Yu collapsed softly, drifting off in her man's arms. They clung together under the covers, warm and snug like a tiny safe haven blocking out the darkness and chill of winter, the one and only pocket of light, warmth, joy, and comfort in this chaotic era. Li Yuan gently slipped his arm free and whispered, I need to go to the toilet. If you drift off, don't come out. Yan Yu was already sleeping soundly. She mumbled drowsily and turned her warm body the other way. Li Yuan carefully lifted the blankets and climbed out of bed. He dressed swiftly, took down his large bow and quiver from the wall, and after a moment's thought, used the remaining 20 stat points on intermediate tracking. Intermediate tracking, 0/20, new, advanced tracking, 0/40. A peculiar rush of clarity coursed through him, flooding his mind with a veteran tracker's skill and experience. Suddenly, he was keenly aware of how to read light and shadow, conceal his own presence, and zero in on his target. Quietly pushing open the back door, Li Yuan crouched low, then darted outside with a whoosh. He moved fast and light, like a prowling panther slipping through the village. Within moments, he had vanished into the small grove behind his home. He ran hard, the wind roaring past his ears. Though the freezing air cut like a knife, he paid it no mind, eyes flicking around to scout for any danger. He had a hidden knack for picking up the slightest hints of threat. If something hostile lurked about, he'd see numbers appear. Little Ink Village wasn't large, really more a hamlet than anything else. But they called it a village to match the official terminology. Before long, Li Yuan arrived at Qian-san's home and tucked himself behind the dark silhouette of an old tree. Bore bow and arrow. Inside Qian-san's place, Qian-san was drinking, bragging about the day's events. A fairly striking woman, seated on his lap, giggled as she poured his wine. You were so impressive today, she teased. You didn't even need to lift a finger. Monk Pan ended up getting thrashed by everyone else. Qian-san let out a coarse laugh. This is all about people's hearts, about using their strengths to your advantage. Explaining it to you would be pointless. Give it some time. Once I've rounded up all the hunters here in Little Ink Village, we'll head into the mountains. And when I'm the one holding all the meat, I'll do whatever I please in this village. The woman scoffed. Pfft, round them all up? There are 6 hunting families here. You've only just gotten hold of the provisional hunting permit of Keiwa's husband, so there are still 4 more families left. Qian-san said, pour me some wine. I'll deal with them one by one. Hooking her arms around his neck, she teased, I heard there are places where a piece of meat no bigger than your palm is enough to get you another man's wife. Is that true? Sure is, Qian-san replied. Take the Zhao family next door, for example. Some guy did it right in front of the husband, and the husband even stood guard for him. The woman giggled. Some time later, reeking of wine, Qian-san pushed her down onto the bed and dropped his trousers, ready to climb on. Suddenly, he frowned and muttered, you go on to sleep. I've gotta step outside. Flushing red, he pulled his pants back up and staggered out, humming some off-key tune. After walking 100 meters or so, he found an open-air latrine, dropped his pants, and squatted down. Meanwhile, off in a dark corner, a shadowy figure was creeping closer. The figure moved with barely a whisper, each footstep drowned out by the faint sounds of the night. Soon, the figure was within 20 or so paces of Qian-san. A quick glance at himself. His overall combat power was 5/6. A look at Qian-san, still squatting, whose overall combat power was still 0-1. With his bow in his left hand, he reached into his quiver with his right, his fingers hovering over an arrow. Then he paused. Sliding his hand lower, he felt a smooth stone. Throwing stones was a fundamental skill for hunters, typically used against small prey to stun them without damaging their pelts, so they could be sold for a higher price. Qian-san stayed squatted there, nodding to himself, still warm from the alcohol. The cold didn't bother him a bit. 3 days, you got 3 days, pipsqueak. Tomorrow I'll come find you again, he mumbled. And just then, a stone sailed through more than 30 meters of darkness without a sound, cutting through the chill night air before slamming hard into Qian-san's forehead. Ack! A jolt of searing pain shot through him. Off balance and unable to control himself, he toppled backward with a heavy thud, straight into the latrine pit, sinking right in. JL's thoughts. The moment Qian-san tumbled into the latrine pit, he lost consciousness. His body landed in the muck and barely twitched a couple of times before sinking in completely. Under the moonlight, Li Yuan saw that the stone he had thrown rolled right into Qian-san's pant leg and fell in along with him. That saved Li Yuan a little trouble. No one was going to dredge the latrine just to find some random stone, let alone suspect him of anything. Even so, Li Yuan didn't leave immediately. Standing motionless in the freezing winter night, he took another smooth pebble from his pouch. The wind was like a blade against his cheeks and the backs of his hands, but he stayed perfectly still, watching. He needed to confirm 2 things. The first was that Qian-san really was dead, and the second was whether anyone else would show up. If someone came to help, they wouldn't guess that Qian-san had been taken out by a stone. There was no way to see clearly in the pitch-black, windy night. But if anyone did come across him, they'd probably try to pull him out. Li Yuan wanted to have a sense of how things might unfold. As for why he didn't use an arrow, it was too conspicuous. People might suspect him too easily by drawing a direct link between Qian-san's death and a hunter's arrow. He waited in place for nearly half the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Seeing no movement from the pit and no one approaching, Li Yuan finally hunched low and darted into the shadowy woods, racing back home. Bow and arrow. Before long, another figure appeared outside Qian-san's front door. Moonlight fell on his battered face, bruises around both eyes. The bald man wore plain clothes and gripped an iron rod. Though his arms were mottled with bruises, his eyes shone with defiant energy. He strode up to Qian-san's door, inhaled sharply, then lashed out with a powerful kick. Boom! The door flew open. Qian-san, you son of a bitch! I'm here to do the world a favor and rid it of scum, the bald man bellowed, charging inside with his iron rod raised high. A woman's scream echoed from within. Monk Pan, what are you doing? Qian-san's wife shrieked, clutching at the blanket wrapped around her. Help! Husband, help! Monk Pan has gone mad. Bow and arrow. Li Yuan had no idea what was going on outside. By the time he returned to the house, fumbling quietly through the dark, he vaulted the fence and carefully slipped through the door. He hurriedly shed his ice-cold clothes, tugged off his old pants and boots, and gingerly climbed back into bed. Yan Yu, sensing the shift in the mattress, called out in a half-awake mumble, Li Yuan. I'm here, he answered softly. How long were you gone? Just a little while. She gave a drowsy sigh and reached out with her small foot, trying to curl up against him. But the moment her leg brushed him, she gasped, Oh, you're freezing. It's cold out, he said. Then hurry and hold me. Yan Yu gathered the blankets and tucked them snugly around them both. Pressing her warm body against his chilled skin, she radiated heat like a little stove. Soon, the bedding felt toasty, cozier than if they'd had a coal brazier going. Li Yuan drew her closer, thinking how sweet she was to look after him like this. Then she started mumbling again, Li Yuan, why don't you just not go hunting with Qian-san? I don't trust that man. He's up to no good, and you two have nothing in common. I'm sure nothing good will come of it. But as soon as she said it, she remembered the consequences if he didn't go, and tears slipped down her cheeks. What are we going to do? She whimpered over and over. Li Yuan gently stroked her hair. Don't worry. I'll be careful. It's late. Let's sleep. Bow and arrow. The next morning, just at daybreak, the entire Little Ink village exploded with news. Monk Pan killed someone. Monk Pan committed murder. How dare he? He was humiliated in broad daylight. He must have gone out at night to get even. Li Yuan, having spent the previous night half on edge rushing in and out, and then romancing Yan Yu until late, was still asleep. Yan Yu, on the other hand, felt surprisingly well rested. She opened the door a crack and peered outside. Spotting Auntie Wang from next door, she ran over at once, curiosity and a strange hint of anticipation swirling inside her. Auntie Wang, what happened? Aunt Wang, always up on the latest gossip, leaned over and whispered, it seems like Monk Pan went and killed Qian-san last night. Huh. Yan Yu's eyes went wide. She couldn't quite believe it. Yet a tiny spark of relief leapt in her chest. Almost immediately, though, she frowned. But that doesn't make sense. Qian-san is so strong, and Monk Pan was beaten up just yesterday. How could he have possibly taken down Qian-san? I'm not sure, Auntie Wang said. I'm dying to find out the whole story myself. Oh, Yan Yu wavered, feeling both uncertain and worried that the news might not be true after all. Yan Yu stood on her tiptoes, glancing nervously into the distance. She considered going over for a look but then remembered Li Yuan's warning to stay away from crowds. She stayed put, waiting anxiously. Eventually, she spotted some villagers returning from Qian-san's place and hurried over with Auntie Wang to ask what had happened. That was when she got the confirmation. Her heart swelled with excitement, like it was a New Year celebration. Although she forced herself to keep calm, inside she was practically singing, "Today is a good day." Suddenly, one of the men she was questioning asked, "Didn't Qian-san come looking for Li Yuan last night?" Caught off guard, Yan Yu let out a long sigh, putting on a mournful expression. "Qian-san wanted my Li Yuan to team up with him. Qian-san was so capable. I told Li Yuan he had to follow him and learn from him." Li Yuan was anxious, too. He had a run-in with a wild boar not long ago, and the injury still bothers him. He couldn't wait to heal up and go hunting with Qian-san. And now, how did this happen? My poor Li Yuan, he just doesn't have good fortune. Boar bow and arrow. Around midday, Li Yuan finally stirred, yawning from a late night of coming and going and from his time in bed with Yan Yu. As he tugged on his boots, he heard her humming a cheerful tune. "Yan Yu," he called out, "what's got you in such a good mood?" Yan Yu dropped the firewood she was holding and came over, her cheeks pink from the warmth of the stove. "Guess what? Qian-san died last night? And that monk Pan is really something, isn't he?" He was angry because of what happened to Sister Kawa during the day, so last night he stormed over with an iron rod and knocked Qian-san into a latrine pit. "Now that's a real hero for you." Li Yuan froze in surprise. So Qian-san's death had been pinned on Monk Pan. Quite the coincidence, but he wasn't about to start explaining anything. "Don't look too happy. People might get suspicious." "I know, I'm not a fool." With that, she hurried back to tend the fire, humming her tune again under her breath. Before long, the rich aroma of porridge filled the house. Yan Yu stopped feeding firewood into the stove and got up to serve the meal. In the iron pot, husked grains, millet, and beans boiled together into a steaming hot mash. This kind of coarse, simple fare was something Li Yuan would never have imagined eating back in his old life. But now, he had no choice. It tasted painfully bland to him, but for Yan Yu, who had never known real feasts, it was fine enough. Once 2 bowls of food were on the table, she brought over another dish, a bowl of chopped radish pickles. "Li Yuan," she said, "I traded for these with Auntie Wang. They're sour and salty. Good for the appetite." With that, Yan Yu picked out the best-looking piece of pickled radish and placed it in Li Yuan's bowl. Li Yuan took a deep breath and began to eat. The meal was dry and rough, with barely a hint of oil. He quickly finished, then put down his chopsticks and flopped onto the bed to rest. Yan Yu continued eating slowly. Suddenly, she glanced up at Li Yuan and asked, "Have you gotten stronger?" Li Yuan replied, "I've just been resting up at home, that's all." Shaking her head, she insisted, "No, really, you look more muscular, and you've got more strength in your waist." She trailed off, her cheeks coloring. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Why are you blushing? I asked Auntie Wang about her husband, and she bragged about how impressive he is in bed. But when I compare him to you," Yan Yu's face burned bright red. "Forget it," she muttered. Just then, commotion rose outside. Bowl and chopsticks in hand, Yan Yu edged over to the door. She leaned against the frame, one embroidered slipper already over the threshold, craning her neck to look outside. "Hey, come look. What's wrong? Come see." She waved him over. "The bailiffs are taking Monk Pan away. They're leading him out of the village." Li Yuan got up and walked to the door, peering out. On the dirt path that ran through Little Ink Village, a shackled, bald and bruised man was being led forward by a bailiff. Trailing behind was a sword-carrying officer in plain clothes, seemingly part of the same group. A small crowd stood at a distance, clustered in 2s and 3s, watching from afar and whispering quietly, so softly that hardly anyone could overhear. Yan Yu rose up on tiptoe to see better, muttering, "Why didn't Monk Pan run if he killed someone? Did he just wait around for the bailiffs to catch him?" A moment later, she added, "The Qian family has good connections with the authorities. It's no wonder the bailiffs showed up so fast. Hey, you don't think the Qian family will come after us too, do you?" At the thought, she grew anxious all over again. What can they possibly do? "Don't worry about it," Li Yuan replied offhandedly, leaving it at that. As for why Monk Pan hadn't tried to flee, a little common sense offered an easy answer. There were always people around the Qian home. If a fight had broken out, Qian-san's friends and neighbors, who all had close ties to him, would have been there in an instant. Monk Pan wasn't some invincible master. If things got loud, the neighbors, many of whom were friendly with the Qian family, would rush over. He'd be outnumbered and subdued in no time. Li Yuan shook his head slightly, thinking, maybe Monk Pan only wanted to teach Qian-san a lesson and never intended to kill him. But a twist of fate ended in murder. In times as chaotic as these, you have to look out for yourself. Don't play the hero unless you want to risk your life. He kept an eye on the bailiffs. Numbers floated above their heads, revealing their combat power. The one leading Monk Pan by the shackles, a bailiff with a blade at his waist, an actual combat weapon, far better than Li Yuan's simple hatchet, had an overall combat power of 4-5. But the man in plain clothes walking behind them was much more formidable, showing a power of 19-20. How could there be such a huge difference? After a little thought, Li Yuan had a hunch. This probably wasn't a typical ancient dynasty, but at least a low martial world, where skilled martial artists and ordinary folk were worlds apart, just like the Wuxia novels he remembered. Boar bow and arrow. That day, Li Yuan decided not to rush out hunting. He would lie low and wait for things to calm down. Besides, he still had enough money for another couple of days. He could manage, even if the meals were a bit rough. It was better than risk getting himself killed prematurely. That night, Yan blew out the candle in the dim house, stripped off her cloth pants, and slipped under the blanket. Folding her long, pale legs beneath her, she snuggled up to Li Yuan as though trying to melt into him. Li Yuan rested a hand on her shoulder. She felt thinner than before, and he pulled her close. Sensing his touch, she cuddled in without hesitation. They clung together, inseparable. His thoughts drifted back to that mysterious swordsman with the 1920 floating overhead. He whispered a question to her. I never asked, what's your relationship to Yanmu? Yanmu was that old friend of Li Yuan's who carried himself like a gallant hero. Before leaving town on some quest, he had entrusted Yanmu to Li Yuan's care. Then he vanished, never to return. Yanmu blushed. He's my nephew. I'm his aunt. I'm from an older branch of the family. Li Yuan was a bit at a loss for words. The family tree sounded complicated. He imagined his sworn brother having a little aunt who was now Li Yuan's own wife. So what would that make him, a brother-in-law or uncle by marriage? Yanmu's face went red. We just each mind our own titles. No need to overthink it. Li Yuan grew curious. If you're his aunt, what happened to his parents? And why did he leave you in my care? Yanmu's face clouded. Our family was attacked by sea raiders. I was the only one who survived. She paused, then went on. Yanmu said he had to escort a good official to the Jade Capital. As for why, he wouldn't say. I know he just didn't want me to worry. The Jade Capital was where the emperor reigned. But Li Yuan wasn't especially concerned with all that. He just asked, so Yanmu, his martial arts must be really impressive, right? Yanmu shook her head. I'm not really sure. Yanmu was always away, and only came home when the sea raiders attacked our family. As she spoke, a sudden recollection lit her eyes. Oh, I remember he mentioned some things, how the martial path is divided into 9 ranks, how once you're ranked, your strength is unstoppable, and something about how training hinges on blood. Pig's blood raises pigs, dragon's blood raises dragons. He also mentioned a 6th rank life chronicle that can change your fate. So there are 9 ranks in martial arts? Ranked martial artists? Pig's blood raises pigs, dragon's blood raises dragons? And what's a life chronicle? Li Yuan felt like he finally had an answer. This world not only had martial arts but also a strict grading system, and apparently hitting 6th rank meant some kind of transformation. He'd have to be even more careful from now on. He fell silent, and Yanmu didn't speak either. Not long after, the night air was filled with the sounds of their intimate murmurs. By the time the young woman fell asleep, Li Yuan lay on his side, staring at the patched-up paper window. After a while, he closed his eyes too. Better sleep. Overthinking won't help anyway. Bow and arrow. 3 days passed in a blink. The grain they'd bought was nearly gone. Yanmu and Auntie Wang decided to head back to the unscrupulous merchant's shop to buy more. Uncle Wang, who usually worked at a restaurant in the nearby town, had no business there these days. Business was slow. With nothing better to do, he brought his son and daughter along to buy food as well. Since the two families lived close and often helped each other, and the grain store was nearby, Li Yuan didn't feel any need to tag along. The government was still around, at least the bare minimum law and order was in place. Buying grain in broad daylight along a main road was generally safe, unless brigands or sea raiders made it into the county. Today, he decided to scout the mountains. Bow and arrow. 5 days had passed since Jian-san's death, and the dust had settled. Outside the village, Monk Pan was thrown into the county jail, awaiting execution in a few days. As for the Qian family's 5 brothers in Little Ink Village, not all of them were hunters to begin with. Qian De, Qian Si, and Qian Wu spent most of their time away. Now that the supposed killer was caught, they had no interest in poking around. That left only Qian Er in the village. He was a roughneck who led a gang of 5 thugs. He knew about Qian-san's grand plan to pull all the hunters under his thumb so he could live large and boss people around. With Qian-san gone, Qian Er intended to pick up where his brother left off. Who could have guessed Monk Pan would reveal Qian-san's scheme to the entire village on his way out? No one knew how he found out. Maybe Qian-san's wife had been so terrified that she spilled everything on the spot. Either way, the other hunters in the village weren't having it. They banded together, ready to push back if Qian Er so much as showed his face. And while Qian Er might act tough, he didn't actually know the first thing about hunting. Then there was that little hoodlum, Xiao Fei, who'd gotten hold of the provisional hunting permit of Keiwa's husband. Sure, he could intimidate a few people, but he was useless when it came to taking on wild animals. As a result, the hunting situation opened up for Li Yuan. The competition had scattered, the threats were gone. He was tired of plain fare and wanted some meat. So, off to the mountains he went. Making his way around the outer reaches of Little Ink Mountain, Li Yuan felt a bit more confident with the floating 5-6 by his side. Although he hadn't managed to find a martial arts manual yet, he wasn't in any rush. Survival and avoiding danger were his top priorities. If he could track down a manual, great. If not, he'd wait. It was foolish to wander around like a headless chicken hoping a book might fall from the sky. In the meantime, he could boost his archery and tracking skills. As long as he could hunt well, he could keep his belly full and, with enough money saved, move somewhere safer. Before long, he arrived at a spring on the edge of the mountain. He took a quick look around. No wildlife in sight. Instead, he spotted 3 men sitting together, talking. Tied to a wooden stake near them were 3 hunting dogs. These 3 were from the Hunter Alliance in Little Ink Village, the very group Xian-san had planned to pressure but never got the chance to. One of the men, noticing someone in the trees, squinted to get a better look. Recognizing the figure, he called out, "Is that you, Pipsqueak?" Li Yuan stepped out. Once the man saw Li Yuan clearly, he gave a friendly grin. "You healed up and never told us." Li Yuan returned the smile. "My body's only just recovered. Figured I'd come up the mountain for a look." His gaze swept over the 3 men. The one who had spoken was of average height but solidly built, dressed in a black fur coat, one he'd made from a black bear he'd hunted. That feat alone was enough to keep Xian-san wary of him. In the village, people simply called him Bear, and after a while, no one bothered using his real name anymore. The numbers 3-4 floated above Bear's head, while his dog showed 1-2. If he unleashed the dog, their combined power might reach 4-6. No wonder Xian-san had been cautious around him. The other 2 hunters were a tall, baby-faced man named Zhang Nuli, a newcomer taking over from his retired father, and a pock-marked fellow called Zhang Qilayu, usually nicknamed Ugly Zhang. Their dogs both registered 1-2, and they themselves were 1-2 as well, on par with the old Li Yuan before his upgrade, meaning they could only scrounge around the outer edges of Little Ink Mountain. Still, they had one advantage over Li Yuan. While his dog had died, theirs were still alive. "Looking stout? Seems like your missus has been hiding some meat from us. She must have been saving it all for you so you could recover." Clapping both hands on Li Yuan's shoulders, Bear grinned in approval. He chuckled. "My wife's the same way. If I'm not hurt, she never brings out the good stuff." Next to him, Zhang Nuli spoke up. "Why not join us?" But Bear lifted a hand, and Zhang Nuli immediately fell silent. Throwing an arm around Li Yuan's shoulder, Bear leaned in and said with genuine concern, "You know, Qian-san nearly messed us up. Thank goodness Monk Pan caught on, or who knows what trouble we'd be in. But now that Qian-san's gone, maybe someone else will come after us. Qian-er, for instance, is still around. And even if we get rid of Qian-er, there will always be some scoundrel out there itching to take advantage of us hunters. Think any of those punks would brave the mountains themselves? Not a chance." Cursing under his breath, Bear continued, "That's why we have to stick together. Strength in numbers. Then we won't have to be afraid of anyone. We can split whatever we hunt 4 ways. How about it?" Li Yuan hesitated. Zhang Nuli chimed in, "Bear's a great hunter. He's doing us a favor by offering to share the spoils. This is a good deal." Ugly Zhang joined in. "Come on, Pipsqueak. The 4 of us can feast on meat and wine every day, and if some thug shows up, we'll pound him into the dirt. Yesterday, that little punk Xiaofei dared act tough in front of us. One good smack from Bear was all it took. He didn't even know who his own mother was after that. The world's a mess right now, nothing but famine and danger wherever you go. If we band together, we can make something of ourselves. Share the good times and stick it out through the bad. No one gets left behind." At first, Li Yuan felt a twinge of temptation. After all, joining a small team might mean less attention on him. But the look in Ugly Zhang's eyes, and the restlessness in the group, made him quickly decide otherwise. He cleared his throat. "Bear, I appreciate the offer, really. But I'm not that ambitious. I just want to hunt enough to get by. No competing, no fighting, just a warm home with my wife." Bear let out a hearty laugh, though his eyes flickered with annoyance. "We feel the same, huh? But hey, if you're not ready now, no worries. We're not like Qian-san, forcing people into anything. Whenever you come around, my door's open. Thanks." Li Yuan forced a polite smile and turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Ugly Zhang started swearing under his breath. That kid doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Bear let out a laugh. "Forget it. He was plenty polite, just seems like that wild boar scare took all the fight out of him. Once he can't bag any game, he'll be back." Ugly Zhang burst into loud laughter, and Zhang Nuli joined in. "Never mind him," Bear added, standing up. "Today, the 3 of us will head over to the second ridge. Let's go." Ugly Zhang patted his pants, got to his feet, and said, "I'll follow your lead, Bear." With that, the trio leashed their dogs and headed deeper into the mountains. Bore bow and arrow. Li Yuan watched them disappear into the second ridge before quietly slipping through the same mountain pass. Once inside, he crouched behind an old tree and waited until they entered a narrow valley. Then he circled around in a different direction. It was times like these that his advanced tracking really shone. He could mask his presence and move with incredible stealth, like a predator stalking its prey. Step by step, he ventured further into the wilderness. Not long after, he spotted a wild boar rooting around in the dirt. A 3-4 hovered above its head. Li Yuan silently drew an arrow from his quiver, hesitated, then lowered it. A boar that size would be way too conspicuous if he took it back to the village. Better to hold out for smaller game. He quietly retreated, and the boar never even noticed him. Winding around to another area, he spent half the day searching without coming across a single creature. The forest felt like a labyrinth, every part looking much the same. Li Yuan couldn't help thinking how handy a good hunting dog would be. One whiff of a scent and it could lead him straight to his target, far more efficient than wandering aimlessly. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he paused. There, in the low shrubs up ahead, a pheasant was pecking about. Occasionally it stopped to check its surroundings, stepping on dry sticks and making a soft cluck-cluck sound. Above it hovered 01. The pheasant glanced left and right, half shielded by the shrubbery. But for Li Yuan, that 01 stood out like a beacon. He swiftly took out a smooth stone. The pheasant froze, suddenly sensing danger. It turned its head, just in time to see a flash of light streaking toward it. Thwack! The stone slammed into the bird's skull, striking it dead in an instant. Li Yuan dashed over, scooped up the pheasant, dropped it into the burlap sack he'd brought, and headed back without wasting a moment. Li Yuan returned to Little Ink Village with a sack slung over his back. Since the pheasant hadn't bled, there wasn't the slightest whiff of blood on him. Still, there was no hiding his catch from those with sharp eyes. Along the way, several people spotted him. Pipsqueak, did you bring something back? Got lucky this time, huh? You didn't just swipe some poor fella's catch from a trap, did you? What is it? A pheasant? A hare? Li Yuan only smiled. Just a little pheasant I happened upon while strolling around. Pure luck, pure luck. When he got home, Yan Yu wasn't back yet. He waited a while before hearing a noise at the fence. Peeking outside, he saw his wife in a dingy grey coat, looking rather plump around the belly, her face smudged with ash, pushing the gate open while carrying a large bamboo basket. The sight amused Li Yuan. In these times, you couldn't be too careful. A woman who was even slightly attractive could easily invite trouble. Maybe not today, but if times got any rougher and someone happened to set eyes on her, who knew what might happen? In a chaotic era, it was best to act beneath notice. Even if you could eat 10 portions, you only eat 3, otherwise, someone was bound to come knocking. The moment Yan Yu opened the door and spotted Li Yuan, she gave a little sigh and said, "AHH, prices have gone up again. I had to haggle forever, and in the end I could only get 1.5 kilograms of millet and 1 kilogram of beans for 2 large coins." As she spoke, her gaze fell on Li Yuan's empty hands, and she looked a bit disappointed. Didn't manage to catch anything again today, huh? Though she understood her husband's struggles, she couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed. Li Yuan grinned. "Why don't you go check inside? Huh?" Yan Yu froze for a moment, then hastened into the house with her basket. A quick glance around revealed a burlap sack in the corner with a plump, brightly colored pheasant lying on top. Li Yuan. She set down her basket, her eyes lighting up with excitement. For a moment, she didn't even know what to say. Li Yuan just said, "Hurry and make something to eat." "I'm starving?" Yan Yu beamed. "Yes, sir. You rest for a bit. You've had a long day." Bow and arrow. Winter nights fell early, and unlike the county town, there were no street lanterns in Little Ink Village. The roads turned pitch black. One look outside and it felt like the entire world had been swallowed by cold, darkness, and loneliness. Only the small glow inside their home gave off any sense of warmth. First, Yan Yu plucked off the pheasant's colorful feathers, planning to sell them later. Then she rendered about half a bowl of bird fat. Separating out half the bird, she placed it on a plate and slid it toward Li Yuan. "Li Yuan, would you take some over to Auntie Wang's family next door?" Yan Yu said. "Sure," Li Yuan said, taking the plate over to the Wang family's place. The Wang family lived right next door and had often helped him and Yan Yu. In fact, Yan Yu had gone shopping for grain with them the last couple of times. They'd probably seen him come home with the pheasant, and while they wouldn't say anything if he kept it all, it might leave them feeling snubbed. Better to stay on friendly terms with your neighbors. Yan Yu's gesture proved she wasn't some stingy housewife. She had a warm heart and knew how to show gratitude. Before long, Li Yuan was knocking on the Wang's door, calling out, "Uncle Wang? Auntie Wang?" A tall, rather quiet man answered. "Li Yuan, what brings you here so late?" "Nothing much," Li Yuan replied with a grin. "I caught a pheasant today, and my wife told me to bring some over for you." Uncle Wang froze for a moment, eyeing the chunk of meat on Li Yuan's plate. That's not cheap these days. You should keep it for yourselves." He was an honest man, but Auntie Wang cleared her throat, clearly in favor of accepting the gift. Li Yuan glanced inside. Seated at a low wooden table were a boy and a girl with short pigtails, both staring hungrily at the meat in his hands. "Don't be polite, Uncle Wang," he said, stepping inside. Auntie Wang hurriedly grabbed a plate to receive the meat. Once everything was settled, Li Yuan started to head home. At the door, Uncle Wang clapped him on the shoulder and said quietly, "In times like these, it's hard to find someone like you. We're neighbors, after all." Li Yuan answered simply, about to leave. Just then, Auntie Wang ran out with a small jar in her hand. "Li Yuan, we've still got a bit of salt stored up. Take some back for you and Yan Yu." "Salt?" Li Yuan's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Auntie Wang. I won't stand on ceremony." Bow and arrow. When he got back, Yan Yu was still cooking. It took another stick of incense's time for her to finish. Then, at last, the porridge was ready, stirred with bird fat. Salted pheasant sat steaming on a plate. The two of them dug in like starving souls, devouring every bite and still wishing for more. Li Yuan couldn't remember the last time anything had tasted so good. After dinner, Yan Yu washed the pots, scrubbed the dishes, and heated up water so they could both wash up. Li Yuan lounged on the bed like a lord, more from Yan Yu's insistence than his own laziness. Anytime he tried to help, she shooed him away. Night fell early in the winter. Once darkness came, Yan Yu removed her ugly disguise and swapped her dusty grey coat for a blue blouse dotted with white flowers. She was petite and slender, but her figure still curved in all the right places. Though a bit pale from lack of proper nutrition, her features had all the makings of a true beauty. Late at night, there weren't too many things on Li Yuan's mind. Before long, he moved behind Yanyu, who was still busy washing dishes, and wrapped his arms around her waist. She let out a playful protest. I'm not done washing yet. Then keep washing, he murmured into her ear. Yanyu blushed, her body suddenly shivering as though touched by an electric current. She caught her breath in soft gasps and said, You rascal, at least blow out the candle first. Bow and arrow. Early the next morning, Li Yuan was still in bed, curled up with Yanyu, when the sound of commotion came from outside. People seemed to be rushing around, chattering noisily. From his arms, Yanyu lifted her head, a red silk ribbon slipping into view as part of her disheveled underclothes. A hint of pale skin peeked through. What's going on out there? No idea. I'm going to check. Yanyu wiggled free, stood upright in front of him, and began pulling on her clothes and trousers without a trace of shyness. She hurriedly did up her disguise, using ash and various scraps of cloth to look grey and shapeless. Once she looked a good deal plumper and plainer, she headed out the door. Upon leaving the house, she found she didn't need to ask anybody to know what the fuss was about. A single glance made it obvious. 3 men were carrying a wild boar on bamboo poles into the village. The boar had already been gutted and drained of blood, its innards had been strung up in the woods as an offering to the mountain gods. Even so, the beast had to be nearly 100 kilograms. 3 grown men could still barely carry it. Sure enough, those 3 men were Bear, Ugly Zhang, and Zhang Nule. Villagers trailed after them in admiration, some even drooling at the sight. In these hungry times, who could resist the sight of so much pork? Bear's really got skills. You said it. This big ol boar has got to have a ton of lard. Hey, Bear, can I join up with you too? He's the best? No wonder everyone calls him Bear. Voices of praise rang out all around, until a sly, taunting tone cut through the crowd. Well, now, killing such a huge boar and not sharing with everyone? Don't you think that's a little selfish? Heads turned toward the speaker, Qian of the Qian family. He stood with 2 cronies behind him, pushing to the front of the crowd. Some folks here are practically starving, he said. And you 3 are living the good life, eating and drinking your fill. Think you can ignore the rest of us? Huh. Qian lifted his hand and swept his gaze over the onlookers, trying to rally them to his side. Just then, Bear abruptly set the boar down, pulled a sharp knife from behind his waist, and ran it along his forearm as if wiping the blade clean. Then he pointed it straight at Qian. Beat him up. Bear shouted. Anybody who does gets to take some of this meat. The harder you hit, the more you get. That's a promise from me. Everyone looked at each other in uncertainty. Bear didn't seem flustered. He just plopped himself down on top of the boar, swung his knife, and sliced off a dripping hunk of pork leg. Holding it up high, he hollered, the first one to take a swing can have this. Know why? Because anyone who fights Qian is my brother. And who knows, maybe next time I go hunting, I'll take you along. There was a tense silence. Then, all of a sudden, a few young men grabbed sticks and charged forward. Qian barked, Who dares? Who dares? But the young men still attacked, crying out that they'd rather follow Bear. The scuffle grew as more people piled in. Qian had offended so many in Little Ink Village over the years. Now, with Bear backing them up and the promise of meat, plenty were eager to settle a score. Bow and arrow. Yanyu, seeing the brawl break out, turned on her heels and hurried back home. She told Li Yuan everything, sounding a little sour about it all. Though she didn't say it outright, Li Yuan could sense the implied comparison. They bagged a huge boar, while he only managed a pheasant. He, on the other hand, felt relieved he hadn't joined up with Bear's group. Clearly, they were ambitious and restless. They'd only just formed their hunter alliance and were already going head-to-head with the Qian family. Li Yuan, Yanyu fretted, her eyes darting nervously. Bear took Zhang Nule and Ugly Zhang under his wing. Aren't you also one of the hunters in the village? Maybe you should join them too. Li Yuan just slipped an arm around her shoulders and said with a grin, Don't worry yourself with what's going on outside. I know what I'm doing. Yanyu felt a twinge of envy welling up in her eyes. That wild boar weighed a good 100 kilograms, and it was all meat. What a feast! Still, she knew there was no point in comparing. Bear was a hunter who'd even taken down a black bear before. Li Yuan, on the other hand, had once been chased by a wild boar so badly he was laid up in bed for days. When it came to hunting skills, there was simply no contest. Feeling a bit sour, Yanyu said, Look at Bear. He's so bold and direct. He just went ahead and pulled together a whole crew to join him. Now, he's become a big name in Little Ink Village, someone who can go toe-to-toe with the Qian family. Hearing that, Li Yuan got annoyed. Then go marry him. Yanyu froze, gave him a pinch, and snapped, I'm Yanyu, not some fickle flirt. I'm with you. I'm not about to chase after anyone else. She huffed and stormed off, sitting by herself in a corner with her back to him. Li Yuan followed and sat down next to her. But as soon as he did, she scooted away. He slid closer, and she inched away again. Finally, he said gently, Your makeup is still on. Getting this worked up won't do any favors for your looks. Ugh. Yanyu suddenly flung herself onto the bed and burst into tears. You're the one who said I was thinking of other men, then you turned around and blamed me. She sobbed so hard her shoulders shook. Li Yuan hadn't expected such an intense reaction. He inched closer and took her hand. She made no move to pull away. Yanyu, he called softly. She kept her face buried in the covers, not saying a word. After calling her a few more times to no response, Li Yuan finally said, "If you really want pork, give me some time. I'll hunt a wild boar myself." "You're all talk," Yan Yu muttered, "like I don't know you just got lucky with that pheasant." But right after she said it, she regretted it. Sitting up with tears still glistening on her cheeks, she whispered, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I was just mad. You're steady and reliable, much better than other men." Li Yuan pulled her close and said, "Then next time I get lucky, I'll bring down a wild boar." She looked at him, felt a pang of guilt, and shook her head. "No, I don't want it. I won't eat pork anymore. As long as you're safe, that's enough for me. I don't even like pork." Seeing she had stopped crying, Li Yuan couldn't help but think how Yan Yu was much easier to console than the pretty girls from his former life. Boar bow and arrow. Li Yuan glanced at his status screen and saw that he had 36 free stat points to add. After tonight, he could bump his archery up another notch. Given that a wild boar's overall strength rating was only around 3-4, he at least needed to learn a proper martial technique and reach the 9th rank threshold in terms of combat power. Only then could he safely hunt wild boars or other ferocious beasts without risking more trouble than he could handle. Figuring it was worth a shot, Li Yuan asked offhandedly, "You came all the way here with Yan Mu. Did he ever mention anything about martial arts? Like, where you might get hold of a martial technique?" "Black. The black market, right? I know. But how am I supposed to get there right now? Huh? You want to practice martial arts?" Yan Yu suddenly caught his drift. He must have been inspired, maybe even provoked, by Bear's success. So now he wanted to train up to hunt wild boars. Tears still shimmered on her face, but she was already smiling. Li Yuan gave a serious nod. "Yes, I do." Yan Yu noticed his earnest look and fell silent for a moment. Seeing her deep in thought, Li Yuan perked up. "Don't tell me you actually know some martial art? Think carefully." Her eyes flickered with recollection. "Now that you mention it, I do remember something. Back then, Yan Mu sent a small manual home, telling my sister and brother-in-law to practice the movements every so often for longevity or something like that. My sister had me give it a try, too, but I didn't notice anything special about it. Could it be a real martial cultivation technique?" Li Yuan urged her, "Give it a shot." Yan Yu hesitated. "I barely remember it. Don't laugh if I mess up." With that, she started reciting what she recalled of the mental focus while demonstrating the movements. Her motions were slow but steady, like a reed quivering in the wind. One moment swaying, the next rocking, her arms and palms extending and contracting in a way that vaguely resembled morning radio exercises. Li Yuan followed along. Yan Yu explained, "It's mostly about breathing, shifting your center of gravity, and using the mind to regulate your condition. It does seem like it could be a martial art. But if it really is, how come my sister and I never got any results from it?" They locked the door and practiced together for most of the day. By dusk, Yan Yu's cheeks were flushed a lively pink, no doubt helped by the chicken she'd eaten last night and all the exercise today. She looked healthier already. "That's all there is to it. If you want, just keep at it on your own. I'm going to cook dinner." "Sure, let's eat early and get to bed early. It'll save on candles." Yan Yu answered sweetly, sounding nothing like the woman who'd been crying earlier. In the clay stove, the firewood crackled softly. Yan Yu crouched by the stove, cooking porridge. Her gaze kept drifting toward the half-bowl of pheasant fat at her side, and the thought of using it made her happy. Yet the moment she recalled that all their emergency funds were gone, a flicker of worry passed through her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Yuan kept practicing the moves Yan Yu had shown him, convinced there must be something special about them. He did them over and over, but by the time she called him for dinner, he still hadn't figured anything out. Over their meal, he asked again, "Are you sure you're not mixing anything up?" "I'm not," Yan Yu replied. "That little booklet only had a few movements and a bit of mental training. How could I have gotten it wrong? I told you, it's not some advanced cultivation technique. It's just supposed to stretch your muscles and help with overall health." Li Yuan let the matter drop, and the two quietly finished their bowls of porridge. As night fell, soft, intimate sounds of warmth and affection drifted through their small house. Early the next morning, Yan Yu was still nestled in Li Yuan's arms, fast asleep. Li Yuan, however, was already awake and checking his free stat points. It was up to 42 now. He pulled up his skills tab and found Advanced Archery, then tapped the plus sign 40 times in rapid succession. Advanced Archery, 0/40, New, Expert Archery, 0/80. A rush of experience surged into his mind. It was as though he'd spent countless hours honing his technique riding on horseback to hunt prey, shooting down enemies, piercing a distant target in front of an awestruck crowd. He remembered sleeping with his bow by his side, and waking with it in hand. Through tireless practice and relentless will, he'd broken through to a higher level of skill. Opening his eyes, Li Yuan carefully slipped his arm out from under Yan Yu's head and stretched, feeling a powerful energy coursing through him. His muscles felt firmer, and faint calluses had formed in his left palm and between his right index and middle fingers. True strength, he reflected, had always come from hard work. Unable to hold back his excitement, he jumped out of bed and grabbed his bow. A glance showed a new number beside him, 78. He scrolled through his updated status window. Sure enough, his archery skill was at the expert level now. Yet despite feeling much stronger, Li Yuan couldn't help but frown at the 7-8. Something seemed off. Then he realized he was still holding his old, makeshift bow. A skilled hunter needed quality gear, and high-grade bows didn't just fall from the sky. Money, 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 everything costs money, he muttered. We need money for food, to move to a new place, to buy a bow, to purchase a martial cultivation technique. Letting out a sigh, he decided to give Yenyu's exercise one more try. Maybe he could get lucky and pick up a free technique. Then he'd have breakfast and head into the mountains to hunt. JL's thoughts. Li Yuan stirring as he got out of bed woke Yenyu, who was still tucked under the covers. She watched him practicing that same routine she'd shown him yesterday. She was partly amused and partly worried. Peeking out the window, she noticed the weather looked pretty good, so she hurried to get up as well. They were running low on water at home, so she planned to go to the village well first thing in the morning. After a bit, she warmed up last night's leftovers, put on her makeup, and stuffed a few scraps of cloth into her clothes. Then she looked at Li Yuan and said, "There's some bean porridge in the pot. The pheasant oil is right there. Just mix it in." She took a few steps, then turned back with concern in her voice. "That set of moves really is just for health and fitness. It's not a real martial cultivation technique. Don't get too carried away." "Got it," Li Yuan replied, pausing his practice to glance her way. "You going to fetch water? The water jar's empty, and it hasn't rained these last few days. You're going alone?" "Of course not. I'll go with Auntie Wang and Fenger. Even if their water jars aren't empty, they'll still tag along if I ask. Nobody goes out on their own these days." Sensing his lingering worry, Yenyu gave him a reassuring smile. "It's just along the main road. Nothing's going to happen. After all, I used to do this on my own all the time when you weren't around." With that, she lifted a large wooden bucket and headed for the door. It was tiring work. Filling the water jar would take 4 or 5 trips back and forth to the well. Li Yuan was about to continue his practice when he saw Yenyu's soot-smudged face pop back around the doorframe. She nagged one more time, "I'm telling you, this is just a health routine. It's not a real technique, so don't lose yourself in it." Yeah, I know," he said with a wave of his hand. "I'm just doing it for exercise, not for cultivation." Hearing that, Yenyu finally seemed at ease. From her point of view, cultivation was something distant and lofty, far beyond her grasp. Her nephew, Yenmu, had dealt with such things, but that felt like another lifetime ago. Li Yuan, being her husband, seemed equally far removed from it. Bore bow and arrow. Once she left, Li Yuan resumed the routine, making sure his movements were precise, and paying close attention to his breathing and rhythm. By the time Yenyu came back on her second trip with water, he'd already finished breakfast, slung his bow across his back, and was ready to head out alongside her. 2 other women stood with her. One was Auntie Wang from next door, the other was a young woman with a fair, radiant complexion named Fenger. Fenger teased, "Hey, it looks like Yenyu hasn't been living the good life with you, huh?" Li Yuan paused for a moment. "What makes you say that? I remember she used to be so pretty. After she got together with you, her skin got rougher and she's put on weight." Li Yuan hadn't expected her to be so blunt. He straightened his back. "And what about me?" Fenger froze, taken aback by how much broader he looked these days. Standing in the sunlight, he exuded a hint of strength that was oddly captivating. Fenger spat in mock disgust. "So you're hoarding all the good food, huh? You're a big, strapping man, but how come Bear doesn't want you on his team?" Auntie Wang tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to stop. But Fenger huffed and added, "I'm just standing up for Yenyu, you know." Yenyu hurriedly spoke up. "Li Yuan treats me really well." Fenger gave a snort before finally falling silent. At the fork in the road, the 3 women and 1 man split off in different directions. Bore bow and arrow. Li Yuan headed for the second ridge, which he'd already visited once before. Familiar with the way, he slipped into the woods without much trouble. Today, though, he wasn't really planning to hunt. He just wanted to scope things out. Thanks to his keen tracking skills, he moved quietly, almost melting into the forest floor. Many of the animals he passed never even noticed him. He made a rough survey of the right side of the second ridge, which lay near a creek. While the outskirts of Little Ink Mountain rarely saw much wildlife, this side of the second ridge turned out to be quite lively. From a high vantage point, Li Yuan even spotted a tiger with drooping eyes and a white forehead prowling in the distance. Hovering over its head was a 5'8". So even a tiger out here isn't really a match for a ranked martial artist, Li Yuan mused, recalling that blade-carrying escort he'd seen before. The escort's combat power of 1920 was so shockingly high that it felt like they lived in a whole different world. Li Yuan couldn't help wondering what those people ate to reach such a level. Shaking off the thought, he continued his survey, taking a good look at the local terrain, water sources, and pathways. He spotted plenty of rabbits, pheasants, and even a few roe deer. The numbers floating above their heads showed 0-1. He also caught sight of a wolf pack of 8, mostly 2-3. One of them, presumably the alpha, displayed 2-4. But today, Li Yuan didn't take a single shot. If he kept bringing home fresh game every day, people would start asking questions. Next time, he planned to bring along a cleaver and a lunchbox so he could butcher any animal on the spot and carry the meat home quietly, without anyone being the wiser. By dusk, Li Yuan was on his way back, carrying nothing more than a few bird eggs he'd collected from a nest and tucked safely inside his clothes. His mood was good. From the day's exploring, he realized his strength now rivaled that of the second ridge's reigning king, the tiger. In other words, the place was basically his personal hunting ground. Bore bow and arrow. He returned home empty-handed, and several people he passed gave him looks that seemed to say, well, that's what we expected. Someone called out, "Pipsqueak, no luck today, huh?" Another person chimed in, "Hey, why don't you just tag along with Bear?" Someone else added, "Hunting's tough. The Qian family is apparently looking for hunting permits. Maybe you should just sell yours." Li Yuan ignored all the chatter and headed home, putting on a face of feigned disappointment. When he arrived, Yan Yu was crouched by the stove, cooking the one and only meal they'd be having that evening. She noticed he'd come back empty-handed but deliberately avoided mentioning bear or wild boars, worried it might spark the urge in her husband to train like mad again. Instead, she simply said, "You're back? Go wash up, dinner's almost ready." But Li Yuan didn't go wash up. Instead, he sidled over to her. "What are you doing? It's not even dark yet," she muttered. He grinned and pulled out 4 bird eggs from inside his coat. Seeing them, Yan Yu's eyes lit up. "How'd you find those? I thought there weren't any birds left around the outskirts of Little Ink Mountain." "Just got lucky," Li Yuan answered cheekily, placing the 4 eggs, about the size of chicken eggs, on her lap before heading off to train again. Still pleased at the unexpected treat, Yan Yu's face fell the moment she saw him jump back into practice. It's not really a cultivation technique. But he ignored her, too focused on running through the motions. This time, possibly because his body was already stronger, he felt a subtle warmth circulating through his muscles, like a gentle current or a warm spring flowing under his skin. After dinner, he continued practicing. Even when Yan Yu boiled water and asked him to take a bath, he kept going. "Li Yuan," she urged, "hurry up and wash so I can have a turn. We don't have water to spare." Fetching water was such a chore that, unless they were truly filthy, they usually used the same tub of water one after the other. By rights, Yan Yu was the cleaner one of the two, but she doted on Li Yuan so much she wanted him to bathe first. Li Yuan saw right through her and said, "Then let's bathe together." Her cheeks flushed. "How shameless? Hurry up, the water's getting cold." "I'll bathe after you," he insisted. When she hesitated, he reached out and tugged at the sash around her waist, about to strip off her clothes. Yan Yu, both amused and exasperated, cried, all right, I'll go first." Before long, she was lying in the wooden tub, her chin resting on the edge, watching Li Yuan practice. She mumbled, "Hey, why are you so sweet to me?" A moment later, she added, "Stop practicing, it's not real cultivation." And after another pause, "I'm almost done here. Your turn to take your clothes off." Li Yuan continued paying her no mind, fully absorbed in his training. Suddenly, he felt a wave of clarity sweep through him. Glancing at his status window, he noticed a new entry. He had finally learned the return willow technique. Li Yuan was absolutely overjoyed, beyond thrilled, in fact. Did he really manage to pick up a genuine martial cultivation technique, just like that? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, he couldn't stop muttering under his breath, his excitement written all over his face. Luckily, they were at home where no one else could see him. Still soaking in the wooden tub, Yan Yu suddenly felt a stab of fear at the sight of her husband's almost delirious grin. "Li Yuan," she called out. Are you all right?" Tears welled up in her eyes. "He's really gone off the deep end this time, hasn't he?" But Li Yuan was beside himself with joy. "I did it, I really did it," he cried, rushing over to the other side of the tub and leaning in so they were practically face to face, candlelight shimmering off the water. Seeing the manic gleam in his eyes, Yan Yu couldn't hold back her tears. She was terrified that if she tried to argue with him, it might push him over the edge entirely. So she forced a smile through her sobs and said, "Yes, you did it, that's great, so let's not practice any more tonight, okay? Why are you crying?" "I'm just so happy," she lied. "My man's finally standing on his own. How could I not cry tears of joy? Why Li Yuan didn't suspect a thing. As soon as she finished bathing, he quickly stripped down, slipped into the tub himself, scrubbed off the day's grime, then dried off and climbed under the covers. He saw Yan Yu lying with her back to him, shoulders trembling as she quietly wept. Gently, he tugged her around to face him. "I'm not going crazy. I really did manage it." "Sure, you did, absolutely," she mumbled, careful not to provoke him. "How would I even know if you've really learned anything?" She and her sister and brother-in-law had practiced these moves for ages with no effect. And yet here was her husband, claiming he'd mastered them in just 2 days? Yeah, right. Not crazy, sure. Noticing her doubt, Li Yuan started to put his clothes back on so he could hop out of bed and show her a quick demonstration. But he hadn't finished buttoning when she grabbed him by the arm. "What are you doing? Don't go." She looked genuinely alarmed, as though he might do something wild in the middle of the night. He instinctively tried to shake her off but found her grip was surprisingly tight. "I promise, I'm not going crazy. Just let me show you a quick form. It'll prove I'm telling the truth. Then, if you finish one set, you'll come back to bed and sleep." Yan Yu asked with a raised eyebrow. Li Yuan nodded. Right. Only then did she let go of him. Eager to prove himself, Li Yuan jumped out of bed and assumed his stance. Now that the return willow technique was officially showing on his status window, he had a clearer sense of its foundational practice. Apparently, this status window could record and refine even a half-baked attempt, as long as he performed the move seriously. He closed his eyes and started punching, his body swaying like a willow in the wind, soft and pliant, flowing in time with an inner current. Beneath his skin, he could sense a warm wave of energy pulsing through his muscles, making him feel stronger. A quick sideways glance told him his combat power was still 1-2, but he wasn't worried. This was only the beginning. Once he fully mastered the technique, his combat power would definitely rise. Beside the bed, Yan Yu lay watching him with a deepening frown. You're really insisting this isn't some sort of delusional obsession? Because to her, those punches didn't look like much of anything special. After about half a stick of incense's time, Yuan finished the form and let out a cleansing breath, feeling both invigorated and too wired to sleep. Clapping eagerly, Yan Yu exclaimed with forced cheer, "Wow, you really did it." Only then did he climb back into bed. Still brimming with energy, he slipped his arms around her from behind. In the darkness, her soft, shy murmur soon rose into the night. Bore bow and arrow. The next day, while Yan Yu stayed home to wash their bedding, Yuan once again slung his bow over his shoulder and headed to Little Ink Mountain. He had scouted the right side of the second ridge the previous day but hadn't finished exploring, so he planned to continue. He figured it would take 2 more days to completely map out the right side, and probably 6 to survey the entire mountain. He wasn't interested in hunting large game just yet, or even small animals. He was content instead to focus on studying the terrain and the local wildlife. Still, on the way back, whenever he spotted a bird's nest, he'd grab a few eggs to bring home. Bore bow and arrow. On the third day, Yuan climbed the mountain with a bamboo basket on his back. Inside was a burlap sack, and inside that, a lunchbox. He casually hunted a hare, quickly gutted it, and left the smelly entrails hanging on a nearby tree. Then he severed the head and dropped it at the tree's base. Moving to a small mountain spring, he rinsed the now headless rabbit, stuffed it into his lunchbox, then placed everything back into the sack and stowed it in his basket. On his way out of the second ridge, he noticed a small wolf pack gathered around the spot where he'd discarded the rabbit's innards. The rabbit's head was already gone. The wolves gathered at the base of the tree, howling and eyeing the entrails that dangled from a branch, hungry but unable to reach. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in from the distance, and the drooping-eyed, white-forward tiger came bounding over. The wolf pack quickly shifted positions to make way for it. With just a few nimble movements, the tiger climbed the tree, light as a feather. Snatching the entrails in its jaws, it gave them a toss and then bit down, devouring them on the spot. Meanwhile, Yuan headed home with his lunchbox and secretly boiled the rabbit with Yan Yu before the two of them split it for dinner. Bore bow and arrow. From the point of view of the villagers, Yuan had gone several days without bagging anything worthwhile. So on the 4th day, when he openly brought home a single pheasant, passers-by teased him. "Hey, Pipsqueak, lucky find today, huh? Guess you finally had some good fortune." Yuan just smiled and paid them no mind. Back at home, they now had a little meat on the table, but their stash of grain was getting dangerously low, and they were nearly out of copper coins too. Yan Yu wanted to earn a bit of money by helping neighbors fetch water or gather firewood, but Yuan outright refused. If anything happened to her, he'd never forgive himself. So they talked it over and ended up trading half of the pheasant to Auntie Wang next door in exchange for some grain. Auntie Wang's husband worked in a restaurant in the county town, so he could at least bring home a bit of money. Grain there was cheaper than in the village, and he'd sometimes pick up a few extra provisions on his way back. Meat, on the other hand, was expensive to buy on the open market, so swapping poultry between families turned out to be a fair deal for everyone. Bore bow and arrow. On the 5th day, Bear led his 2 companions up the mountain, while a crowd gathered at the mountain entrance. Although it was a year of famine, with people starving in many places, the government wasn't completely powerless yet. Without a proper hunting permit, regular folks didn't dare enter the mountain. If someone snitched on you, you'd at least get a beating or be thrown in jail, maybe even lose your life if it escalated. Both county officials and local rogues alike were well aware of how easily poor commoners could be accused of banditry just so someone else could claim credit for catching criminals. The prison was already full of people who'd been labeled as bandits. Spotting Bear, Yuan quietly kept his distance. Later that evening, Bear and his 2 followers came out of the woods with yet another wild boar slung on a pole, along with a couple of pheasants. The crowd at the entrance cheered. "Follow Bear, and you won't go hungry. Bear, you're amazing." In the middle of the commotion stood Fenger, that fair-skinned young woman with a lively sparkle in her eyes. She gazed at Bear in open admiration, joining in the cheers. Bear's gaze swept across the crowd, landing on her for a moment. She blushed and ducked her head. Meanwhile, off to the side, Qian of the Qian family and a few local bullies ground their teeth in jealousy, but they didn't dare go near, only glowering from a distance. Bore bow and arrow. On the 6th day, Yan Yu and Auntie Wang went to fetch Fenger for their daily trip to the well. They called out to her for a while, but no one answered. Suddenly, the door swung open, and out walked a man tugging on his pants. He wasn't tall, but his solid build and swagger made him look every bit as tough as he felt. It was none other than Bear. Yan Yu and Auntie Wang quickly stepped aside. Once he was gone, they hurried into the house. There, they saw Fenger still pulling on her clothes, her fair skin half exposed and her face filled with satisfaction. Auntie Wang frowned. "Girl, what are you doing messing around with him?" "He's amazing," Fenger replied matter-of-factly. Auntie Wang reminded her, "But he already has a wife." A dreamy look flitted across Fenger's eyes. Lifting her chin, she said brightly, "He promised he'd marry me. I've made up my mind. Even if I have to be his mistress, I'm staying by his side." Yan Yu asked, Then why isn't he taking you away with him? With a coy little quiver in her voice, Feng'er answered, he said the time isn't right, but he told me to wait for him. And I'm willing to wait. Yan Yu, seeing her friend in such a state, huffed angrily, how can you be so gullible? Feng'er bristled at that. She looked like she might slam the table and jump to her feet at any moment, but then she rolled her eyes and gave Yan Yu a mocking smile. What, jealous? He's a lot more capable than your husband. Those words set Yan Yu off. She stepped forward. Feng'er, what did you say? My man is useless? Where are you getting that? Feng'er sneered. Oh please, everyone knows. Seeing the smug, contemptuous look on the face of Feng'er, Yan Yu was so furious she stormed out on the spot. When night fell, Yan Yu lay in her husband's arms, chattering away about all the little dramas that had unfolded that day. Li Yuan listened with genuine interest. After all, in a village with no electricity, no phones, and no internet, there were only so many ways to pass the time once darkness set in. If they ever moved to the county town, settled by Silver Creek, and saved up a bit of money, maybe then they could head out at night for a drink or two. But that was nothing more than a distant dream right now. Feng'er's such a fool, Yan Yu grumbled. He's obviously just stringing her along, and yet she goes and gives herself to him. All day today, she was off in La La Land, saying she'd wait for him, that she wants to marry him even if it means being a mistress. Ugh, it makes me so mad. Didn't you used to say Bear was pretty decent? Li Yuan teased. He's too restless, Yan Yu muttered. He's not someone you can settle down with. And what about me? You, she started to say something about how it'd be nice if he could bring home more game. But then she remembered how she'd once goaded him into training obsessively, nearly driving him to madness. Quickly, she changed course, pressing herself against him. You're wonderful. I'm especially fond of you, she said softly. Bore bow and arrow. The long night wore on. Eventually, Yan Yu fell asleep, exhausted. Li Yuan lay contentedly beside her. If only they didn't have to worry about where their next meal was coming from. He actually liked this simple life. Before he'd crossed over to this world, he'd been a butcher. Where could he have ever found a thoughtful, caring wife like Yan Yu? Outside, a bitter winter wind rattled the bamboo gate with a piercing creak. Strangely, that only made the little house feel more peaceful. Li Yuan recalled what Yan Yu had said earlier that day and felt a wave of relief. He had to thank Ugly Zhang. If not for him, he might have actually believed Bear's sincerity and joined his little squad. Clearly, Bear was not just bold but reckless. After only a few short days of success, he was already running around fooling with other women. Li Yuan shook his head and pulled Yan Yu closer, drifting off to sleep. Bore bow and arrow. Over the next few days, life continued quietly. Li Yuan avoided both Bear and Xian. He went to the mountain at intervals, swapping between bringing home bird eggs, boxed meat, and small game like pheasants or rabbits. To the outside world, it looked like he only managed to catch something every couple of days, and it was always small, 1 or 2 kilograms of meat at best. No one bothered questioning him. In the meantime, news from the county seat arrived, plastered over the village board. Monk Pan has been beheaded. He had met a swift end, just like that, with no last-minute twists to save him. In the village, Keiwa heard the news, bowed toward the county in silent respect, and said nothing more. Bore bow and arrow. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed since Li Yuan had awakened the return willow technique. Early one morning, Li Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at his status window. He had accumulated a total of 104 stat points. Heaven rewarded hard work. All that effort in bed had finally paid off. Carefully, he slid his arm out from under Yan Yu's head, got dressed, and stepped into the courtyard. Now it was time to allocate some points. Focusing on the return willow technique, he eagerly tapped the little plus sign, pouring in the points he'd earned. Instantly, it was as though a flood of memories streamed through his mind, countless days of painstaking practice. He saw himself working outside during the day to earn money for nourishing foods, then training hard under the moonlight at night, unwavering no matter how many times he failed. And at last, the breakthrough came. A rush of power welled up inside him, unlike anything he'd felt before. He sensed a hot surge through his muscles, like a scurrying little mouse. It didn't appear to be a stream of qi, but intensely rich blood that brimmed with vigor. A warm, soothing sensation spread through Li Yuan's entire body, as though his bones, skin, and muscles were soaking in a hot spring. If only there was more of this blood, that would feel even better, Li Yuan remarked wistfully. Suddenly, he remembered something Yan Yu once said. Pig's blood nourishes pigs. Dragon's blood nourishes dragons. Perhaps this special blood coursing through him was the essence behind becoming a ranked martial artist. In other words, one's power stemmed from that special blood. Next, Li Yuan noticed his muscles swelling, solid as rock. He walked into the courtyard, grabbed hold of a large boulder with one hand, and lifted it without any effort. After raising and lowering it a few times, he still didn't feel the slightest bit of strain. A quick glance at the floating numbers beside him showed 910, and that was without holding a bow. He'd been at 1-2 before. Awesome, awesome. Feeling delighted, Li Yuan hurried back into the house and grabbed his old bow from the wall. With the bow in hand, the numbers jumped to 24-25. That already surpassed the blade-carrying escort from the county authority he'd seen previously. Meanwhile, Li Yuan's status window naturally updated as well. 9th rank. Li Yuan murmured. So once my cultivation realm increased, my combat power with a bow jumped as well. Makes sense that holding a bow boosts my numbers further. He couldn't help feeling slightly disappointed that his return willow technique appeared to have maxed out. Still, it was a minor worry. From today on, he declared, I can hunt openly again. Standing in the morning sun, Li Yuan brimmed with excitement. Of course, being strong didn't mean showing all his cards. It was better to hide 7 parts and reveal 3, as they say, to ensure his own safety. Inside the house, Yan Yu heard his cheerful laughter. Worried, she knelt by the window and cracked it open a bit to peek at him. Oh no, he's having another episode, she murmured. That small sound was enough for Li Yuan to sense her. He turned and said, Yan Yu, starting today, we'll have all the meat we want. Without waiting for her reply, he grabbed a burlap sack, slipped a hatchet behind his back, and strode out the door. His overall combat power was now 24-25, and Bear with his hunting dog was about 4-6. It should be safe to pretend I'm about as strong as that, right? Li Yuan remarked to himself. Boar bow and arrow. The second ridge. By now, Li Yuan knew this place like the back of his hand. He had no intention of upstaging Bear, so he bypassed a few wild boars before venturing deeper in. There, he spotted a roe deer. Swiftly, he bent the bow and knocked a stone as ammo. Creak, creak, creak. The crude bow groaned, nearly splitting in two under the strain. Li Yuan had to ease off a bit, or else the bow would snap. Hearing the odd noise, the roe deer cocked its head curiously, trying to see what was causing it. Right then, Li Yuan let go. Whoosh! The stone shot forward, smacking the deer square in the forehead. With a dull thud, it dropped, twitched a few times, and fell still. Li Yuan rushed up in just a few strides, heft the animal, and stuffed it into his sack. He gave it a quick estimate, just over 15 kilograms. Good enough. On his way back to the village, the path seemed strangely quiet. Those who passed him eyed the bulging sack without cracking jokes. A few offered curt remarks in odd tones. Pipsqueak, what did you bag today? Looks pretty big. Think you could spare a little? My family's about to go hungry. We're from the same village, aren't we? You know, the mountain's bounty is for everyone. Before, Li Yuan would occasionally bring home a small pheasant or rabbit, weighing maybe 1 or 2 kilograms, and nobody bothered him about it. But now, with a big, bulging sack slung over his shoulder, a few local troublemakers had taken notice. He was just about to walk off when 2 idle teenage boys from the village jumped out and blocked his way. Li Yuan tried going left, they shifted left. He veered right, they blocked his path again. Clearly, they weren't letting him pass. He stopped. One of the teens lifted his chin and said, Pipsqueak, share some. You've got so much. No way you can finish all that at home. Another one chimed in, we're all from the same neighborhood. You'd look bad if you didn't share. I don't need much. Just give me 1.5 kilos. Others, who had been hovering a short distance away, now gathered around. Pipsqueak, I'm out of rice at home. You wouldn't want your uncle going hungry, would you? One villager said, playing the pity card. If you want to keep the peace, you'd better split the spoils. One more villager stepped up, puffing up his chest and glaring at Li Yuan. Finally, another villager walked up, acting like a self-appointed elder. Look at you, all grown up. Let your dear old uncle step in and settle this fairly. Li Yuan cut him off before he could finish. That middle-aged man paused, then said, everyone's here, so we should all get a share. Just give us 13 kilograms. That's not too much to ask, right? Li Yuan gave a cold laugh. The man continued, you and your wife are just 2 people. 2 kilos of meat is all you need. Why be so greedy? Somebody else agreed, he's right Pipsqueak. Don't be too stingy. A crowd had formed around him. Li Yuan glanced off to the side and noticed an old wooden stump. He pointed and said, let's settle this by arm wrestling. If you beat me, you get 1.5 kilos of meat. The teens blocking his path instantly lit up. A certain middle-aged man looked worried. Another boy whispered something into his ear, and the man suddenly beamed. We'll wait till his arm's tired, then have another go, huh? Li Yuan inwardly smirked. Another teen raised his voice and laughed. Remember, Pipsqueak. You said it yourself. Everyone here is a witness. Without more talk, Li Yuan hefted his sack and walked over to the old stump by the village road. He settled down as if he had all the time in the world, then said, all right, who's first? I'll go, one of the brash teens shouted. He dropped down beside Li Yuan, elbow braced against the stump, eyes fixed on the hunter. Just so we're clear, I get to pick which cut of meat I take. I don't want you handing me scraps. Everyone crowded around to watch. People who hadn't shown any interest before joined in once they heard the commotion. After a few quick explanations, all eyes were on Li Yuan, some with glee, some with sympathy, and still others were silently planning their own turn at the stump. Li Yuan cast a calm glance around the crowd. Most of these people were at best 0-1, while the young man in front of him was more like 1 to a crane among chickens. Let's begin, Li Yuan said flatly. The youth let out a sinister laugh. Bagging a big catch makes you think you're some hotshot now? Feeling cocky? The two locked hands. Someone on the side counted down, 3, 2, 1. Before the countdown was even over, the youth threw his weight into the match, hoping to slam Li Yuan's arm onto the stump. In his mind, Li Yuan was just a shut-in good-for-nothing who hadn't even been recruited by Bear. Surely, a single forceful push would crush him, maybe even leave him with a bruised hand. But he felt as though he'd slammed into solid iron. Li Yuan's arm didn't budge an inch, and the youth's own wrist began to go numb. He paused in disbelief and muttered, "Huh, you do have a little strength." Then he tried again, straining harder and harder until his face turned beet red. Ugh. RGGHH. NGHH. He peered left and right to see if Li Yuan was pulling some trick. But all he saw under Li Yuan's clothes was thick, iron-hard muscle, solid, full, and brimming with raw power. Realizing nothing was working, the teen went silent and summoned every ounce of strength he had. Still, Li Yuan's arm didn't budge, and Li Yuan himself sat there, casually upright and unmoved. Those who had been watching for a laugh began to sense something was off. The chatter faded as people realized something serious was happening. Those at the fringes of the crowd who couldn't see well kept asking, "Is it over yet?" At that moment, Li Yuan suddenly tightened his grip. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. The youth felt his hand clamped in a vice, pinned in place. Pain surged through him. He tried desperately to pull away, but Li Yuan wouldn't let go. Rage and terror flooded his eyes as he gasped, "Let go." It felt like his fingers were caught in an iron trap. The agony was overwhelming, and he let out a shrill, pig-like scream. "Let go, let go." Ah! Everyone jumped. The entire place fell silent, and all eyes darted to the stump. Then came a heavy thud, like a massive drumstick slamming into the crowd's hearts. Everyone froze in place, too startled to utter a word. Only the boy's wails broke the silence. Tears and snot streamed down his face as his arm lay crushed against the wooden block, swollen and unrecognizable. "Quit crying. It's not permanent." Li Yuan glanced down at him. He lifted his eyes and looked around. "Next. Who's up?" No one dared answer. Li Yuan's gaze landed on another teen who'd blocked his way before. "Weren't you the one who asked for 1.5 kilos of meat?" The boy's face went pale. Aye. Before he could finish, Li Yuan sprang up like a raging ape. In a single step, he closed the distance, seized the teen's right hand, and yanked him forward. Li Yuan gave a sharp tug. The teen felt as though he'd been slapped by a bear. He flew forward and landed right beside the stump. "Pipsqueak, I'm not wrestling anymore. You think you can just back out?" Li Yuan frowned. The teen looked up at the fearsome hunter. Li Yuan's fierce eyes, combined with the sight of the youth still rolling on the ground in agony, made him feel like he was staring at a man who had the raw power of a bear trapped in human skin. His bravado collapsed in an instant. I was wrong. I really don't want to do this anymore." "You did nothing wrong," Li Yuan countered. He had no intention of letting the kid off so easily. Strength alone was worthless if you didn't show people you were willing to use it. Today, he planned to teach the village a lesson. He had the right to bring home bigger prey, the right to eat more meat. Pipsqueak. "No, big bro, I'm sorry. I was wrong." The teen's legs started shaking. "In these parts, if you ruined your hand, your entire life could come crashing down." Li Yuan's expression remained calm. "Tell me exactly what you did wrong." The teen hesitated, too scared to speak. Li Yuan flexed his fingers. Please." The teen forced a grin, sounding nothing like his earlier self. "We just thought you were weak, so we tried to bully you into sharing. We didn't mean anything else. If we'd known you were so strong, we never would have dared." He mustered a flattering smile. "How'd you get so tough? Teach me? Let me tag along with you? My name's Xiaohu." Li Yuan let go of his hand. Xiaohu immediately spun around and glared at the bystanders. "What are you all staring at? You saw it, didn't you? My big bro isn't so easy to bully." Everyone hurriedly scattered, especially the so-called elders who had been trying to play the seniority card. They bolted in fear. Bullies only thrived when they were sure their target couldn't fight back. Once someone displayed strength, they would all run for cover. "Big bro," Xiaohu went on, "I've always looked up to real heroes. You look like one." Li Yuan asked, "Aren't you running with the Qian family?" Xiaohu shook his head. "Those lowlifes? No way. We were thinking of joining Bear, but he wanted nothing to do with a bunch of petty hooligans. If I had half your skills, my life wouldn't be such a mess." "You mean you and your friends?" Li Yuan pressed. "Yeah," Xiaohu said, "a few guys my age who hang out together." Suddenly Li Yuan asked, "Do you have any connections at the black market?" Xiaohu's eyes lit up. "I do. My cousin has a stall there. But he's a ranked martial artist now, and he won't get me involved. The black market's complicated. Every stall's got its own turf." Li Yuan nodded. "If you come by later, I'll give you 1.5 kilos of venison. No charge. But there's no need for you to tag along with me." With that, he slung his sack over his shoulder and headed home. He'd only gotten halfway back when he saw Yanyu in the distance, gripping a wooden laundry paddle. She was rushing over with a panicked look, obviously having heard he'd been cornered. In the eyes of the villagers, Li Yuan's sudden transformation was startling, like a timid rabbit turning into a hulking human bear overnight. In reality, he had only displayed a power level of roughly 3-4 on par with Bear. But in this village, 3-4 was already more than enough to hold on to his own catch and protect his right to enjoy his spoils. Still, just having meat wasn't enough. Li Yuan also wanted to make money by selling meat and pelts. The problem was, if he sold them to shady traders, who knew how much he'd be cheated out of. That was why, earlier, he had asked that young hooligan Xiaohu about the black market. Unfortunately, Xiaohu wasn't much help in that department. Even so, Li Yuan ended up learning 2 important things. One was that the black market was made up of stalls, and each stall was its own little territory. The second was that registered or rather ranked martial artists were allowed to set up shop in the black market. Li Yuan had dealt out punishment, then handed Xiaohu a kilo and a half of venison a carrot after the stick, making quite an impression. Now, Xiaohu might keep him updated on any black market news he picked up. Just as Li Yuan was turning these thoughts over in his mind, Yan Yu came hurtling toward him, brandishing a laundry paddle like a lone warrior rushing in to rescue a condemned man. She grew visibly calmer when she saw her husband was safe and sound. Li Yuan, if we lost the meat, it's fine. At least you're okay. Losing the meat wouldn't be fine, Li Yuan said, voice low. Yan Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. You want to run back there and fight for it? I heard you got cornered. I'm glad you're safe this time, but sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Let's go home first, okay? Sure, let's head home. Li Yuan exhaled slowly and then, with a small grin, added, not even an ounce of meat went missing. Once we're home, I'll make sure you get your fill. He gave the bulging sack a little shake. Look at this bag. Does it look like anything's missing? Yan Yu stared at the sack, baffled. Li Yuan didn't explain, only saying, we'll talk once we're back. Though she was puzzled, Yan Yu kept her laundry paddle in hand, standing guard by his side all the way home. Bore bow and arrow. Back home, Li Yuan untied the sack and hefted out a large roe deer. He dragged over a small wooden stool and settled down in the courtyard. Holding out a hand, he said, Yan Yu, bring me a knife. I'm going to gut and skin this thing right here. Seeing such a hefty deer, Yan Yu felt a rush of both joy and confusion. But at his words, she quickly protested, shouldn't we do this inside? The smell is going to be pretty strong, Li Yuan replied. You still want to sleep in there tonight, right? Yan Yu pursed her lips in curiosity, then finally stomped her foot and came closer. What exactly happened? How'd you manage to keep the meat when they tried to rob you? Li Yuan glanced at her. Because your husband suddenly got stronger, and now they're too scared to touch me. Seriously? You expect me to believe that? Yan Yu asked, doubtful. By tomorrow, you'll believe it, Li Yuan said confidently. Bore bow and arrow. Night fell. Whatever happened outside, Li Yuan paid it no mind. Tonight, he and Yan Yu feasted to their heart's content. They were short on seasonings and wine, but rendering the fat and sprinkling a little salt was all they needed to make the venison delicious. There was a faint gaminess to the meat, but for people who rarely ate meat anyway, it was nothing they couldn't handle, or even notice. Bore bow and arrow. Later that night, after a bout of lovemaking, Yan Yu lay limp as a rag doll, curled at Li Yuan's side. Her long, slender hands roamed over his body, pinching here and pressing there. In a drowsy, languid voice, she murmured, you really have bulked up. I guess I'm starting to believe you've gotten stronger. Suddenly, a thought seemed to occur to her. Wait, you actually mastered that technique. I told you before, Li Yuan replied. You didn't believe me. But we can't let anyone else find out, so keep it quiet. Yan Yu stiffened slightly. Although still struggling to wrap her head around it, she managed to say, do you really think I'm that naive? Li Yuan gently ran a hand down her shoulder. From now on, you'll have all the meat you want, anything other wives might have, I want you to have too. Yan Yu's body trembled with warmth, her heart flooding with sweetness. She'd once said something similar in the past, and now he was saying it back. Li Yuan, she whispered softly, snuggling closer. I really love you. Bore bow and arrow. Dawn arrived. When Li Yuan woke up, he was amazed to see the stat points he gained for the night had gone from 6 to 7. Could it be that happiness was boosting his stats? Yan Yu, he murmured, leaning in to give his lovely wife a light kiss. Half asleep, Yan Yu wriggled in closer like a child, wrapped herself around him, and mumbled, just a little longer. All right, let's get a bit more rest. Bore bow and arrow. By mid-morning, the two of them were up, sitting across from each other, ladling porridge to go with leftover venison when the sound of many footsteps reached them from afar. Yan Yu peered out the window and saw a crowd headed their way. On the left side, Qian was in the lead. On the right side stood Bear, and a few hooligans trailed behind, including that scrawny troublemaker from before. It was quite a procession. Stricken, Yan Yu nearly sprang up to lock the door. But as soon as she moved, Li Yuan's large hand came to rest on her shoulder. Don't worry. Stay inside. I'll handle this. With that, he walked to the wall, slung his sturdy bow over his back, and picked up his quiver. He casually emptied out the small stones that were inside, letting them clatter onto the bed, then stepped outside. Li Yuan made for the wicker gate. At the same time, the two groups and their hangers-on converged on the same spot. When he reached the gate, they halted. Sweeping his gaze over the youths, Li Yuan caught sight of Xiaohu. I told you to come get some meat. Why'd you bring all these people? Li Yuan noticed Xiaohu's downcast expression. Big bro, the youth said miserably, they came to me for information about you, and I. Before he could finish, Qian, who was leading one of the groups, let out a hearty laugh. Li Yuan, I clearly misjudged you? Who would have guessed you were a real hero all along? I'll skip the pleasantries and tell you outright. My big brother works as a steward at the fortune trading company. He took our 4th and 5th brothers with him, the 3rd wanted to be a hunter so didn't go, and I'm just used to a free and easy life. Listen, if you come with me, I guarantee I can recommend you to my big brother. Think about it. Once you join the trading company, it'll be a lot better than squatting here in this tiny village. Li Yuan took note. It was obvious that within a small settlement like Little Ink Village, both Bear and Qian were vying for local influence. Now that a new strong fighter like him had appeared, of course they were going to fight over him. Bear let out a cold snort. Don't listen to his nonsense. Have you forgotten what Qian-san tried to pull? Have you forgotten how Monk Pan died? It's true we haven't treated you so well in the past, but that changes now. You've got real skill. Come with me. There'll be good wine, good meat, and women if you want everything I've got, you get too. What could be better? Turning to Bear, Li Yuan inclined his head in a show of respect. Bear, I told you before I don't have big ambitions. I just want to hunt, live a quiet life, and spend my days in peace with my wife. That's all I've ever hoped for. Bear's face darkened. Qian stepped in with a smirk. Then you should come with me. Join the fortune trading company's caravans, and you'll be living the high life for sure. Li Yuan shook his head. Qian's smile froze. Then he said with a hint of menace in his voice, Li Yuan, you may be a tough one, but in Little Ink Village, you have to pick a side. If you're not siding with me, then you must be siding with him. Li Yuan shut his eyes for a moment, then strode forward. Both groups looked on in puzzlement as he stopped at a fork in the path, pointing toward 2 old poplar trees growing side by side. He picked up 2 pigeon egg-sized stones from the ground, placed each one on a branch in either poplar, and then stepped back. All right. I'll fire 2 arrows. If I miss the stone on the left tree, I'll go with Bear. If I miss the stone on the right tree, I'll go with Qian. Let heaven itself decide. Bear and Qian glanced at the poplars. The distance was well over 100 paces, and the stones were tiny. Hitting them would be no easy feat. Qian asked, what if you miss both? Then I'll shoot again, Li Yuan replied. We'll keep going until there's a clear result. But if I manage to hit both stones, that'll mean heaven wants me to stand with neither of you. Sound fair? Bear stood silent for a moment, then grunted his assent. Fine. If you can hit both at that range, I've got no more to say. Agreed, Qian added. Let heaven decide. Bore bow and arrow. Inside the house, Yan Yu was peering nervously through the window. Seeing 2 groups squabbling over her husband, she realized his talk last night had been genuine. Still, her heart pounded. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide, her hands clenched tight. Can he really do it? She wondered. Oh, Li Yuan, you'd better not miss. JL's thoughts. Creak, creak, cr crack. The wooden bow groaned as though it might snap at any moment. Li Yuan's arm muscles flexed and swelled as he drew back the bowstring, revealing just how much bigger and stronger he was than the average man, solid as iron, with no hint of weakness. Bear and Qian, who were both watching closely, couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension. That very morning, they had pried some information out of Xiaohu. They'd guessed that Li Yuan was a hidden powerhouse, and now, seeing him in action, they realized he was even more formidable than they'd imagined. Li Yuan released the first arrow with a sharp thrum. It streaked toward the left poplar tree. He didn't bother to watch its flight, only the distant shout from a bystander confirmed his aim. He hit it. He actually hit it. At this, Bear's face darkened, while Qian allowed himself a thin smile. If Li Yuan hit the stone on the left, that meant Bear was out of luck. Now only 2 outcomes remained. Either Li Yuan missed the stone on the right and went with Qian, or he hit both stones and helped neither side. Smirking, Qian called out, Li Yuan, you could always accidentally miss the second one. Come with me, and this very afternoon I'll bring you a beautiful concubine. You'll live like a king, 2 women by your side. He was upping the ante and trying to distract Li Yuan at the same time. But Li Yuan ignored him. His right hand deftly plucked a second arrow from the quiver, knocked it, drew back, and loosed with a whistle. Thwack! The arrow flashed across the sky, striking the tiny stone perched in the branches of the right poplar. A split second later, the stone went flying, and the arrow sailed on another dozen paces before dropping to the ground. Qian stood there, dumbfounded, as the air fell silent. Then Li Yuan's laughter broke the hush. Ha ha ha! Both shots landed. Guess the heavens have decided I won't be joining either of you. Left arm still lowered, Li Yuan stood with a quiet power. To the onlookers, this usually unremarkable youth now radiated an imposing energy, like a sheer mountainside looming overhead. His gaze swept over Bear and Qian. For a moment, they tried to meet his eyes, but neither could hold his stare. Bear was the first to speak. He broke into a hearty laugh and clapped his hands. Li Yuan, you really are something? I concede. With that, he waved a hand at his men. Let's go. And then he turned and strode away the same way he had come. Qian clicked his tongue at Li Yuan. In truth, he was quite satisfied with the outcome. He hadn't really expected Li Yuan to join the Qian family. His main goal had been to sabotage Bear's recruitment efforts. Now that it was done, he simply said, Li Yuan, farewell. The grand procession that had arrived so pompously dispersed just as quickly, disappearing without a trace in moments. Li Yuan lowered his bow. He had only shown about 30% of his true ability. This level of skill would make Bear think, if I'm in top form, I could do that too. This worked out perfectly. Bear wouldn't feel too threatened, yet would think twice before causing Li Yuan trouble. From now on, Li Yuan could bring home game openly without worrying about being harassed. He was about to turn back when Xiaohu and a few other youths came over, their faces filled with admiration. Big bro, your skill, today we finally witnessed the real deal, Xiaohu gushed, sounding downright eager to please. Li Yuan cut him off. I'll give you the meat first like I promised. Yes, of course. Xiaohu hunched his shoulders and followed Li Yuan. Spotting Yan Yu peering through the window, he hurried to bow and greet her, sis. He barely spoke the word before receiving a swift flick on the forehead. Li Yuan's eyes were cold. Who said you could call her that? Xiao Hu let out a bitter laugh. Big bro, please let us follow you. We're not just looking for free food. We've got some supplies stored at home. It's just that here in Little Ink Village, we're like stray cats and dogs. Sure, we cause some trouble, but we're nobodies. You're a real hero, and after seeing you show your skill just now, we're all convinced. Won't you be our boss? Whatever you tell us to do, we'll do. Li Yuan stared at him, then turned and walked back inside, returning moments later with a butcher knife. He sliced off a chunk of venison and tossed it to Xiao Hu. Catching it firmly in both hands, Xiao Hu heard Li Yuan say, "That's 1.5 kilos. Take it. If you find a way into the black market, come see me again. And next time you talk, use your head. There's already Bear and the Qian family in this village. If I take you all in, it'd look like I'm challenging them, wouldn't it?" Xiao Hu paused, at a loss for words. "Now leave," Li Yuan ordered. Xiao Hu took off in a hurry, carefully closing the wicker gate behind him on the way out. Bore bow and arrow. Li Yuan went back inside. Yan Yu had stepped away from the window and was now gazing at him with wide, wondering eyes, her hands twisting the hem of her blue dress in nervous excitement. He let out a big laugh and swept her into his arms. She gave him a gentle tap on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of reproach. "When did you get so amazing?" Li Yuan teased, "Back when you thought I'd lost my mind." Yan Yu fell silent. What was there to complain about? He hadn't kept any secrets from her, she just hadn't believed him. Yan Yu's initial surprise quickly turned into playful frustration. "So you're this skilled now? Great. Why don't you head out this afternoon and bring home a new concubine while you're at it?" she teased. "Not a chance," Li Yuan replied. "I'm more than content with just you." She blushed. Could you at least phrase that more nicely? Must you be so blunt?" Before Li Yuan crossed over, he'd been a butcher. Although he used to consider himself a bit of a literary type, becoming a butcher never turned him into some poetic soul who spouted flowery lines while wielding a cleaver. It mostly just left him feeling self-conscious at reunions. "I'm basically a rogue. How else am I supposed to talk?" She gave him a skeptical look. "A rogue? Since when? You never seemed that crude to me." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you don't know?" "Huh." She froze for a second, then her face went scarlet as she thought back to their more intimate moments. She slapped his arm gently. "You're terrible." Li Yuan let out a hearty laugh, then set her down. "Anyway, I've wasted enough time. I should head to the mountains. We still have plenty of venison left." "True, but I'd like to bag another roe deer today and sell it tomorrow." He picked up a hatchet. "We're running low on grain, remember." Yan Yu rolled her eyes. "You make it sound so easy, like all the game in Little Ink Mountain are your personal livestock." "They basically are," Li Yuan answered matter-of-factly, leaving her staring after him in disbelief. Bore bow and arrow. That evening, he returned under Yan Yu's odd gaze, another roe deer slung over his shoulder. By then, a light snow had begun to fall. Li Yuan tossed the deer into a corner of the yard. It wouldn't spoil overnight in such cold weather. After the two of them bathed, they cuddled under the covers. Later, lying comfortably in his arms, Yan Yu whispered her nightly musings. "Li Yuan, Fenger came by to apologize today. She said she shouldn't have spoken about you like that the other day. And I ran into a lot of people who suddenly seemed eager to chat. But I only really talked to Auntie Wang. I told her you've got venison to sell, and she said she'd ask her husband to check with the restaurant in town tomorrow. If they'll buy, we'll get a much better price than selling it to the grain merchants." Li Yuan nodded. "That's fine by me. Let Uncle Wang see if they're interested. Either way, I've got to sell this roe deer tomorrow or it won't be fresh." Bore bow and arrow. It snowed all through the night. By morning, the snowdrifts were knee-deep. Yan Yu stood at the door, helping support the weight of the roe deer on Li Yuan's back. She breathed out a cloud of white steam. "Come home soon, all right." He nodded, bow slung over one shoulder and deer over the other, trudging off through the thick snow with heavy but determined steps. The world outside was blanketed in white, pure, and still. Hardly anyone was out and about, and the usual bustle had faded into quiet. Li Yuan slung his bag over his shoulder and trudged through the snow to the grain store. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he noticed the sign read 4 Rivers Trading. As he stepped inside, he found the place in a bit of a commotion. Who knew what had happened? A man blocked his way. "What do you want?" "I'm here to sell meat. Are you buying?" "Open it up," the man said. Li Yuan set down his sack and opened it. The man peered inside and saw a whole roe deer. His brow furrowed, and after a moment of thought, he asked, "You're Li Yuan, right?" "That's me." A grin spread over the man's face. You've certainly made a name for yourself these past few days." Li Yuan gave a helpless smile. "Just doing what I can to hang on to my catch and feed my family." Sizing up Li Yuan's broad frame, the man introduced himself. "I'm Zhao Feng, in charge of this grain store." Li Yuan glanced over him and noticed that, above Zhao Feng's head, he seemed to measure 2'3", clearly someone who hadn't officially ranked up but was already stronger than your average person. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Li Yuan said politely. "I'll give you the county rate for your roe deer," Zhao Feng said. "No funny business. Thank you. I appreciate it." Zhao Feng called for someone in the back, and a worker came to weigh the deer. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng turned back to Li Yuan. "I hear you're quite the fighter, especially with a bow. Interested in joining 4 Rivers Trading?" Seeing Li Yuan about to speak, Zhao Feng lifted a hand. Let me finish first. He smacked his lips, paced a few steps with his hands behind his back, then stopped and fixed his gaze on Li Yuan. I'll be frank. In a few days, we'll be pulling out of Jamil County. Why? Li Yuan asked, curious. Lowering his voice, Zhao Feng said, the Red Lotus rebels have risen up. Jamil County is way too close to the danger zone, so we have to withdraw. The guild is recruiting strong fighters to travel with us. Interested in coming along? Li Yuan hesitated. By the time someone brought out his payment for the deer, he finally replied, let me think it over at home. He really didn't want to commit right away. He barely knew Zhao Feng. They'd only just met. Could he really be trusted? Besides, in these chaotic times, working as a guard for a merchant guild could be risky. The guild would be constantly on the move, and roving bandits or even the Red Lotus rebels were sure to target them. All right, Zhao Feng said. If you make up your mind within 3 days, come back here and let me know. The roe deer weighed in at 15 kilograms, and the people from Four Rivers Trading handed Li Yuan 36 large copper coins for it. Right there on the spot, he spent 13 large coins on 15 kilograms of millet and 5 kilograms of beans, packing them into 2 separate bags. Then he used another 5 coins to buy 500 grams of salt, another 5 went toward a small bag of sugar crystals and some candles. That left him with 13 coins remaining. In these times, salt and sugar were luxuries. Being able to bring so much back home was enough to make Li Yuan feel quite satisfied. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng, watching him stock up on provisions, couldn't help but look displeased. Clearly, Li Yuan was planning to stay put rather than accompany him. After some hesitation, Zhao Feng spotted Li Yuan's figure receding into the snowy distance and dashed out to catch him. Wait, wait, he called, trudging through the drifts. Li Yuan stopped politely. What is it? Zhao Feng said, Li Yuan, let me be straight with you. If you join Four Rivers Trading, you'll be following me under the third Mrs. leadership. She's been suppressed by others in the guild, but she's got real talent. She's bound to climb up the ranks sooner or later. If you follow her now, once she truly takes over, you'll be one of the main contributors. You'll reap plenty of benefits. Those words only confirmed Li Yuan's misgivings. Sure enough, any sizable faction had internal cliques, each vying for power. With the chaos outside, they were still locked in their own infighting. And Zhao Feng, who wasn't even officially ranked, likely had little clout in the guild anyway. If he did, he wouldn't be stuck selling grain in a tiny village like this. Thank you. Once I'm home, I'll think it over carefully. If I decide to join Four Rivers within 3 days, I'll come find you here. Right. That's right. Zhao Feng said. I'll be waiting for the good news. Li Yuan nodded and headed off again with his bags of supplies. Bow and arrow. Snow fell thick and fast, whiting out the landscape. In the endless expanse of white, there weren't many footprints or signs of life. Step by heavy step, Li Yuan made his way back to the small house, finally reaching the eaves. He dropped his sack and brushed off the clumps of snow. Yan Yu, who had been listening for his return, opened the door and burst into laughter when she saw him covered in white. You look like a little old man. She turned to fetch hot water so he could wash up, but only took 2 steps before he reached out and seized her hand. With a tug, Yan Yu let out a startled cry, spinning out from the doorway in a swirl of her blue blouse. Li Yuan pulled her into his arms and twirled her around in the snow. They made several turns before stopping. Yan Yu, far from protesting, simply tightened her arms around his waist. He held her close, and there they stood, pressed together under the falling snow. Knee-deep drifts blanketed the courtyard, and goose feather flakes still cascaded from the sky. Before long, both their hair and lashes were frosted pure white. Yan Yu giggled. What's this all about? Li Yuan brushed a bit of snow from her hair. Your hair's turned white too. She arched an eyebrow playfully. Well, maybe it's a good omen. Maybe heaven is telling us we'll grow old together. Growing old together. What a fairytale dream in times like these. Li Yuan suddenly remembered his own eternal youth and went quiet for a moment. Then he hugged his wife tighter. I bought you some sugar. Sugar. Yan Yu's face lit up with delight. Scooping her into his arms, Li Yuan carried her back inside. Bow and arrow. That night, they lay side by side, exchanging quiet words before sleep. When I went to Four Rivers Trading, I heard they'll be pulling out in 3 days. What's going on? They said the Red Lotus rebels have risen up. Red Lotus rebels? Don't you mean the Red Lotus cult? I've heard a little about them, can't remember who told me. Red Lotus cult. Li Yuan dug around in his memories but came up blank. The former Li Yuan also hadn't had much contact with outside news. Yan Yu explained, there's been famine and disasters down south, and that's when the Red Lotus cult stepped in. Rumor says their cult leader can turn rune water into food. If you drink just 1 bowl, you won't feel hungry for the whole day. Desperate refugees flocked to him and even set up altars with his image at home, worshipping him like a living god. A single bowl that keeps you full all day. Li Yuan let out a cold laugh. But then a more pressing concern struck him. If the Red Lotus rebels really do sweep through, the local authorities might start conscripting soldiers. That could be an issue. I'll be forced to go fight. He fell silent, torn. Should we leave with Zhao Feng? No, life on the road as a merchant guard in these chaotic times is hardly safer either. We'd be wandering around with the perfect target on our backs. Merchant caravans drew outlaws and rebels alike, all hungry for plunder. Eventually, Li Yuan spoke up, voice serious. Yan Yu, I need to tell you something. What is it? She asked, surprised by his tone. He leaned in and whispered by her ear, if we hear word that the Red Lotus rebels are coming for the county seat, I'll hide out in the mountains for a while, then sneak back at night. Huh. It took her a moment to process, and then she lowered her voice. Won't that be dangerous? And are you sure you'll be safe in the mountains? Li Yuan shook his head. They won't find me. Bore bow and arrow. Time slipped by. 3 days later, Zhao Feng never saw Li Yuan and never showed up at his door. He simply left the village with his people. Li Yuan carried on hunting as usual. Meanwhile, Uncle Wang had indeed found an opportunity through the local restaurant. That newly opened channel meant Li Yuan now had a direct buyer for his game, and the restaurant was happy to purchase fresh meat straight from the source. Uncle Wang was an honest type, and Li Yuan's catches were in excellent condition, so the restaurant was more than willing to strike a deal. Bore bow and arrow. 9 days went by in a flash. During this time, Li Yuan kept a deliberately low profile in Little Ink Village. One day, he even scraped his skin with a stone, claiming he'd been attacked by a wild bear. He put on a show of terror, which caused his reputation to plummet. Over the following days, he returned home later and later, catching smaller and smaller prey each time. On the 9th day, he came back empty-handed, muttering that he hadn't caught a single thing. When Bear heard the news, he threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. Fenger, who had ended up sharing his bed, snuggled closer and crooned, Bear, you really are incredible. Li Yuan can't hold a candle to you. Bear smirked. He's not so bad. Fenger pressed him coyly, so, when are you going to marry me? Soon, soon, Bear murmured. Elsewhere, Qian also gave a snide laugh when he heard Li Yuan had come back empty-handed. Bore bow and arrow. 5 more days passed. Suddenly, all of Jamil County seemed to erupt. Government bailiffs were racing through every street and alley, forcing men to join the military in order to fight off the incoming threat. The Red Lotus rebels are at our gates. Time to defend our homes. Don't argue. This isn't a matter of volunteering. Everyone has to go. 2 men in your household? Draw lots. One of them's coming with us. Only 1 man in the family? Then he goes, no exceptions. Move it? What's all the fuss? Don't tell me you're in league with the rebels. Let's go. All at once, people were distraught, families torn apart, husbands separated from wives, children losing fathers, heartbreak filled every corner. Bore bow and arrow. In Little Ink Village, Bear was dozing with Fenger in his arms when someone started pounding on the door. Who is it? He growled. Fenger snapped, don't you know Bear's resting? Can't you read the room? Before the words were out of her mouth. Bam! The door was kicked in. A bailiff took one look inside and asked, Lu Ergu, right? Bear froze. Seeing the fierce-looking bailiff, he lowered his head, avoiding Fenger's gaze. Quietly, he admitted, yes. Conscription, the bailiff snapped. Put some clothes on and come with us. Bore bow and arrow. Meanwhile, at the Qian residence, the gates were shoved open. Qian was in the midst of eating and drinking with a group of local thugs when the bailiff rushed in. Qian gaped. What are you? The bailiff cut him off. So this is where everyone's been hiding. Great. You're all drafted. Qian hastily fished out 2 pieces of silver and tried to slip them into the man's hand. I'm a good friend of Lieutenant Liu. Maybe we can work something out. But the bailiff slapped the silver aside. Lieutenant Liu isn't in charge here anymore. On your feet, move. Behind him stood an escort in plain clothes, leaning against the doorframe with a blade in his arms, watching impassively. When a few of the thugs tried to argue, the plainclothes escort sprang into action like an eagle after prey, slamming them to the floor in a matter of seconds. None of them dared fight back again. Papa? 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 Nuo? Don't go. Outside Auntie Wang's home, 2 little ones were bawling their eyes out, tears rolling down their red, frozen cheeks, looking utterly pitiful. Uncle Wang, meanwhile, had been conscripted and was trailing silently behind the bailiff. The county needed 5,000 new recruits, all taken from the poorer villages without mercy. The bailiffs showed no hesitation in dragging people off. Uncle Wang, a quiet and honest man, was holding back his grief and anger, but he didn't dare look back. Auntie Wang followed at a distance, trembling as she held out the family's meager savings to the bailiff, forcing a smile. Sir, our family depends on him. Can't you make an exception? The bailiff dismissed her with a wave. Go back, go back. Which family isn't like that? Auntie Wang struggled to keep smiling, her eyes pleading. But the children are still so young. The bailiff retorted, isn't that what you're here for? Another bailiff snapped, stop wasting time. Move. Auntie Wang tried again, but the other bailiff impatiently reached for the hilt of his blade and slammed a hand on it, glaring fiercely. She went pale with fright. The 2 little ones behind her were so terrified they stopped crying. That was when Uncle Wang turned and said, go home. Take care of the kids. Husband, Auntie Wang knew it was hopeless. She began to cry, rubbed her eyes, and choked out, take care. Life and death could come at any moment. Who knew if they would ever see each other again? Once a man was taken to fight, it was as if he were already gone. After Uncle Wang left, Auntie Wang clutched her children and broke down in tears. Bore bow and arrow. One of the bailiffs headed next door, roster in hand, and shouted, Li Yuan, come out. Yan Yu hurried out, her face pale and puffy with makeup. She looked haggard with her eyes red like peaches from crying. The bailiff, uninterested in her looks, didn't bother with a second glance. Impatiently, he asked, "Where's Li Yuan?" Yenyu's lips quivered. She tried to speak but only managed a strangled sob. She lowered her head, wiping away tears as muffled cries slipped out. Growing irritated, the bailiff barked, "What's going on?" Yenyu took several gulping breaths, trying to contain her grief. My husband went up the mountain the day before yesterday and still hasn't come back." Suddenly, her tearful eyes lit up with hope. "Bailiff, please. Please be kind and help me look for him in the mountains. I'm begging you." The bailiff gripped the hilt of his blade and glared at her, forcing Yenyu to stop in her tracks. He exchanged a few words with the bailiff next to him, then sneered. Maybe he ran off to the mountains to dodge the draft. Yenyu froze in fright. "No, never. 2 days ago, you weren't even here yet. How could he have known about this?" The bailiff continued menacingly, "Desertion is punishable by death. If you know anything and don't report it, you'll share his fate. Think carefully." Yenyu shook her head over and over, babbling in panic. He didn't know about the draft. He really didn't. The first bailiff glanced at his partner, who nodded, then went around asking the other conscripts. He returned shortly. "Seems she's telling the truth. That Li Yuan is a skilled hunter, roams the mountains on his own. Got roughed up by a bear a few days back, tore off a big chunk of skin on his leg. It snowed the day before yesterday, and after he went up the mountain, he never came back. People say he might have died up there." The bailiff gave a curt nod, shoved Yenyu aside, and searched her house. Finding no one, he continued on to the next home. Yenyu collapsed to the ground, weeping. After a long moment, she propped herself up against the fence and dragged herself back inside. The instant she was in, she shut the door tightly, gently pressing the spot on her chest bound tight by cloth. She turned her head. Outside the window, the mountains lay blanketed in white. In such harsh, freezing weather, there wasn't a bird in sight. Who knew if he was still alive out there? Bore bow and arrow. Whoosh, swish, howl. The mountains looked like frozen slabs of meat, and the wind slashed like a blade, scraping away layers of snow and ice in its path. Beyond the second ridge, Li Yuan trudged forward, wrapped in a cloak made of deerskin, left arm raised to shield himself from the swirling snow, right hand gripping a cold hatchet with all his strength. Against the vast white backdrop, he kept a firm grasp on his blade as he pushed on. Thanks to the 910 base combat power of his body, even without proper training, he could chop down the wild boar, bear, or tiger lurking in these mountains, relying on brute strength alone. Li Yuan had powerful vitality and had already reached the level of a ranked martial artist. Coupled with the warmth of his deerskin cloak, it was possible for him to survive even in such harsh wilderness. Over the past few days, Yenyu had been quietly gathering information about the Red Lotus rebels. When she learned they might head toward Jamil County, Li Yuan decided without hesitation to hide in the mountains. If the rumor turned out to be false, he'd stay in hiding for a few days, then come back. If it proved true, he would avoid conscription. Sure enough, it was true. Early that morning, Li Yuan heard chaotic noises from the direction of Little Ink Village. He knew right away he'd guessed correctly. The authorities were really rounding people up to fight the rebels. Had he stayed home, they'd have dragged him off for sure. His heart, which had been pounding in his chest, finally slowed. He let out a long sigh. Yes, hiding in the mountains to dodge the draft meant risking the death penalty, but it was still better than marching off to fight with no way out. It was a close call. He glanced over his own status. He had saved up a total of 145 stat points. And ever since he and Yenyu grew closer, he'd been earning 7 stat points every day. It had been 20 days since he last allocated any. Starting today, I have to sneak home each night. If I'm discovered, I'll have only 2 options. Silence them, or run away with Yenyu. Well then, I'd better give it everything I've got. Focusing on the plus sign next to advanced tracking, Li Yuan tapped it 40 times. With each point spent, a flood of memories filled his mind. He experienced days of relentless practice. He crawled through tall grass to track a beast, ignoring the sting of mosquitoes and the itch tormenting his body. He covered vast distances without sleep to gather intel on an enemy, only to approach with painstaking caution once he got close. Over and over, he pushed himself in real combat, reflecting on his weaknesses and fine-tuning his skills. Finally, one day, his perseverance paid off. He had a sudden moment of clarity. His tracking ability took another leap forward, entering a whole new stage. A wealth of experience flooded his mind, and subtle changes began to ripple through his muscles and nerves. His sensitivity to his surroundings sharpened, and he grew even better at concealing his presence. Advanced tracking, 0/40, new, expert tracking, 0/80. Li Yuan glanced at his status window. He still had 105 stat points remaining. After thinking it over, he decided to spend them all at once. After all, no one could be allowed to discover that he returned to the village in secret each night. Maybe he could hide for 1 or 2 evenings, but if this dragged on, could he really keep it up? It's still not enough. If anything goes wrong, it'll be too late for regrets. I have to be absolutely sure. Let's keep going. Li Yuan once again tapped the plus sign 80 times in a row. A new set of memories poured into his head. He'd already been an expert in tracking, but no matter how hard he tried on his own, he couldn't break through any further. He'd heard rumors of even more advanced forms of tracking, but that was supposedly beyond the reach of a mere novice martial warrior like him. Yet one day, fortune smiled upon him. An old man whose face seemed shrouded in mist offered him a few words of guidance. In that instant, Li Yuan understood. His long-stalled bottleneck finally gave way. He broke through. He grew stronger. He could now track beasts and enemies with ease and slip into every home in the village unnoticed. He was practically invisible, adept at every trick for hiding movement and masking his aura. Li Yuan glanced over his own stats again. His overall combat strength remained the same, clearly because it only measured fighting ability, while tracking was more of a soft skill. Still, his status screen had changed. His tracking skill was now at the master level. Night fell. The massive draft roundup had finally ended. Some families wailed, some families mourned. There were gray-haired parents sending off their children, couples torn apart by tragedy. All of Little Ink Village sank into a heavy silence. Yan Yu blew out the candles early and stood guard by the back door, peeking outside from time to time, her heart full of worry and hope. Her eyes were puffy and red, not just for show. The entire village was in mourning. Who wouldn't be broken-hearted under such circumstances? Around midnight, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared at the back door. A hand rose and knocked 6 times in a pattern of light, light, heavy, heavy, light, and heavy. Yan Yu leaned in, and a voice came from outside. "It's me." She recognized it immediately and, overjoyed, rushed to open the door. She pulled the man in with a tight embrace, her hands roaming restlessly as if starved for his touch. Only after a good while did the commotion in the room settle. Li Yuan said quietly, "Aren't you bothered by the smell?" "I don't smell anything," Yan Yu answered softly, her voice gentle and weak, but she held on to him as though letting go would mean losing him forever. After a light sigh, she finally let go and murmured, "I'll get some water ready so you can wash up." "Better not. If the neighbors see smoke, they might get suspicious," Li Yuan replied. "Besides, I already washed in a mountain spring. But I could use a bit of soap and a change of clothes for when I head back." "A mountain spring?" Yan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "In this weather? Aren't you afraid you'll freeze to death?" Li Yuan laughed. "Your man's as tough as an ox. There's no freezing me." She rolled her eyes and pinched his arm playfully, pouting, "No wonder you have so much stamina." Then she sighed and rested her head on his chest, whispering, "So many men have been taken away, Uncle Wang, Qian Bear, even that Xiaohu. Almost all the able-bodied men in the village are gone." "Li Yuan, do you think they'll survive fighting the Red Lotus rebels and come back home?" Li Yuan was silent for a long moment. Before crossing over to this world, he hadn't studied much history, but he had at least watched enough historical dramas to know that peasant uprisings often marked the beginning of chaotic times. He thought of Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, the Yellow Turbans, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. When the world truly descended into chaos, order would collapse, and human life became as worthless as weeds. Right now, hearing about people starving or selling their children in this village might sound shocking, but in the grander scheme of things, it was just a small taste of what was to come. By then, the world would no longer be for the living. It would be hell on earth. "Li Yuan," Yan Yu said softly, "do you really think none of them will make it back? I mean, Qian is one thing, but there are so many good men in the village, are they all just going to die?" Li Yuan felt a heaviness in his chest. He thought to himself, "Maybe once things settle down, I can save up enough silver and move us somewhere near Silver Creek. Maybe life would be better there. Or maybe we should retreat deep into the mountains, and I'll carve out a peaceful haven for us, far away from the chaos." He hugged his wife close and tried to console her. "Whether they live or die isn't up to us. It's all in the hands of fate." Yan Yu choked up, tears welling in her eyes. "Thank goodness you didn't go. Thank goodness. Promise me you'll take care of yourself up in the mountains. If it's too risky to come back at night, don't force it." Li Yuan nodded. "I know. Listen, stash our grain in a safe place. Only bring out a little at a time so no one realizes how much we have. And if you see someone so desperate you feel like giving them some grain, think carefully. You could end up bringing trouble on yourself." Yan Yu closed her eyes and pressed her cheek to his chest. "Your wife isn't foolish," she murmured. Bore bow and arrow. In the early hours, before dawn, Li Yuan slipped out of bed, gathered his pack, quietly opened the back door, and vanished into the mist like a ghost. It weighed on him that he couldn't stay in his own home, forced instead to hide in the wilderness. But there was no alternative. He made his way back up the mountain, heading deeper into the second ridge, where he found a cave beside a spring and settled in. Not long after, the sun rose, bathing the slopes in golden light. Carrying his old clothes and a bit of soap, he washed his laundry by the spring. Spotting a few 01s in the water some fish, it seemed he deftly stabbed at them with an arrow. A quick pull later, a fish was flopping in his hand. He spread his wet clothes over a rock outside the cave, laying them flat to dry in the sun. By day's end, they'd be mostly done. Finally, he gathered firewood along the way, lit a small campfire at the mouth of the cave, and began roasting the fish over the open flame. After finishing his fish, Li Yuan leaned back against the rock wall, staring off into the distance. Before long, boredom set in. He briefly toyed with the idea of disguising himself and heading into town for a little fun. But that was too dangerous. If anyone recognized him, he'd be as good as dead. Still, he needed something to occupy his time. Maybe I should explore deeper into the mountains? If I find a good spot, I could bring Yan Yu here and build a refuge. We'll wait things out until the chaos passes. It would be just like the tale of the peach blossom spring one after all. Those villagers once said their ancestors had fled the Qin dynasty's upheaval and stumbled upon their hidden haven. If it worked for them, why not for him? Chasing powerful cultivation techniques was tempting, but if they required gambling his life or taking insane risks, was it really worth it? If he stayed hidden long enough, his daily stat points would accumulate, allowing him to boost any skill to mastery the moment he emerged. That beat living in constant fear. Enthusiasm sparked in his chest, and his heart thumped. All right, Li Yuan muttered, jumping to his feet and clenching his fists. Let's head deeper into Little Ink Mountain today. He grabbed his bow and hatchet and began trekking north. He knew this area fairly well, at least up to the narrow pass ahead. But now he planned to push through that pass and see what the third ridge looked like beyond the second ridge. By midday, he stumbled through the pass into an expansive wild forest, all drab yellows and browns. Come spring or summer, it might look completely different. Not a single trail, Li Yuan grumbled, hacking away at dangling vines and overgrown branches with his hatchet. He could see nothing but more trees and more scrub ahead, no end in sight. As he pressed on, faint numbers like 01 or 12 flickered in his peripheral vision more often than they had in the second ridge, likely representing small wildlife. Well, at least there's no shortage of meat here, Li Yuan mused. If I plant some vegetables later, we'd be set. But this is still too close to the outside. I should keep going and scout farther in. Time slipped into the evening before he finally decided to head back. He'd spent the entire afternoon on the move, scouting the area. Thanks to his improved tracking and his ability to gauge combat power, he avoided any run-ins with dangerous beasts. As long as he didn't provoke them, they left him alone. By sunset, the sky was blood red, and a strange, bone-chilling wind cut through the mountains like a knife. Li Yuan picked up his pace, half running, half walking back to his cave. The moon was already high by the time he returned, bathing the land in silvery light. He lit a campfire, then hurried to the nearby spring for a quick, teeth-chattering rinse, snatching a few fish from the water while he was at it. Afterward, he slipped back into the clothes he'd dried earlier and perched on a large rock, roasting fish over the flames. As he waited, he mentally reviewed the terrain he'd seen in the third ridge that day. So far, I haven't found a suitable spot, he thought. Tomorrow, I'll set out earlier and push deeper. That might lead me somewhere better. Just then, Li Yuan felt a sudden gust of foul wind sweeping in from afar. Instinct took over. His left hand flipped up, grabbing his crude bow, while his right hand dropped the half-roasted fish and snatched an arrow from its quiver. He drew back the bowstring in one smooth motion, the firelight catching the arrow's tip as it pointed toward the edge of the illuminated clearing. Eyes narrowed, Li Yuan peered into the darkness. That was when he saw it, a flickering 5-8 approaching. Out of the night emerged the outline of a white-forward tiger, slinking across the ground. It had been charging forward at full speed, but upon nearing the firelight, it suddenly halted and slowly backed up a few steps before flattening itself against the ground. Li Yuan almost loosed his arrow right then, but something made him hesitate. He nudged the roasted fish with the tip of his boot, sending it flying through the air to land near the fire's perimeter. The tiger stayed where it was, not moving a muscle. Li Yuan lowered his bow slightly and softened his breathing. Then the tiger rose, padded forward a few paces, seized the fish in its jaws, and wheeled around to dash back into the darkness. You can read more about the tale on Wikipedia. 5 days later, Li Yuan was gradually getting used to this grueling routine of heading home at midnight and leaving again before dawn. In a strange twist, spending less time with Yan Yu only made them cling to each other more. She never tired of having him close, whispering to him in the dark. I heard that the provincial authorities have dispatched troops to suppress the Red Lotus rebels. Meanwhile, our Jamil County magistrate is still waiting to see how things unfold. That means Uncle Wang and the others are safe for now. They can't come home, of course. They're stuck training in the barracks. But otherwise, they're unharmed. Auntie Wang nearly burst with joy when she heard the news. She pulled me aside and chattered on for ages. If we'd known things would work out like this, maybe you wouldn't have needed to hide up in the mountains. But Li Yuan just shook his head. Who can predict what lies ahead? Whether the government forces can really suppress the Red Lotus rebels is uncertain, whether our county's troops will have to go to battle is uncertain, and whether the magistrate will change his mind is also uncertain. On the battlefield, spears and arrows don't discriminate. Once you're there, your life is no longer your own. Hiding in the mountains early on might have been the wisest choice. Yan Yu sighed. You're right. But it's so tiring and risky for you to sneak back and forth every night. Li Yuan wrapped an arm around her. For you, it doesn't feel tiring at all. She froze for a moment, then gently tapped his chest with a small fist. You're such a tease, she said, her tone scolding but her eyes full of happiness. After that brief moment of joy came a hint of worry. How about this? Maybe you could come home injured. Tell everyone you were chased by a wild beast in the mountains and got lost, and barely made it out alive. Then you'd be stuck at home nursing your wounds, and you wouldn't have to go to the barracks. Li Yuan shook his head. It's too early to make that call. Then a sudden thought struck him. If I do find a perfect place deep in the mountains, would you join me there? To live in seclusion and wait out this storm? Yan Yu froze, her gaze drifting for a moment. Then, tracing idle circles on his chest with a fingertip, she gave a quiet sigh. I'm your wife. Wherever you go, I go. Bore bow and arrow. They talked late into the night, until Li Yuan realized he had to hurry back. He pulled on his clothes and slipped off into the darkness. Back in the mountains, he lit the small fire in his cave and leaned against the rocky wall, catching some extra rest. Since this part of the range was so remote, no one would notice the faint wisp of smoke rising into the night, unless they, too, ventured all the way into the second ridge. For the time being, Li Yuan halted his explorations. Given how far he could travel on foot, there was only so deep into the third ridge he could go, so he decided to pause. Maybe in a couple of days, I'll talk to Yenyu, he mused to himself. I'll let her know I won't be coming back for a night or two. That way, I can go farther into scout. Boar bow and arrow. Come midday, Li Yuan decided to change up his menu. Instead of fish, he hunted a wild hare and a pheasant. With practiced skill, he slit them open, removed the innards, plucked or skinned them, and washed everything clean by the creek. Then he set each one on a spit over the fire. Fat sizzled and dripped onto the flames, causing them to flare up and die down in quick bursts. Just then, he heard something rushing toward him from the distance, branches and shrubs rustling as something large barreled through. Li Yuan didn't look up, he already knew it was that tiger again. Over the last few days, it had been coming by each day. At first, they were both on edge. Gradually, though, they'd settled into an uneasy truce, each stayed on their own side, and neither tried to provoke the other. A beast like a tiger, especially one living deep in the mountains, had highly refined instincts. Likely, it sensed something fearsome in Li Yuan that kept it from attacking. And each time it showed up, Li Yuan tossed it some food, which tasted better than whatever the tiger hunted on its own, so it kept returning. Sure enough, a few moments later, the white-browed tiger padded closer. Its silhouette emerged from the shadowy brush, tall grass parting around it. This time, it didn't crouch right away. Instead, it tried edging closer to Li Yuan. As soon as it took 2 steps forward, Li Yuan sprang to his feet, the sudden movement like oil exploding in a fire. With a loud stomp, he planted both feet. Snatching up his longbow, his face twisted in a fierce scowl, radiating a terrifying aura. His eyes narrowed, practically crackling with power. This wasn't some mystical killer intent. It was rooted in 2 things, strength and experience with taking lives. The more you killed, the more you came to view life and death as a matter of a single blade's edge, seeing bodies as little more than fresh meat. In this new world, Li Yuan hadn't killed much yet. But in his previous life, he'd been a butcher, slaughtering countless pigs on a daily basis. Sensing the sudden surge of danger, the tiger bristled and let out a low snarl, pawing the ground as though it might lunge. Li Yuan refused to back down, stepping forward aggressively. The tiger tensed, about to leap. So Li Yuan drew back his bowstring. The bowstring grew taut, letting out a sharp creak, radiating danger. The tiger halted, then after a few tense seconds, it slowly sank to its belly and inched backward, returning to the invisible boundary between them. Only then did Li Yuan lower his bow, letting his killing aura recede. He walked back to the campfire and resumed roasting his meat, keeping one eye on the 5-8 floating by the tiger and another on his own 9-10. If he picked up his hatchet, that figure became 10-11, and if he grabbed his crude bow, it jumped to 24-25. In either case, he far outmatched the tiger, which explained his composure. Otherwise, he'd have run long ago. It felt oddly surreal, like losing your way in a safari park, coming face to face with a tiger, and discovering you were stronger than it. Instead of cowering in fear, you were the one scaring the tiger off. Right now, Li Yuan had a specific goal in mind. He wanted to tame this tiger. Back in his old world, that might have sounded absurd. But here, anything was possible. He still remembered how Qian-san, Bear, Zhongnulit, and Ugly Zhong boosted their overall combat power by keeping hunting dogs. It suggested that, in this world, beasts could become part of one's power. Since the tiger clearly posed no threat to him, Li Yuan figured he might as well give taming a shot. In the memories he inherited from this body's original owner, there was no method for taming tigers. But there was a way to train dogs. In a nutshell, it relied on 2 things. One was instilling specific prey sense in the dog. For instance, letting it eat hare, pheasant, or venison so that when it ventured into the woods and caught a whiff of those animals, it would automatically chase them down. The second was reinforcing good behaviors and discouraging bad ones. If the dog realized certain actions led to rewards while others led to punishment, it would start obeying commands. Over time, even specific gestures could be used to communicate orders. But that first approach wouldn't really apply to a tiger. Out here, this beast had already eaten practically everything, likely including humans. If it sensed prey, it just chased and attacked, no questions asked. That left option 2 as Li Yuan's best bet for taming the tiger. He didn't hold out much hope for success. This was mostly a way to keep his days from dragging on in boredom. Sizzle, sizzle. By now, the pheasant and hare were fully roasted. Li Yuan took a small paper packet from inside his clothes, pinched out a bit of salt, and sprinkled it over the meat. He leaned in and took a whiff. It smelled a little gamey, but the aroma was irresistible. Not far away, the crouching tiger kept glancing over. As Li Yuan reached for the roasted hare, the tiger shot up, trying to cross their invisible boundary to snatch the food. The moment it moved, Li Yuan sprang to his feet, bow in hand, his fierce aura spreading like wildfire. The tiger let out a low growl. Li Yuan didn't budge. They stared each other down for a few seconds until the tiger lowered itself again, returning to its spot. After a few rounds of this, even as Li Yuan started eating his roast hare, the tiger only licked its chops but didn't dare creep closer. That was when Li Yuan casually tore off a piece of the hare, took 2 bites, then tossed the rest far away. With lightning speed, the tiger pounced on the flying hunk of meat, snatching it in its jaws. After devouring that, it fixed its gaze on the roasted pheasant still in Li Yuan's hand. But Li Yuan made a point of eating the pheasant himself, right in front of the tiger. Several times, the tiger tried to inch forward again, but each time it so much as twitched, Li Yuan reached for his bow. The moment the bow creaked, the tiger would freeze on the spot. It repeated this little dance a few times, then seemed to decide on a different tactic. Circling around, it looked for another angle to attack. Right then, Li Yuan suddenly fired his crude bow with an explosive thwack. A cold flash streaked through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle of displaced wind. The arrow pierced clean through the trunk of a nearby tree as if it were soft mud. Thunk! The arrow buried itself in the wood. The tiger stopped dead in its tracks, staring at the arrow jutting out of the tree. Without hesitation, it spun on its heels and bolted into the darkness. 6 more days slipped by in a flash. During this time, Li Yuan took 2 days off to venture deep into the third ridge of Little Ink Mountain. He extended his usual half-day exploration range to a day and a half. Though he moved slowly to avoid getting lost, he managed to map out a much broader area. Yet after this latest excursion, he couldn't help feeling a bit disillusioned. People always say you should go out and see the world. But once you actually do, you might realize there's not much point in traveling so far. Trudging back from the rugged depths of the wilderness, Li Yuan suddenly felt that living in seclusion wasn't all it was cracked up to be. A place with no lights, no electricity, no phones or internet, where every meal was uncertain and you were left using leaves for toilet paper. What sort of life was that? Were you just supposed to make babies all day? Sure, there was that romantic notion of brewing pine blossom wine and steeping spring water for tea, but you'd still need to buy yeast for the wine and tea leaves for the brew. Besides, you still have to eat. On top of that, the mountains teemed with wild beasts and poisonous insects. Yenyu wouldn't stand a chance if he left her alone. And it wasn't like he could haul her around on every trip, treating her like some sort of accessory. Li Yuan recalled the tale of the Peach Blossom Spring, which mentioned the ancestors of the villagers fleeing the chaos of the Qin era, leading their families and neighbors into this hidden realm, never to return, effectively cutting themselves off from the outside world. That wasn't just a man and his wife. It was an entire community moving into the mountains, practically an entire county relocated. Of course that might work if you satisfied 2 conditions. One was that you had enough sway and authority in the county for people to follow you. The second was that the majority of folks actually wanted to hide away from society. Li Yuan had neither. So with a deep sigh, he let go of the full-time hermit idea for now. Still, he decided to keep scouting Little Ink Mountain. Familiarizing himself with the terrain meant having an escape route if the Red Lotus rebels pushed into the county. Maybe he could discover a path leading to another town or region. Then he could plan his next steps accordingly. If that other place turned out to be peaceful, he and Yenyu could move there under the guise of refugees. That said, if Jamil County stabilized, he fully intended to go back. He'd just rough himself up a bit, roll around in the dirt, starve for a few days, then show up claiming he'd been lost in the mountains, barely making it out alive. Afterward, he'd recuperate, save money, pull some strings, and eventually settle down near Silver Creek, where law and order were better. Then he could keep hunting, earning, and maybe pick up some new cultivation techniques. Bow and arrow. At the moment, Li Yuan was holding Yenyu in his arms. After their moment of closeness, both lay there, weighed down by worry. He quietly shared his plans with her, step by step. Yenyu didn't know what else to say. After a long pause, she spoke with a hint of sorrow. About that escape route you mentioned, I've got some news. She hesitated for a moment, then continued. It seems the government troops have already defeated the Red Lotus rebels. So soon. Li Yuan was taken aback. Where'd you hear that? The county soldiers broke camp. Both the original county troops and the newly conscripted men. Word of this big deployment has already spread through town. Auntie Wang was hoping her husband wouldn't have to fight, but it looks like he'll have to go after all. I tried to reassure her that since the troops are supposedly pressing their advantage, nothing bad should happen. But who knows? Whether they actually win or not is out of our hands. And if Uncle Wang dies, Auntie Wang is going to fall apart. Yenyu's eyes still held traces of sadness from comforting Auntie Wang earlier that day. Li Yuan, if we've already won, why is the county magistrate still sending troops? It's precisely because they won, Li Yuan said. Getting credit or not is one thing, but if the magistrate is accused of failing to exterminate the rebels wholeheartedly, he could lose his office. And if someone suspects him of colluding with bandits, he could lose his head. You really think so? For such a silly reason? Yenyu asked, wide-eyed. Li Yuan, who wasn't entirely sure how this world worked either, thought of the stories and history from his past life. In these remote places, who knows how things really go? Sometimes they need a few scapegoats to satisfy the anger of the common folk. Yenyu's eyes went blank with confusion. Sounds like it's no different from the petty squabbles we women have here in the village, only with more scheming. Oh, there's a big difference. You don't kill each other when you argue. This, on the other hand, a lot of people could end up dead, Li Yuan said offhandedly. Oh, Yenyu murmured, suddenly finding herself impressed by how much her husband seemed to know. She imagined the power struggles between officials and realized that lofty business could be dragged right down into the dirt. Oh, right. If the Red Lotus rebels are defeated, she ventured, are you going to come back soon then? Li Yuan shook his head. I'll wait and see. They talked for a bit longer. Li Yuan glanced outside. It was pitch black, though the moon had already passed its zenith. I'd better head out. Be careful on the way. Bore bow and arrow. Before dawn, Li Yuan made it back to his cave in the mountains. By midday, the tiger showed up again for a free meal. After all these days of training, it knew the rules. Even if Li Yuan was in the middle of eating, the tiger only lay on its belly, licking its chops but never crossing the invisible line. It waited for Li Yuan to toss it something. As soon as he did, the beast pounced, snatched its food, and dashed off a safe distance to eat. Today's meal was an entire roe deer. Li Yuan spent a good while roasting it until the skin turned a crispy golden brown, sending out a mouth-watering smell. Finally, he cut it up. Half for himself, and the other half he tossed over to the waiting tiger. The tiger lunged forward like always, snatching half of the roasted deer. But this time, instead of running off, it settled down just at the boundary, gnawing at its meal right there. Clearly, from its perspective, Li Yuan was no longer a threat who might steal its food, or attack it. Li Yuan froze for a moment, feeling an unexpected sense of accomplishment. It might not seem like much, but at least he had reached one of his small goals. Man and tiger tore into their deer, keeping some distance between them, but there was hardly any trace of the old hostility. Partway through his meal, Li Yuan blinked in surprise. A new line of text had quietly appeared in his status screen. He couldn't believe his eyes and double-checked. Sure enough, it was real. He had learned the basic beast taming skill. All that effort hadn't been for nothing after all. It was as if even the heavens recognized his hard work. He glanced at the 95 unspent stat points in his status screen. Perfect. Let's strike while the iron's hot and push this further. He tapped the plus sign next to basic beast taming 10 times in quick succession. Memories, day by day, poured into his mind. He saw himself embracing an innate fondness for animals, treating them like friends and observing their behaviors in countless attempts to communicate. He saw his past self struggling to teach them basic commands, to coax them into trusting him. In the end, all that persistence paid off. Now he could sense an animal's emotions through even the smallest movements, and in doing so, guide them to follow his lead. Basic beast taming, 1/10, new. Intermediate beast taming, 1/20. Checking himself again, Li Yuan noticed his overall combat power remained unchanged. This was more of a soft skill, after all. Undeterred, he continued. Let's go for another round. He tapped the plus sign 20 more times. Intermediate beast taming, 1/20, new. Advanced beast taming, 1/40. Another wave of memories rushed in. He experienced long hours of extensive training, forging a new ability to read not only an animal's body language but also the nuances in its calls. It was almost like he could interpret bits of their language. On top of that, he could mimic some of those sounds himself, allowing for the most basic form of direct communication. When the influx of knowledge settled, Li Yuan took a deep breath, letting the new expertise sink in. It felt like something he'd practiced for years, as if it were natural or second nature. He turned to the tiger and let out a soft growl. How's it taste? The tiger snapped its head up, stared at him for a moment, then clamped its jaws tight around the roast deer and bolted. Li Yuan shouted, "Stop." The tiger just ran faster. A twinge of disappointment hit him. "All right then," he muttered. "Let's just keep adding points to the skill." Li Yuan glanced at his advanced beast taming and saw he still had 65 unallocated stat points. Without hesitation, he kept adding stats points to the skill. He tapped the plus sign 40 more times. Advanced beast taming, 1/40, new. Expert beast taming, 1/80. Long hours of practice taught him that training alone wasn't enough, he needed real-world challenges. So, instead of sticking to ordinary animals, he set his sights on fierce, wild predators. He began to tame vicious carnivores. He knew starting from a young age would make them more obedient, but that wasn't the kind of beast taming he wanted. His goal was to subdue creatures that had roamed the jungle for years. Time after time, he ended up bloodied and near death, and still he failed. Wild, battle-hardened predators were notoriously difficult to tame. Yet he did gain something. A strange affinity had taken root in him. Even rabid dogs were hesitant to bite, tigers and leopards stopped seeing him as prey, and crocodiles lurking near the water's edge wouldn't drag him under. The memories felt so genuine, like he had personally lived through each of them. Now, the storm was behind him, and the dust had settled. All that was left to reap the fruits born out of his tears and sweat. Sensing the changes within himself, Li Yuan decided to test his new skills. Leaving his cave, he set out to find the tiger that had escaped. Thanks to his master tracking skill, it didn't take long to track down the beast. He found it crouched behind a large boulder, gnawing on roasted venison. With a crude bow on his back and a hatchet in hand, he approached slowly, keeping a safe distance. The tiger glanced at him, showing neither threat nor any urge to chase him off. Li Yuan recognized this as a form of acceptance. Wild animals were fiercely territorial, so if the tiger didn't drive him away, it meant it had acknowledged him. Li Yuan tried calling out, "Roar? Is it tasty?" The tiger tapped its face with a paw and growled softly, "Growl? Don't come closer." "I won't," Li Yuan answered. With that, the tiger simply lowered its head and went back to eating. Li Yuan shouted, "I still have more." The tiger snapped its head up, staring straight at him. Li Yuan continued, "If you don't come over, you won't get any." Enraged, the tiger let out a loud growl, "I want it." When Li Yuan stayed put, the tiger roared again, "I'll bite you." I'll bite you to death. Its front paws pressed down, body tensed as if to lunge. It was that classic predator move of testing how its opponent would react. If Li Yuan showed weakness, the tiger would take advantage. But Li Yuan responded with a cold grin, utterly fearless. In a flash, he pulled out the crude bow from behind his back, drawing its string. It creaked under the tension, and his entire demeanor shifted. His eyes went cold, exuding a ferocious aura that fixed the tiger in place. The tiger's growl grew softer until, finally, it disappeared altogether. Its readiness to pounce also faded. Refusing to let up, Li Yuan roared, "Listen to me and you'll get some." The tiger answered with a growl, "I won't listen." Li Yuan raised his voice and yelled back, "Don't listen. Then no food." The tiger was silent for a moment, then let out a low whine, "I can't beat you. Fine, I'll listen. Give me the food." Man and tiger were actually communicating. Perhaps it was due to Li Yuan's uncanny affinity with wild animals, coupled with the raw strength he had shown and the time they'd already spent together. All of it added up to a surprising outcome. Boar bow and arrow. By evening, the winter sky glowed red, painting Little Ink Mountain in the deep hues of twilight. The young man and the tiger walked side by side. A chill wind swept through tall grass, ruffling the tiger's whiskers and the white fur along its jaw. Just then, Li Yuan's sharp eyes caught sight of something in the distance. 3-6. He halted in his tracks. The tiger didn't need a cue. It had already picked up the scent of prey. But catching this one wouldn't be so easy. The distant grunts revealed a boar with formidable tusks, curved like blades emerging from their sheath. One look and you could tell it was dangerous. Ordinary wild boars usually had a threat level around 3-4, but this one was 3-6. Clearly it was even more aggressive. Oblivious to the two hunters closing in, the boar continued chomping on some unknown fruit. Li Yuan drew his bow, training his gaze on the boar. However, its thick hide and coarse bristles were like a soldier's armor, and his crude bow didn't pack enough punch to guarantee a one-shot kill. He crept forward, keeping his footsteps light. The tiger watched him closely, occasionally glancing over at the wild boar, which remained totally unaware. Li Yuan circled around instead of walking around to face the boar head-on, where it would charge straight at him on sight. He drew his bow quietly, and pulled the string taut. The boar suddenly froze, as if sensing danger, but it was already too late. Whoosh! The bowstring snapped, and the arrow whistled through the air, plunging straight into the boar's backside. The wounded animal let out a shrill squeal and bolted. But the arrow had buried itself so deeply that only part of its fletching was still visible. Blood spurted beneath the boar, and it stumbled forward, struggling to keep its footing. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan sprinted after it, hatchet in hand. When he drew close, he gave the ground a hard stomp and leapt high, swinging the blade in a swift, ruthless arc. The blow struck the boar's neck with a sound like tearing cloth, decapitating it on the spot. The head rolled aside, and the body collapsed in a heap, blood splattering Li Yuan from head to toe. He let out a hearty laugh. He was used to the sight of blood. Planting a boot on the boar's flank, he flipped it over and methodically sliced open its belly. He hung the intestines from a branch, then yanked out the heart and tossed it to the tiger. The tiger caught it in its jaws and settled down to feast. After a few bites, the tiger paused to stare at the swaying intestines. "Why'd you hang those up?" Li Yuan replied, "They're full of excrement." "What's that?" Li Yuan cut off half the intestines, letting out a foul, yellowish sludge. "That's what it is." The tiger sniffed. "So we can't eat it?" Li Yuan found it hard to explain with just roars. "Better not." "Why?" "Hard to say." "Then think of a reason." "Anyway, don't eat it." Satisfied for now, the tiger went back to devouring the heart. Meanwhile, Li Yuan hacked off a few choice cuts of meat. His purpose today was to display his strength to the tiger and get them more comfortable working together. Now that they'd hunted side by side and shared some spoils, things looked promising. Carrying his share of the meat, Li Yuan set off for home, thinking it was about time he got cleaned up. The tiger glanced at the boar's carcass and gave a soft growl. "Meat." Li Yuan replied, "I don't really want it." "Yours if you like." Delighted, the tiger settled beside the boar and tore into its organs. Normally, it would have taken a lot of effort and a fair amount of risk for the tiger to bring down prey this big on its own. Now, it feasted contentedly, occasionally glancing at Li Yuan as it ate. Suddenly, Li Yuan called out, "Calico." The tiger growled in confusion. "What?" Li Yuan responded, "That's what I'm calling you." The tiger seemed to mull it over, then went back to its meal. Li Yuan tested the name again. "Calico." "Roar?" "What now?" Satisfied, Li Yuan nodded. "Boar bow and arrow." To show off a bit in front of his new companion, Li Yuan dyed a deerskin cloak red with boar's blood. Though it looked intimidating, his inner clothes were only mildly stained. When darkness finally fell, he washed himself and his cloak in a mountain spring, then rushed to the campfire to warm up and roast some meat. He was waiting. Once the moon rose a bit higher, he'd head home. On the outside, Li Yuan appeared calm. But inside, he was brimming with excitement. He'd tamed a man-eating tiger? It still felt like a dream. All his memories involved hunting with dogs, but from now on, he could hunt with a tiger by his side. As tough as life was, at least it was getting interesting. Tomorrow, he planned to see if Calico would let him ride on its back. If so, his exploration range could grow dramatically. Boar bow and arrow. Late that night, Li Yuan returned home. After a moment of intimacy with Yan Yu, he lay back comfortably and said, "Yan Yu, guess what? I tamed a man-eating tiger today." Yu gently poked him and laughed. Stop making stuff up. Nobody can tame a tiger that hunts people. Recalling how his last display of martial prowess had left her skeptical, Li Yuan simply shrugged and grinned. Fine. Just don't go telling anyone about this, okay? All right, Yu replied. Your wife's no fool. They cuddled for a while, gazing at the dark silhouettes of the furniture. Then Li Yuan asked, any new word from outside? Yu shook her head. It's too soon. The county troops only left town yesterday. JL's thoughts. The way the author wrote the animal speech in the original Chinese source was basically the following example. Li Yuan, roar. Growl, roar. Hey, Calico, I can talk tiger too. Calico, roar, roar, roar. Oh neat, the hairless monkey can talk now. Li Yuan, growl, growl, growling. Yeah, and now I can really live out my fursona. Calico, growl, fursona. What's a fursona? Asterisk whips out knife. Li Yuan, roar. SHH. Fursuits don't talk. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. During the day, Li Yuan was practically bursting with excitement. After all his tireless efforts, Calico had finally allowed him to ride on its back. But that evening, his high spirits vanished. Late at night, he headed down the mountain as usual. However, before leaving Little Ink Mountain, he heard an uproar in the distance, wailing, screaming, furious shouts, heavy crashes, and even the clash of weapons. Carried by the cold winter wind, the tumult swept through the darkness, both frenzied and terrifying. What's happening all of a sudden? Li Yuan muttered, a sense of dread tightening in his chest. He quickened his pace homeward. As soon as he reached Little Ink Village, he spotted a crowd gathered outside, buzzing with alarm. They stayed like that until nearly dawn before finally dispersing. Li Yuan waited quietly, observing that the lights in his own house were still on. Through the oiled paper windows, he could make out the silhouettes of multiple people speaking with Yu, most notably Auntie Wang and Feng'er. After about another hour, they left. Then the house went dark. Certain there were no prying eyes, Li Yuan slipped like a ghost among the trees and quietly knocked at his back door. Yu opened it in a hurry, pulled him inside, and locked it. We've lost. The county troops were defeated, she said, voice trembling. Word came in this afternoon. Then, after nightfall, the Red Lotus rebels showed up at the county walls and started attacking. So many people have died in the county, and no one knows the full situation yet. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her hands felt ice cold in his. Li Yuan frowned. But didn't we hear they were on a roll just a few days ago? How did everything go wrong so quickly? Yu shook her head, struggling to stay calm. I don't know. But if the county troops have fallen, the men from Little Ink Village who marched out might not have made it either. Auntie Wang just came by, crying that Uncle Wang is probably gone. And Feng'er was sobbing over Bear. She's sure he's been killed too. Feng'er kept asking whether you'd come down from the mountain yet, Yu said, voice shaking. I just started crying along with her, telling her there'd been no word from you and that you might have died up there. Li Yuan frowned. Why is Feng'er so concerned about me? Yu explained. She said that as a grown man, you'd be a big help if you were here. I felt sorry for her. She's just a young girl. She barely had anyone to rely on before, and then found Bear, but he was killed almost immediately. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. So now she wants to rely on me. It's possible. Yu paused, her wide, bright eyes darting mischievously before she leaned in close. Li Yuan, what do you think? Do you want to take her in too? You're strong enough to handle 2 young ladies. Interested? If you say the word, maybe Feng'er will be waiting in bed tomorrow night. What do you mean take her in? Li Yuan grunted, drawing Yu closer. She batted her eyes at him in the darkness. Plenty of men around here can't keep their eyes off other women, even when they already have a wife. I'm just offering to bring the other pot right to your table. Interested? You're the only woman for me, Li Yuan said, pulling Yu tighter against his chest. She said nothing, a happy smile spreading across her hidden face. After a moment, Li Yuan asked, how about coming into the mountains with me? Yu shook her head. Let's wait and see. Li Yuan nodded. All right. He didn't want to rush taking Yu into the mountains unless it became absolutely necessary. For one thing, life in the wilderness was harsh. Even if he tried protecting her, who knew how long her body would hold up? And he certainly couldn't watch over her every minute. For another, once they retreated into the mountains, they'd be cut off from the outside world. Getting new martial arts manuals or information would be next to impossible. Bow and arrow. Over the next few days, Li Yuan didn't dare venture deeper into the mountains. He ate simply by day, staying close to Little Ink Village to keep an eye on things. Each night, he hurried home to hear whatever Yu had learned from the gossip around town. Matters were only getting worse. The Red Lotus rebels had indeed withdrawn, but not because they'd been driven off. They merely decided to abandon their assault on Jamil County and moved on to attack somewhere else instead. Even so, plenty of people in Jamil County had died. There were piles of bodies, including many bailiffs. Just days ago, the county magistrate had confidently marched out with his troops. None of them ever returned. During the fighting on the walls, Jamil County's captain of the guard and many skilled fighters perished as well. Now, the person in charge was just the county's clerk, a pencil pusher, really trying to hold things together with only a handful of ragtag survivors. The county government was sinking into chaos, and it felt like law and order could collapse at any moment. Bow and arrow. 5 days later, the moment Li Yuan stepped into the house, Yan Yu threw herself into his arms, sobbing. What happened? He asked gently. She cried for what felt like ages before finally calming down enough to speak. It happened around midnight. Someone knocked on the front door. At first, I thought maybe Auntie Wang couldn't sleep and had come over. I was about to open it, but halfway there, I hesitated and grabbed a kitchen knife, just in case. Yan Yu's voice trembled as she recalled the night. I asked who was there, but got no response. So I peeked out the window, and saw a man standing there, staring back at me with a terrifying expression. The window's too small for anyone to climb through, so I guess he was just checking if anyone was home. Maybe he saw the knife in my hand. He left after that. But I was so scared. She clung to Li Yuan for a long while, finally wearing herself out and drifting into a restless sleep. In the early morning, when Li Yuan got up, she startled awake and wrapped her arms around him again. Tears threatened to spill as she whispered, Li Yuan, maybe you should stay home now. Li Yuan's gaze hardened. Even if I do, I need to find whoever that was first. If he's lurking around in the shadows, it'll only lead to more trouble. How can you find him? There's a good chance he'll come back tonight, Li Yuan said calmly. I won't head into the mountains. I'll keep watch from afar. Yan Yu swallowed, her face clouded with worry. And if you catch him, you're not planning to kill him, are you? Don't trouble yourself about that, Li Yuan answered, voice steady but cold. Your man doesn't go around killing people needlessly. Bore bow and arrow. The next day, instead of heading into the mountains, Li Yuan took some leftover porridge from home and quietly hid in a wooded area a few hundred meters behind the house. It was risky, but with his current skills, nobody in Little Ink Village could easily spot him if he was being cautious. As dusk fell, one by one, the households in Little Ink Village barred their doors. Everyone was on edge, waiting for whatever the night might bring. A fierce wind swept through the gap between the second ridge and Little Ink Mountain's outer edge. Moving like a phantom, a dark shape glided through the forest until it reached the pass that led toward Little Ink Village. Swiftly, it slunk into the village, weaving between clusters of trees. Sometimes it paused, sometimes it darted forward, and before long, it arrived in the woods a few hundred meters behind Li Yuan's home. Under the moon's cold glow, the shape revealed itself to be a sleek, powerful tiger. Its eyes gleamed as it surveyed the area, then padded silently into the shadows, straight toward the man standing there. Li Yuan reached out and patted Calico on the head. After so many days together, he had come to understand the beast's temperament. Every day, it came seeking him, wanting to share a meal. No matter where Li Yuan was, the tiger would always track him by scent. Calico let out a low rumble. Why didn't you come back today? Li Yuan said nothing. I haven't eaten yet, Calico continued. Li Yuan spoke in a quiet growl. I want you to kill. Kill what? Whoever I point out. Take them out. Do we get to eat them? We'll eat in the mountains. Now keep quiet. They settled into wait. One was a tracking master, the other a born predator. Li Yuan glanced at the combat power reading beside him. It had shifted to 2933. He sensed a mysterious bond forming, a merged strength he shared with Calico. Once they separated, that bond would break, returning them to 2425 and 58. Time ticked by. Around midnight, a figure appeared outside Li Yuan's home. Slipping to the fence, the intruder climbed over from the side and crept toward the front door. A wave of grim resolve hardened Li Yuan's heart. He patted Calico again. Bite him to death. Drag him outside. In times like these, with danger knocking at his door and eyeing his wife, he couldn't afford to hold back. Go. At his signal, Calico shot out like a whirlwind, bounding straight for the dark figure crouched by the fence. Outside Li Yuan's house, a dark figure scaled the fence and reached the front door. Without even bothering to knock, he gave the door a push, apparently assuming it wasn't locked. Just then, the intruder felt a sudden chill, looked off to the side, and froze. Under the pale moonlight, a tiger with a striking, brindled coat was hurtling through the air, leaping over the fence. The sight nearly made the man's knees buckle in terror, and an involuntary cry of fear escaped his lips. In a desperate bid to block the tiger's path, he flailed forward with both hands, only to find that Li Yuan's door really was unlocked. It swung open, and he darted inside, hoping to slam it behind him. Surely the tiger couldn't break down a door, right? But the beast moved with lightning speed. Before its paws even hit the ground, it pounced again, covering several dozen feet in a flash and circling around behind him. With a lunge, it clamped its jaws onto the back of his neck. The man toppled with a blood-curdling scream for help. Locked onto his throat, the tiger dragged him backward, heading straight toward the trees. The intruder's shrieks rang through the night, rousing the neighbors. Auntie Wang, alarmed by the uproar coming from Yan Yu's place, grabbed a kitchen knife and peered out her window. One look was enough to make her go pale as a ghost. Tiger? A tiger's in the village. Meanwhile, the tiger kept pulling its prey across the ground. From his vantage point near the woods, Li Yuan finally got a good look at the intruder's face, the same troublemaker who'd once lost to him in an arm wrestling contest. The man had injured his wrist that day and ended up dodging the draft. A month had passed since then, his hand must have healed. With the county troops defeated, half the bailiffs dead, and the captain of the guard gone, law and order had all but collapsed. Realizing no one was around to stop him, the scoundrel decided to break into Li Yuan's home by night, planning to assault Yan Yu, revenge of the worst kind. A surge of cold fear flashed through Li Yuan as he realized how close Yan Yu had come to harm. His face went grim. By now, the man's eyes were glazing over, blood pouring from the severed arteries in his neck like a crimson mop trail. The numbers that had hovered above him 1-2 slowly faded to 0-1, then disappeared entirely. He was already dead. The tiger, jaws still locked on his neck, kept dragging him away. From house to house, doors remained shut, each family cowering in silence, too terrified to come outside. It was only natural that everyone stayed behind closed doors. After all, most of the able-bodied men had already been conscripted. How could the old, the weak, and the women possibly fend off a tiger? Little Ink Village felt oppressively silent that night, punctuated only by the unsettling sound of a tiger gnawing on its prey. Everyone was weighed down with dread, but no one dared open their door. If a child happened to cry, the family would quickly clamp a hand over the child's mouth, terrified of attracting that beast. Bore bow and arrow. By dawn, the village was still eerily quiet. It wasn't until almost noon that a few of the braver souls ventured out, armed only with pitchforks and sticks. They peeked around to see what had happened overnight. Meanwhile, in Li Yuan's house, Yan Yu rubbed her aching forehead and sat up from the bed. Her head felt foggy in a way she'd never experienced before. She glanced outside, blinking at the sunlight streaming past the doorstep, outlining the threshold in a soft, tranquil glow. Why is the door open? What's going on? She pressed a hand to her temple. Suddenly, her body went rigid. It was daytime. Where was Li Yuan? Why hadn't she noticed anything during the night? A dreadful thought struck her. Heart hammering, she felt around her body, up and down, checking every inch. At last, she breathed a sigh of relief. From the look of it, no one had violated her while she was unconscious. She guessed she'd been drugged, dozing off without sensing a thing. If someone had broken in and taken advantage of her, she wouldn't have known until it was too late. The very idea made her blood run cold. Replaying yesterday's events in her mind, she tried to recall who might have had the chance to slip something into her food or drink. 2 people had dropped by for a chat over snacks, Auntie Wang and Fenger. Was it one of them? And what about Li Yuan? Had he come home last night? If so, how did he manage that without her noticing? Heart racing, Yan Yu jumped up, slipped on her embroidered shoes, and dashed to the door, only to freeze in horror, letting out a muffled scream. She clamped both hands over her mouth, stifling her cry into a muted gasp. Blood. There was blood in the yard, splashed across the muddy ground where the morning light caught it. A raw, savage sight. Bore bow and arrow. By the edge of the woods near Little Ink Village, a small group of villagers had gathered around a mangled corpse, torn beyond recognition. Isn't that Zhang Shizi from the village? He was young, strong as an ox. Should have been conscripted too, but injured his hand and got out of it. Who would have thought? Someone sighed heavily. Gone, just like that. What a horrible way to die. You think that tiger might still be lurking around? Someone asked, scanning their surroundings with jittery eyes. Then another villager chimed in. What was Zhang Shizi doing out in the middle of the night anyway? I heard screaming earlier, sounded like it came from Auntie Wang's side of the village, a woman who lived nearby remarked. Auntie Wang's place. A man frowned. There's a widow living next door to her, right? I just remembered. Zhang Shizi once got taught a lesson by that widow's man. Could it be he tried sneaking into her place in the dead of night? He paused, then added, these days, there's no one left to enforce the law, is there? At that, the onlookers fell silent, the air growing heavy with tension. Let's go check on Auntie Wang's house, and that widow's place, someone finally suggested. Before long, a group of villagers arrived at Li Yuan's home. They peered through the courtyard fence and saw it was surprisingly clean, no trace of blood or drag marks. The door itself seemed closed. Spotting the crowd, Auntie Wang came out, calling anxiously over the fence, Yan Yu, Yan Yu. She called twice without an answer. Exchanging uneasy glances, the villagers decided to go in. The man leading them approached the door, raised his hand to knock, and the moment he touched it, the door swung open with a creak. A strange look passed among them. Why was the widow's house not locked? They stepped inside and glanced around, finally spotting Yan Yu lying on her bed in a simple white and blue blouse. Even with so many people entering, she didn't stir. Yan Yu, Yan Yu. Auntie Wang shouldered her way through the others and rushed over. She checked for breathing and exhaled in relief. What's going on here? Must have fainted from fright because of the tiger, right? Fainted and ended up neatly tucked in bed? Doesn't add up, someone muttered. I think something else happened to her. Auntie Wang quickly ladled some cold water from the water jar, splashing it onto Yan Yu's face while calling her name. After a few moments, Yan Yu's lashes fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes and blinked at the crowd gathered by her bed. All of you, why are you here? My head hurts. She tried to focus, still dazed. Auntie Wang blurted, Yan Yu, there was a tiger in the village last night. It dragged Zhang Shizi away. Zhang Shizi. Yan Yu looked stunned. A man in the crowd spoke up, Zhang Shizi ended up around your house last night. We heard the screams coming from somewhere near here. I don't know anything. My head is spinning. Yan Yu rubbed her forehead, then suddenly asked, how did you all get in here? A woman answered, the door wasn't locked. We just pushed and it opened. What? That can't be. I always lock my door, Yan Yu said, puzzled. The villagers huddled together, muttering, piecing events together bit by bit. They speculated that Zhang Shizi must have drugged Yan Yu, using some knockout drug, then snuck over in the middle of the night. But before he could do anything, a tiger showed up and dragged him off instead. Knockout drug. Yes, yesterday I drank some tea Finger gave me, and right after that, I got dizzy, Yan Yu murmured. Suddenly, her demeanor changed. Anger flashed across her face as she jumped up, grabbed a kitchen knife, and ran outside. The rest of the villagers hurried after her. When she reached Finger's house, she banged on the door with the handle of her knife and shouted, "Finger! Finger!" No response came from inside, so she tried the door. It was locked. She stepped back a few paces, ready to slam into it. But Yan Yu was petite, she couldn't budge the door at all. Luckily, the much heftier Auntie Wang was just as outraged. She stepped in to help, and after a couple of tries, they managed to break it open. Yan Yu stormed inside, knife in hand, spotting a quivering lump under the blankets. She yanked the covers back and found Finger huddled in terror. Pointing the knife at her, Yan Yu shouted, "Why? Why did you try to harm me?" Finger, shaking all over, stammered, I didn't. Why did you do it?" Yan Yu demanded, stepping closer. Finger shrieked, "It wasn't me. It was Zhang Shizi, Zhang Shizi." Finger had never been a particularly courageous woman, nor a loyal one. After Bear was conscripted, she waited at first. But once news came that he was likely dead, she didn't want to keep waiting anymore. Before long, she got involved with Zhang Shizi, one of the stronger men in the village. One day, after they'd been together, Zhang Shizi asked about Li Yuan. Finger told him that Li Yuan had been missing in the mountains for a month. Then he asked about Li Yuan's wife. Finger revealed a bit too much, how Yan Yu used to be so beautiful and then suddenly changed, which led Zhang Shizi to suspect she might be disguising herself somehow. He pressed Finger to help him. At first, Finger refused, but Zhang Shizi kept wheedling and coaxing, so she finally agreed to slip Yan Yu some knockout powder. Zhang Shizi would then sneak in at night. Around dusk, Finger drugged Yan Yu and moved her onto the bed, acting like nothing unusual was going on. When night fell, she still couldn't sleep. Then, around midnight, she heard agonized screams outside. Hurrying to the window, she saw, under the moonlight, a striped tiger dragging someone along the dirt path. Those shrieks were coming from Zhang Shizi. Her mind went blank, buzzing with terror. She dove under her blankets and didn't dare come out until the next day, only to have Yan Yu burst in, knife in hand. Under pressure from everyone gathered there, Finger confessed everything. Then, between sobs and sniffles, she pleaded, "Yan Yu, I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. I just wanted a man to rely on. That's all. I only wanted someone to lean on." Yan Yu watched her coldly. "We're reporting this to the authorities." Yan Yu, I never meant for you to get hurt, truly," Finger blubbered. Unmoved, Yan Yu asked, "Did you ever stop to think what would happen to me if Zhang Shizi had succeeded in assaulting me?" Finger fell silent. The uproar in Little Ink Village continued most of the day. Fearing the tiger might return after dark, everyone barricaded themselves indoors as soon as dusk fell, windows shut tight, doors blocked with heavy furniture. Those who owned cows, chickens, ducks, geese, or sheep dragged their livestock into the house and tied them up. Some villagers wondered why, with all the livestock around, the tiger had chosen to attack a person. Most concluded that Zhang Shizi had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, roaming the village at night just as the tiger came down from the mountain. Who else would the beast take? At midnight, Li Yuan slipped back into his house through the rear entrance. In the darkness, Yan Yu rushed into his arms. He chuckled softly, "I really am filthy today." She clung to his waist, pressing her cheek against his chest. "I don't mind," she murmured, already tugging at the waistband of his trousers. After a hushed moment of passion, Yan Yu lay in his arms and asked gently, "Li Yuan, so it's true. You've really tamed a tiger." Li Yuan replied, "I told you so." Yan Yu sighed. "I never would have imagined my man was so capable, taming a man-eating tiger. It's like a dream." She suddenly leaned forward. "It won't bite you, will it?" Li Yuan shook his head. "No." Still uneasy, she pressed on. "You'd better be careful. A beast like that, used to eating people, how can you be sure it's safe?" "Don't worry about it," Li Yuan replied, steering the conversation elsewhere. "What about the blood in our courtyard after that tiger dragged that thug away? Did it raise suspicion?" At that, Yan Yu filled him in on everything that had happened. Li Yuan was amazed at how neatly she'd handled it all. Who would have guessed his wife had such a cunning side? "What about Finger?" he asked. "I had people from the village report it all to the authorities, the tiger attack, what Finger did, but nobody from the government has shown up. I suspect we barely have any officials left in the county. Times are a mess." She sighed heavily. Li Yuan thought for a moment. "Tomorrow night and the night after, I won't be coming home. I'm going deeper into the mountains to see if there's a route leading somewhere better. If I find one, I'll take you out of here. If there's nothing, or if it's just more wilderness, then I'll come back and figure out some other plan, maybe pretend to be injured. Starting now, I'll stick to just water and skip meals." Yan Yu wanted to say more, but recalling how her husband had tamed a man-eating tiger, she couldn't help feeling that he was capable of anything. In the end, she simply rested her head against his shoulder. "Just, be careful." Bore bow and arrow. Early the next morning, Li Yuan returned to the mountain. He sharpened 5 arrowheads and slipped them into his quiver, then chose some good throwing stones and tucked them into a pouch. With his crude bow slung across his back and the hatchet at his waist, he climbed onto the tiger. "Calico, Roar? Let's go. Where to? Food. A few growls exchanged between man and beast, and then the tiger began to run. It was full of energy after so many days of feasting. Together, they crossed the pass between the second and third ridges. Sometimes Li Yuan rode on the tiger's back, other times, they traveled on foot, pausing now and then to rest. With Calico leading the way, Li Yuan didn't worry about getting lost. No matter how many twists and turns they took through the forest, the tiger could always retrace its path to the second ridge. As a result, their progress was swift. Within half a day, they'd already passed the farthest point Li Yuan had ever reached before, and he still had a full day ahead. Another half day passed, yet there was still no clear way out of the mountains. Have you been here before? Yes. Glancing at the tiger, Li Yuan sensed its mood had dipped a bit. Maybe it was starting to tire. He took a moment to study his surroundings. The deeper they went, the denser and wilder the forest became, filled with strange plants. Coiling vines and aerial roots hung everywhere, like giant serpents draped from tree to tree. Towering trees loomed overhead, merging with the surrounding mountains to create a giant's realm that made Li Yuan feel all the more insignificant. Is there a human village here? No idea. No idea. Let's go back. Why? Let's go back. Man and tiger exchanged growls, and Li Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe Calico was uneasy in this strange place? Night fell, and they made camp. From time to time, small creatures wandered by threat levels ranging from 0-8, nothing to worry about. Li Yuan lit a campfire and briefly used the tiger's flank as a pillow. His mood was sour. By first light tomorrow, he would resume his search for a way out. If by midday he still found nothing, he'd have to turn back. Bore bow and arrow. The next day, just as the sky grew gray, Li Yuan woke and used a bit of roasted meat to rouse Calico. A light mist clung to the forest at dawn. When the tiger finished eating, it shook itself off and set out once more with Li Yuan on its back. Around mid-morning, the fog burned away. The winter sun shone brightly overhead. Then, after a while, the air grew strangely cold, carrying an unsettling chill. Suddenly, Calico came to an abrupt halt. Li Yuan urged the tiger forward several times, but it refused to budge. Fear gleamed in its eyes. Seeing Li Yuan persist, Calico abruptly veered off the main path and darted up a solitary cliff through the trees. You want to show me something? Yes. Li Yuan jumped down from the tiger and stepped to the cliff's edge to look out. I don't see any. His words caught in his throat. It was as if the world had stopped. Down in the distant ravine, a hidden mountain estate sprawled, radiating a sense of decay and mold, like a colossal corpse. That alone would have been unsettling enough, but scattered among the ruined grounds were small bridges over flowing water, completely out of place in these desolate mountains. The water rushed on from nowhere to nowhere, speckled with dark shapes drifting along its surface. Though Li Yuan couldn't see them clearly, just the sight made him deeply uneasy. More disturbing still, an enormous indicator hovered over the entire estate, but that indicator were hideous, crimson. What in the world? Suddenly, a sharp, eerie squeak, like a door creaking open, carried across the distance. It was faint but piercing and horribly distinct. What was that? Li Yuan glanced at Calico, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. However, the tiger had clearly heard it too. It panicked, whirled around, and bolted at full speed. Startled and clueless about the source of that sound, Li Yuan threw caution to the wind and tore off after the tiger with all his might. Li Yuan's mouth was bone dry, his heart thumping wildly in his chest. Though his blood surged and flushed his face, it did nothing to warm him. His hands and feet felt ice cold, and his brain seemed frozen, leaving only fear behind. That eerie estate, so still it felt like a corpse, and the faint yet horrifying sound of a door opening kept replaying in his mind, driving out all other thoughts. A strong sense of unease swelled within him, an uncanny chill that slid along his spine, like a dead hand dragging across his back. Ah! Li Yuan let out a guttural shout and sprinted forward, quickly overtaking Calico. But in the next moment, the world spun. His body gave out, and his foot caught on a thick aerial root, sending him sprawling forward. Thud, thud, thud. He rolled a few times across the ground and, ignoring the pain, scrambled back onto his feet to keep running. It felt as if something heavy were clinging to his back. He didn't dare look around, only lashing wildly behind him with his arms but striking nothing but air. He glanced at Calico. The tiger was also laboring to run, a disturbingly human look of panic on its face, though nothing rested on its back. What's happening? What's happening? We were still so far away from that estate. Li Yuan screamed inside his head, panting as his face turned pale. Another wave of dizziness hit. It was as if his soul left his body, and he flew forward with no control. Time seemed to slow, and everything went silent. Crash! He landed hard, forehead slamming against a rock. Blood gushed from the cut. The pain didn't jolt him back to reality. Instead, his body felt lighter, and his awareness kept fading. A whirl of countless snowflake-like fragments fluttered in his mind, scattering his thoughts. His consciousness was slipping away at breakneck speed. Allocate stats. Allocate stats. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, Li Yuan pinned his last hope on his status window. After painstakingly saving up for so long, he had 172 unallocated stats points. He quickly tapped the plus. Next to Master Tracking. Master Tracking, 0/160, Master Tracking, 160/160. With that, new memories surged into his mind. He recalled countless real-life battles, sudden moments of insight, and guidance from masters. In these memories, he had taken tracking to its ultimate limit. This powerful influx of memories crashed into him, and Li Yuan, whose mind had been on the verge of collapse, regained a shred of consciousness once more. He pressed his fingers into the damp forest soil, clutching tight as he tried to push himself upright. Panting heavily, cold sweat pouring down his face, he turned his head in a stiff, mechanical way, eyes filled with fear as he scanned the surroundings. He saw nothing, not even Calico. But now he couldn't care less. After biting the tip of his tongue hard, he sprang forward in a mad dash. Bore bow and arrow. It had taken him less than a day and a half to get there, but crossing back through the mountain pass took over 2 days. Calico was nowhere to be seen, and Li Yuan staggered back to his usual cave, eyes bloodshot and face ghostly pale. Then, a strong wave of nausea overcame him. Ugh. He collapsed, vomiting violently, but after 3 or 4 days without food, all he spat up was bitter acid. Gotta go back. Return home, Li Yuan mumbled to himself, too terrified even to think about that eerie estate again. All he wanted was to get somewhere populated. His rational mind told him that now was the perfect time to return to Little Ink Village. He had no need to feign anything, his condition spoke for itself. Grabbing a dead branch for support, he stumbled forward toward Little Ink Village. Under the pale moonlight, exhaustion clawed at him until his vision went dark. He tripped, hitting the ground with a thud. He lay there for a long time before managing to stir. No, gotta get up. Get up. Slowly, he crawled onward. By the time he regained a shred of strength, dawn had broken, a blinding strip of gold on the horizon. Though sunlight warmed the land, he felt not the slightest heat. In Little Ink Village, a few families were cautiously opening their doors. The tiger attack had happened days ago, and people were beginning to let their guard down, eager to earn money and gather food in the early hours. Who is that? A middle-aged woman asked upon seeing Li Yuan. She saw a man leaning on a makeshift crotch, filthy and bloodstained, eyes unfocused, face deathly pale, like someone on the brink of death. Moments later, more people came out and spotted the beggar trudging along the muddy road. Finally, an old man recognized him. Li Yuan, he exclaimed, peering closer. It really is Li Yuan. Some hurried off to tell Yan Yu, while others stood by in curiosity. I heard Li Yuan disappeared over a month ago. Everyone thought he was dead, but he's alive. Look at him, just barely holding on. He used to be so capable. What on earth happened to him to end up like this? Another person ran up to Li Yuan and shouted, Li Yuan? Li Yuan? Do you recognize me? But all Li Yuan could do was force himself upright. Everything before his eyes was hazy, as though he were peering through a veil of mist. No one dared to help him. Who knew what might have happened to him in the mountains? He could be carrying something dirty or poisonous. Everyone stood back, looking on but doing nothing. Just then, a peasant woman came rushing from the distance. She wore a blue blouse patterned with white flowers, small black trousers, and a pair of embroidered shoes. Perhaps she had left in a hurry, or maybe she'd waited all night for her husband to return and was distraught. Either way, she'd only smeared some gray ash on her face and hadn't bothered tucking away the ragged cloths she usually used to disguise herself. Ordinarily, Yan Yu was slim and petite. But these past days, she'd been eating quite well. Her figure had filled out in all the right places, enough for any onlooker to realize she'd been disguising herself. It was no wonder that Zhang Shizi had tried to drug her and sneak in at midnight. He must have known this young woman was quite the beauty. Yan Yu felt the weight of everyone's stares, but she was far too panicked to care. Earlier, a neighbor had yelled from outside her door that her husband had come back from the mountains but was near death. She had waited anxiously all night with no sign of Li Yuan and was already beside herself with worry. Hearing this new shout nearly made her break down in tears as she dashed outside. Now, here he was before her, haggard, filthy, and on the brink of collapse. Yan Yu burst into wailing sobs. He was supposed to come back injured, not half dead. Then again, looking at him, this obviously wasn't any self-inflicted act. Something truly terrible must have happened out there. Tears streamed down Yan Yu's face, washing away the gray ash and revealing the pale skin beneath. She tried to lift Li Yuan, but he was far too heavy for her alone. Desperate, she turned pleading eyes on the onlookers. But still no one stepped forward. That was until Auntie Wang finally hurried over from a distance. Taking in the scene at a glance, she rushed to Li Yuan's side. Without a word, she and Yan Yu each propped him up from one side and led him home. Li Yuan felt like he was on the brink of death, his mind foggy, his forehead burning hot as he coughed uncontrollably. Auntie Wang helped boil some water, and Yan Yu wiped him down, changed him into clean clothes, and settled him on the bed. With no doctor in Little Ink Village, she handed Auntie Wang a large copper coin to hire one from the nearby township. It was a long wait before the doctor finally showed up, and even then, he stood there looking impatient, like he wanted to leave the moment he arrived. Sensing his attitude, Auntie Wang pulled Yan Yu aside to explain that the doctor hadn't wanted to come all this way. She had only persuaded him by offering 2 large coins as a housecall fee. Realizing the situation, Yan Yu promptly produced yet another coin to give to the doctor. Auntie Wang looked on, feeling the sting in her chest. 3 large coins was more than enough to feed them for half a month. This fee was outrageous. At last, with the money in hand, the doctor sat down to examine Li Yuan. He said, "It's not a specific disease. He's just severely malnourished and exhausted. Judging by his condition, he's also badly shaken by something." As a hunter, he probably tangled with a tiger or a bear in the mountains. That sort of shock could easily bring him to this state. Yan Yu froze. A tiger or a bear? Her husband had tamed a tiger before. How could he be frightened of one now? Yet she couldn't help wondering what on earth he'd seen that terrified him this much. Memories of Li Yuan's plan to head into the distant mountains flickered through her mind, sparking a chill in her heart. Folk tales about ghosts and spirits were all too common in villages like theirs. Pushing aside her unease, she asked, "Doctor, what should I do for him now?" "Have him drink porridge for nourishment. Once he's stronger, you can think about supplements." "Should we start him on medication? His condition is serious." "Ordinary medicine won't do, you'll need better quality remedies," the doctor replied. "How much per dose?" "There's a high-grade option," he began. "And then there's an even more potent formula meant for ranked martial artists. It's pricier, but more effective." "How expensive is it?" He gave her a dismissive look, as if doubting she could afford it. But recalling these were hunters who might have some savings, he continued, "For the higher-grade medicine, it's 12 large coins per dose. It'll work faster. You can start with a few doses and see." Auntie Wang muttered, 12 large coins? That's more than a tael of silver. Who can afford to be sick at that rate? Are you just ripping us off because we don't know any better? The doctor's expression turned uneasy, but he quickly snapped, "If you can't afford it, don't buy it." Then he stood to leave, clearly eager to get away from this backwater place. Yan Yu glanced at Li Yuan, lying motionless on the bed. She knew he had made a bit of money delivering goods to town in the past, but both of them were careful never to show their savings. Still, she was worried. If she held back now and he failed to pull through, she'd never forgive herself. Looking up at the doctor with a forced smile, she said, "We'll buy it. But could you give us a small discount?" "Which kind do you want?" Yan Yu gritted her teeth. "The best?" Eyebrow raised, the doctor asked, "You're sure?" "Fine. If you're getting 5 doses, I'll charge you 58 large coins, 2 coins off the full price. How about 55 large coins? "Do you want the medicine or not?" he snapped. "Please, a little cheaper. I'll just leave, then." With no other choice, she relented. "Fine, we'll take it. Where's the money?" "Here." Bore bow and arrow. In the end, Yan Yu handed the coins to Auntie Wang, who then entrusted her 2 children to Li Yuan's household and went into town with 2 men from the village. By sundown, Auntie Wang was back with 5 doses of medicine. Meanwhile, Yan Yu had been cooking millet porridge. Her 2 little guests had licked their bowls clean by the time Auntie Wang returned. After ladling out a bowl of porridge for Auntie Wang, Yan Yu busied herself preparing the medicine. The 2 women worked tirelessly until well into the night, finally coaxing Li Yuan to drink his first bowl of medicine and rest. Seeing Auntie Wang and her children to the gate, Yan Yu said quietly, "Thank you, Auntie Wang. Sorry to have troubled you so much." Noting the sorrow on Yan Yu's face, Auntie Wang tried to comfort her. "Don't overthink it. Having your man come home alive is still a blessing. Not everyone has that luck," she added with a sigh, thinking of her own husband. Bore bow and arrow. After Auntie Wang left, Yan Yu shut the door tightly and placed a kitchen knife and a laundry paddle beside the bed. She also took out a small bag of lime powder from beneath the bed, something she'd secretly acquired around the time Zhang Shizi broke in at night. Satisfied with her preparations, she slipped out of her clothes and loosened the bindings around her chest, then climbed into bed. The doctor had examined Li Yuan and confirmed he was merely suffering from extreme exhaustion and low energy, so sleeping together wouldn't be a problem. In the darkness, she saw her husband sleeping on his side, facing the wall. Gently, she slipped an arm around his waist and pressed herself against his back, the 2 of them curling together like a pair of snug shrimp. Bore bow and arrow. Li Yuan slept fitfully. The medicinal effects of the high-grade concoction spread quickly through his body, driving out the cold that lingered inside him. At midnight, his entire body felt frigid, even under the blanket, he shivered. That eerie chill from the ancient estate seemed to emanate out of him, filling the space. Yan Yu woke from the cold and touched her husband, her face draining of color when she felt how icy he was. Steeling herself, she wrapped herself around him like a living heater, sharing her warmth. In his dream, Li Yuan found himself in a frozen hell. Suddenly, a small sun appeared in that icy domain, and he clung to it for dear life, hugging it tight to absorb what little heat it offered. Bore bow and arrow. By morning, Li Yuan was drenched in sweat but felt reborn. Busy as ever, Yan Yu brewed a pot of porridge, her steps echoing across the mud floor as she bustled about. The rustic little house filled with the aroma of cooking and the simple rhythms of daily life grounds for a fleeting sense of normalcy that pulled his mind back from the brink. Still, Li Yuan felt a heavy weight inside. Memories of that corpse-like estate deep in the mountains and the sinister sound of the door opening haunted him. It reminded him just how terrifying this world truly was, far beyond anything he had once imagined. Had it not been for the memories force-fed into his mind through his system, he likely would have died on the road back. "Yan Yu," Li Yuan struggled out a breath. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "Much better," he replied, then paused, lowering his voice. "We can't go back into the mountains." Yan Yu fell silent before quietly agreeing. "Then don't go. Just focus on getting your strength back." Li Yuan nodded and glanced at the status screen in his peripheral vision. Without a bow in hand, his combat power had dropped from 910 to 45. It made sense that his injuries had impacted his strength. Besides, he'd lost his bow, arrows, and hatchet on the way back. It wasn't a big deal. he would recover first. At least he'd glimpsed a fraction of this world's hidden horrors. Clenching his fists, he resolved that if such terrors lurked in the wilderness, there was only one way forward. That was to make money, then move somewhere with stronger security, somewhere truly safe. Bow and arrow. That night, under the night sky and howling wind, Li Yuan's condition had already improved from 4-5 to 5-6. It was clear there was no lasting damage. His swift recovery was proof of that. Around midnight, after a calm and simple moment of intimacy with Yan Yu, the couple drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes snapped open. Despite his injuries, he was still a ranked martial artist, his 5 senses keener than those of ordinary folk. He distinctly heard soft footsteps outside their house, right under the window. The footsteps halted near the paper window, and in the faint moonlight, he saw the silhouette of a face pressed against it, as though peering through a gap. After a moment's pause, a finger poked a small hole through the oil paper with a quiet pop. Immediately, a thin tube slid inside, releasing whiffs of dizzying smoke. Li Yuan's face grew cold. Holding his breath, he pulled the blanket up to cover Yan Yu. She stirred, only to have him clamp a hand gently over her mouth. Moments later, there was a soft click at the door. The bar had been lifted, and a dark figure slipped in. By the dim light of the moon, Li Yuan noticed a glimmering kitchen knife in the intruder's hand. Above his head hovered a 1-2. Without hesitation, the figure crept toward a shut chest in the corner of the room, prying it open in search of valuables. But just as he reached inside, he seemed to sense something was wrong. Before he could turn around, he felt a hand clamp onto his head. In the darkness, Li Yuan's 5 fingers tightened like a vice. With a sudden heave, he slammed the man downward. Bang! The intruder crumpled onto the floor, his head hitting the packed dirt with a thud, leaving him dazed and terrified. Fear giving way to desperate violence, the thief swung the kitchen knife wildly behind him. But before he could fully strike, Li Yuan's grip dug into the crook of the thief's elbow, dislocating the arm with a sharp snap. The blade went flying, and the intruder let out a shrill cry of pain. JL's thoughts. Before the shadowy figure could scream in agony, Li Yuan delivered another swift kick to his neck, sending him flying. He soared several meters through the air before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Li Yuan moved his shoulder and twisted his neck, feeling his strength rapidly returning. Suddenly, he bent down sharply, gripping the shadowy figure with one hand like a wild beast carrying a gust of malevolent wind. With a powerful thrust, he charged forward and threw the man out the door. He acted with precision, ensuring he didn't kill him. After all, without the kitchen knife, the threat was minimal. 0-1, a situation he could handle. Killing the intruder outright would have only caused unnecessary trouble. Yan Yu finally stood up, quickly tucking the lime bag into her waist, grabbed her club, slipped on her embroidered shoes, and followed her husband. Are you feeling better? Much better. Yan Yu felt a mix of inexplicable joy and worry. The expensive medicine was justified, it worked much more effectively. But she felt bad knowing there were still 3 doses left to take. Li Yuan pulled on his padded coat, wrapped it around himself, and stepped out the door with Yan Yu. Under the dim moonlight, they saw that the unconscious figure was actually an old man. That's Uncle Ma from the village. Yan Yu immediately recognized him. Why did he come here in the middle of the night with a knife and sedatives? Li Yuan snorted coldly. Seeing that our family has money, he grew greedy. He took advantage of my injury and you being a vulnerable woman at home. Yan Yu understood. She looked down, stammering, Li Yuan, I'm sorry. Today, I had no choice but to expose the family's money to get the medicine. Li Yuan spoke gently. What are you saying? You helped me get home, took care of me wholeheartedly, and gave me the best medicine. How could I blame you? Aha, Yan Yu softly murmured. She gazed at the ground, her face showing a hint of sweetness. The two remained silent for a moment. Old Ma's cries must have been heard by several families nearby. They didn't come out because they were scared by the tiger attack from a few days ago, Yan Yu said after looking around. That makes things a bit difficult for us. If they had come out, the situation here would have been clear at a glance, and everything could have been explained directly. If they don't come out, what are we going to do? Li Yuan frowned. The reason he hadn't directly knocked the man unconscious earlier was to make him call for help, hoping to attract the neighbors. But he hadn't anticipated that because of the tiger attack, no one dared to come out. He thought for a moment before saying, first, tie him up. Tomorrow, I'll take him to see the authorities, and in the meantime, I'll go into town to buy a bow. Aha. I'll follow your lead, Yan Yu replied. Li Yuan suddenly asked, how much money do we still have? Yan Yu responded, Uncle Wang sold the 3 pheasants, 3 hares, and 4 roe deer you hunted to the Ginger Tavern for 200 large coins. Outside of daily living expenses, we haven't spent much of it. Li Yuan interrupted her, no need to talk about expenses. Just tell me how much money we have left. We have 140 large coins left, Yan Yu said. Li Yuan was stunned. That much left? Have you been spending money at all? Yan Yu replied, it's not easy for you to earn money outside. How could I be frivolous? Li Yuan said, then give me 100 large coins first. I need to buy a new bow and bring back some millet, salt, sugar, incense, soap berries, and the like. Bow and arrow. Soon, Li Yuan had Uncle Ma tied up and locked in the storage room. He threw a worn blanket over Uncle Ma to prevent him from freezing to death, and then returned to bed with Yan Yu. Yan Yu, like a delicate bird clinging to Li Yuan's strong frame, remained quiet for a long time before she couldn't help but ask Li Yuan about the mountains. Just the mention of the mountains made Li Yuan's breathing quicken instantly. In the silent night, it felt as if a rotting, cold hand was clutching his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. After a long time, he finally calmed down, pulled up the quilt, and whispered, "Have you heard of any strange occurrences?" Strange occurrences. Like tales of ghosts and strange creatures. There are some stories about man-eating demons in the mountains, evil ghosts that make people lose their way, but no one has seen them. I thought it might just be to scare children. But some people have gone missing in the mountains, though such things aren't exactly strange. Yan Yu replied. Then she looked at Li Yan and asked, "Li Yuan, did you witness something?" Li Yuan nodded gravely. He didn't say more, and Yan Yu didn't press further. Both could feel the chill emanating from each other. The young couple held each other tightly, listening to each other's breathing and heartbeat in the dark night, drawing warmth and the courage to face their fears from one another. Bow and arrow. The next morning, a crowd had gathered in the village center. "Isn't that Uncle Ma? Why is he at Li Yuan's house? Looks like he's still injured. Li Yuan seems to have recovered quite a bit. Hey, money really does make things better. You get what you pay for. The town doctors are amazing. Medicine works wonders. What money? Don't you know? Yesterday, Yan Yu handed over 60 large coins all at once to get her husband treated and medicine." Got it. 60 large coins. The speaker's eyes gleamed with a strange light. After taking another look at Uncle Ma, they immediately understood the situation, but then felt a bit uneasy. Why was this family so wealthy? In the courtyard, Li Yuan shook Uncle Ma. Uncle Ma groggily woke up and started wailing, "Ouch, ouch." Li Yuan pointed at him and addressed the crowd. "He broke into my yard last night, tampered with the door latch, and tried to enter with a kitchen knife and knockout powder. Luckily, I caught him. Today, everyone, bear witness. I'm taking him to the county office and turning him in." At this moment, Uncle Ma fully regained consciousness. He looked around frantically and cried out, "I'm innocent, innocent? I was just walking near here yesterday when a dark figure suddenly knocked me out. Ouch, it hurts, my arm, hey, my arm." Li Yuan didn't hesitate. He pulled out the knockout powder and kitchen knife, asking, "Are these yours?" "No," Uncle Ma replied slyly. After a moment's thought, he continued crying, "Li Yuan, why are you attacking me? I'm old enough to be your father. I was just taking a night walk near your house. Is this really necessary?" Someone from the crowd said, "Uncle Ma, admit it. You've been caught, what more is there to say?" Uncle Ma stubbornly insisted, "I didn't do anything." Inside the house, Yan Yu became furious and shouted, "You came into our home last night. There's a hole in our window that you made. Everyone, come take a look. He tried to blow the knockout powder through here last night." Many followed Yan Yu inside, and after inspecting the area, they understood the situation. But Uncle Ma remained obstinate, insisting, "I didn't do it. I didn't make that hole." Yan Yu crossed her arms, glaring with watery eyes, and scolded, "Not you? Let's compare fingerprints." Uncle Ma refused. Yan Yu pressed on, "Besides, if it wasn't you, why did we catch you? Is that kitchen knife yours? Your neighbors would know, right?" As she spoke, Yan Yu looked around the crowd but couldn't spot Uncle Ma's neighbors. She then called Auntie Wang, asking her to take 2 people with the knife to find Uncle Ma's neighbors for identification. Sure enough, before long, Uncle Ma's neighbors, still confused, came forward to identify him and then ran over with Auntie Wang to testify. Yan Yu glanced around, clearly noting that Uncle Ma didn't have good relations with the neighbors. Uncle Ma immediately lost his confidence. Li Yuan didn't waste any time. He picked him up and said, "Come, let's go see the authorities." "I'm not going." Uncle Ma continued to resist. Li Yuan reached out and, like an eagle grabbing a chick, clamped his hand around Uncle Ma's neck and lifted him up, his voice cold, "Think it over." Uncle Ma whimpered and kicked his legs in the air, finally nodding and rasping, "All right, all right." Li Yuan threw him to the ground and then clasped his fists towards the surrounding crowd, saying, "Everyone has seen it. This man has committed grievous wrongdoing and should be handed over to the authorities. If anyone is willing to accompany me to town to provide testimony, I'll offer a 10 small copper coin fee for your trouble." Immediately, voices erupted from the crowd. "I'll go. I'll help you testify. I'll go too." In no time, Li Yuan had gathered a group of people. Yan Yu took out some long unused writing materials from a drawer, quickly drafted a formal complaint, and handed it to Li Yuan. Then, Li Yuan escorted Uncle Ma, accompanied by more than a dozen villagers, and headed towards the county office. With a group of villagers in tow, Li Yuan brought Uncle Ma from Little Ink Village straight to the county. He remembered that there was a blacksmith shop along this road, which sold not only farming tools but also ordinary knives and swords. Last year, when he went hunting to sell his catch, he had vaguely seen a bow hanging inside the blacksmith shop, but he hadn't gone in. Firstly, his archery skills were mediocre, he couldn't even pull back a strong bow. Second, he was short on funds. But times had changed. Li Yuan now had 100 large coins, which was a full 10 taels of silver. Normally, he would have gone straight to the government office and then checked out the blacksmith shop after the matter was settled. However, as Li Yuan reached the entrance of the blacksmith shop, he suddenly said, "Please wait for me for a moment." Then he asked, "Who can help me hold the rope?" No one responded. Li Yuan was about to offer more money when suddenly a voice said, "I'll watch it for you." Li Yuan looked over. It was a tall, thin young man called Tian Bao, a kid from Uncle Yuki's family in the village. He was usually very quiet and didn't interact much. This time, he wasn't drafted because he still had an older brother. Each family had one person drafted, his brother went, so naturally he didn't. As for Uncle Yuki, he had a broken leg and was bedridden, so he wasn't included in the draft. Perhaps due to various stresses, this reserved youth was beginning to come out of his shell. Alright. Li Yuan handed the rope to Tian Bao, then walked into the blacksmith shop. For him, sending Uncle Ma to the officials was just a secondary matter. His real priority was buying a bow and arrow. Inside the blacksmith shop, after some haggling, Li Yuan spent 20 large coins to buy a decent iron bow. Because of the famine, grain prices had almost quintupled, but weapon prices hadn't risen much. A year ago, buying an iron bow cost about 16 large coins. After purchasing the bow, he naturally needed to buy arrows. He bought a small tube of arrows, about 10 in a set, totaling another 20 large coins. The blacksmith threw in a decent quiver for free. In the blink of an eye, his 100 large coins had decreased to 60. Li Yuan held the bow, glanced over his combat power indicator. It had increased quite a bit. Originally, with his old bow, his overall strength was 24-25, but now it had increased to 39-40. In an instant, Li Yuan felt a surge of confidence. He shouldered the bow, and his entire demeanor seemed to shift subtly. However, he quickly adjusted his stance, ensuring he didn't appear overly showy as he walked out of the blacksmith shop. But he knew that from this moment on, he could freely display his strength, even if it was below 10 in overall combat power. And this strength was nothing short of the pinnacle among low-ranked martial artists. Once Li Yuan stepped outside, everyone stared at him in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Tian Bao spoke up, a hint of admiration in his voice. "You can actually draw this bow." Without a second thought, Li Yuan flipped his left hand, swiftly taking down the large bow. With his right hand, he grabbed an arrow, knocked it, and drew back the string in one smooth motion. In an instant, a dangerous aura radiated from his entire body. The villagers accompanying them could only gape in amazement. Just a few days ago, Li Yuan was barely holding on, and today he was so formidable? Some of the onlookers had been harboring ill intentions, but seeing this, their thoughts scattered away. Even Uncle Ma looked on with a sympathetic expression. He was also utterly bewildered. "Damn it, if I had known you'd recover so quickly and become so strong, I would have never tried to break into your house in the middle of the night." After drawing the bow, Li Yuan calmly put it away. The act of lowering the bow without shooting actually required considerable strength. "Li Yuan, I was wrong." Uncle Ma no longer acted tough, he was ready to apologize. "We're all neighbors here, and I'm getting old. Maybe we should just forget about it." Li Yuan glanced at him and said, "When you brandished the knife yesterday and tried to drug me, why didn't you think it through then? Spare me, please." "Li Yuan," Uncle Ma continued to plead. Li Yuan's voice turned cold. "Yesterday, you drew a knife. If I'd still been recovering and crippled, what would have happened? If it hadn't been me, but my wife, what would you have done?" Uncle Ma fell silent. Li Yuan took the rope from Tian Bao's hands and led Uncle Ma towards the county office. Bow and arrow. Li Yuan walked down the streets of the township, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This county town was much livelier than Little Ink Village. Along both sides of the street, vendors were setting up their stalls, selling all sorts of goods. There were stands offering fruit and tea drinks, others selling fabrics and making clothes on the spot, some with steamed buns, meat, and soup, others with alcohol, women's hair accessories, children's toys, and candy sculptures and candied haws on sticks. In short, the assortment of goods was scattered, but the variety was far beyond what Little Ink Village could offer. As for public security, just by observing the people walking down the streets, one could get a good idea of the situation. On these streets, people could at least openly and legitimately trade their goods. Unexpectedly, despite the county soldier's significant defeat, the county magistrate being gone, and the county guard also missing, the town's public security remained surprisingly good. Beyond being baffled, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of longing deep within. If he could live here, not to mention anything else, at least he could occasionally take Yan Yu for a stroll, or buy her new clothes. At night, he could still go out for a walk, enjoying a bit of romance, a moment of luxurious relaxation amidst the tensions of chaotic times. Unlike in Little Ink Village, where once night fell, all he could do was wrestle in bed. Bow and arrow. Soon, the group arrived at the county office. The place was closed, there was nowhere to submit the complaint papers. Li Yuan handed the rope to Tian Bao and stepped forward to beat the drum. Boom, boom, boom. After drumming for a while, the county office remained closed. Li Yuan waited a bit longer, but there was still no movement. He grabbed the drum mal again, swung his arms, and started drumming more vigorously. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed far and wide. After a long time, the county office slowly opened, and a young man dressed in a county bailiff's uniform stepped out. Li Yuan glanced at the bailiff, who was armed with a saber, and assessed his overall combat power as about 7-8. He took the complaint paper written by Yan Yu and respectfully handed it over, saying, "Sir, yesterday Malu from Little Ink Village came into my house with a knife, intending to steal and assault me and my wife. I have captured him. The villagers can testify." The bailiff glanced at the muddy-legged villagers before him, did not accept the complaint paper, but looked directly at Uncle Ma and asked, "Did you break into his house with a knife? Did you intend to steal and assault him and his wife?" Uncle Ma hurriedly replied, "It's a misunderstanding. I didn't." The bailiff turned to Li Yuan and said, "All right, go back." Li Yuan was taken aback and said, "We have both the person and the evidence. Why not investigate? Moreover, deciding whether to investigate should be up to the superior, right?" The bailiff frowned and responded, "Are you questioning me?" Next to them, Uncle Ma's eyes were rolling, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Bailiff, bailiff, I have something to report." The bailiff, growing impatient, asked, "What is it?" Uncle Ma fixed his eyes on Li Yuan and declared, "It's him? Exactly him? He's the strongest person in our village, yet he evaded military service? More than a month ago, the authorities came to our little ink village to draft soldiers, and he escaped into the mountains." The villagers fell completely silent, but Tian Bao angrily retorted, "You're full of nonsense." When Li Yuan came back looking so injured, who didn't see it? Was that him hiding? Uncle Ma snorted coldly, "Isn't he fine now? Then he must have been hiding." Tian Bao replied, "No, Mrs. Yan was willing to spend money to buy good medicine for him." Uncle Ma ignored him and looked toward the bailiff, saying, "Bailiff, deserting military service is a serious crime. If you report this, wouldn't that be a great achievement?" The bailiff gave him a strange look, then glanced at Li Yuan and asked, "Did you flee to the mountains to avoid military service?" Li Yuan shook his head, "No, absolutely not." The bailiff waved his hand, "All right, everyone go back." Before leaving, he looked again at the iron bow strapped to Li Yuan's back and asked, "Can you pull it?" Li Yuan nodded. The bailiff glanced at him and said, "Let's see." Li Yuan flipped his hand, took down the large bow, knocked an arrow, and drew the string. He stopped when he felt he had pulled it to about a 10 in combat power. The bailiff nodded, praising, "Good man. Put it away." Li Yuan put away the bow. The bailiff stepped forward and whispered, "You seem like a real guy, so I'll tell you the truth and consider us friends. The county's main power figures are dead now, and Jamil County is now basically controlled by 2 families and 1 sect. They maintain the public security. If that old man bothers you and you can't stand it, just handle it quietly. No one is overseeing anymore." After saying this, the bailiff patted Li Yuan on the shoulder. Li Yuan smoothly handed over 10 large coins and asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Caize. And you?" "I'm Li Yuan." The two clasped fists, then the bailiff closed the door again. Behind the door, Uncle Ma was dumbfounded, so scared that he lost control of his bowels and collapsed to the ground. Uncle Ma collapsed onto the ground. He hadn't heard what the bailiff had whispered to Li Yuan, but he sensed it boded ill. He started wailing like a scoundrel in a street brawl. "Help! Somebody help! Murder!" This was the county office, so he assumed shouting for help would surely draw more bailiffs. But he was wrong. No matter how much he screamed, the gates remained firmly shut. At one point, Tian Bao looked like he wanted to gag the old man, but Li Yuan shot him a warning glance. Li Yuan simply allowed Uncle Ma to howl until his voice was ragged. Even so, the gates stayed closed. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yuan realized that Caize wasn't lying. It's really come to this. For all Uncle Ma's screaming, not a single bailiff reappeared. That meant government authorities no longer maintained order in Jamil County. The villagers from Little Ink Village grew uneasy. One of them asked, "Li Yuan, what's going on?" Keeping his voice light, Li Yuan said, "Nothing, really. The bailiff from a moment ago, he's an old friend of mine. We recognized each other, and he told me I could handle this any way I like. Said even if I killed someone, it'd be fine." Someone blurted out, "That's impossible? What about the law?" Another onlooker shook his head in disbelief. "No way. Wasn't Monk Pan executed for his crimes not too long ago?" Li Yuan didn't argue. He simply strode forward, grabbed Uncle Ma, slapped him silent, then twisted and broke his other arm. Uncle Ma howled in agony, but the county office gates never opened. Terror flooded Uncle Ma's eyes. Glancing at the crowd, Li Yuan said, "Take him back first." With that, he turned slightly to look at Tian Bao, who was watching him with unconcealed admiration. "Don't worry, Li Yuan," Tian Bao said. "I'll drag this old man back myself." Li Yuan nodded, handed him 2 large coins, and said, "Go exchange these for small copper coins. Give 10 to each person, whatever's left, you keep." Tian Bao hesitated. "I don't need much. I just want to follow you." Li Yuan patted him on the shoulder. "Trust me, living your own life well is better than tagging along with me." Li Yuan, Tian Bao stammered a bit but swallowed the words. All he could do was bow. "Okay." With that, he and the others led Uncle Ma back the way they came, leaving Li Yuan behind. Though he seemed outwardly calm, Li Yuan was inwardly shaken. What Caize had informed him still echoed in his mind. If he could kill people with impunity, wouldn't others be just as free to kill him? That wouldn't do. He had to figure out what was really happening. Once the others left, Li Yuan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and knocked on the county office gate again. When no one answered, he paced in hesitation, then grabbed the drum mallet and banged on the drum once more. Eventually, the gate opened, once again revealing the same bailiff, Caize. He looked annoyed at first, ready to bark at whoever was outside. But seeing it was Li Yuan, he reined in his temper and asked, "Didn't we just speak? What do you want now?" Li Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. Well, it's nearly noon. I thought maybe you and I could share a meal. We hit it off so well earlier, so I thought, perfect time to raise a glass or two, don't you think? Sizing up the iron bow slung across Li Yuan's back, Caize nodded. Are you a local? Li Yuan grinned. Yes, though I moved out to Little Ink Village 3 years ago to make a living as a hunter. A hunter, are you? This county hasn't issued many hunting permits, and I don't recall any going to a family named Li, Caize said. Li Yuan replied, I got mine back when the previous magistrate was in office. The previous magistrate, a flicker of recognition crossed Caize's face. What's your father's name? Li Zhao. It took him a moment to place it, then his eyes lit up. With a hearty laugh, he clapped Li Yuan on the shoulder. So you're Li Zhao's boy? When I first joined the county office, your father was still on duty. Heard he was badly wounded on some case for the magistrate and then retired. Li Yuan paused. He knew his father had worked at the county office ages ago, but by the time his father had passed away from the outbreak, no one had shown up at the funeral. It was a pleasant surprise to discover a connection with someone in the current county office. Feigning excitement, he said, what a coincidence indeed. Laughing, Caize gave Li Yuan's arm a squeeze. Then our meeting today is fate. All right, let's raise a glass together. Bore bow and arrow. Moments later, Li Yuan found himself pulled into the heavenly scent pavilion, with a young courtesan brought over to pour drinks. He inwardly winced at the likely cost, but he needed information and couldn't just refuse. He kept a careful eye on the fruit, wine, and other luxuries on the table, ready to put a stop to things if they got too expensive, even at the cost of losing face. Before that moment arrived, though, he toasted Caize and cut straight to the point. Caize, all I want is a stable life. But now it seems the county is in chaos. Can you tell me what's really going on? Smiling, Caize pointed at the courtesan. Better to ask her. She knows the ins and outs here as well as anyone. Li Yuan turned toward her. May I ask your name, miss? She giggled. Oh my, I'm not just any miss. You can call me Madame Yuan. Gently swaying her hips, she slipped into his lap, settling onto his thigh. Now, what would you like to know, handsome? Li Yuan didn't resist. He wasn't some virtuous monk or bashful teen, having a pretty stranger in his lap didn't bother him. Besides, he was paying for it. Might as well enjoy the moment. All right, Madame Yuan. Please enlighten me. She pouted playfully. Let's have you drink another cup first, then I'll talk. Li Yuan obliged, downing his wine in one go. Madame Yuan then explained, right now, it's all in the hands of two families and one sect, the Wei family, Sun family, and the Bloodblade sect. Our heavenly scent pavilion is under the Bloodblade sect's protection, which also extends over Silver Creek, Violet Haven, and Parasol Town, the 3 best townships in Jamil County. What about the government? Li Yuan asked. She giggled again. Another cup, handsome. He downed a second one without hesitation. Well, she continued, it's hardly a secret. Here at Heavenly Scent Pavilion, we recognize only the Bloodblade sect, not the government. It's been that way for ages. It used to be that Violet Haven and Parasol Town were held by the magistrate and the county captain. But since they're gone now, those townships naturally fell under the sect. The Wei and Sun families did something similar. Each originally ran just one town, but they've taken over 3 apiece. As for somewhere poor like Little Ink Village, nobody cares enough to claim it, so it's left to its own devices. Li Yuan's mind whirled. Everything he once knew about this place was just the tip of the iceberg. People like Madame Yuan, those hovering at the edges of society, seemed to have a better sense of how things really worked. So in Jamil County, it appeared that local powerhouses overshadowed the government authorities. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He jiggled his leg slightly and said, Madame Yuan, why don't you pour a drink for Caize over there? Don't mind me. Reluctant to move from Li Yuan's lap, she stood and sashayed toward Caize, swaying her hips all the while. But the bailiff blocked her with one hand and barked a laugh. Come on, one girl shifting from lap to lap is dull. Let's call in another. Li Yuan felt his stomach drop. Caize, about our bill. Frowning, Caize said, how much money do you have left? Li Yuan forced a chuckle. Not to hide anything, but I've only got 48 large coins, no more. That's plenty, the bailiff replied. Then, pointing to Madame Yuan, he added, you make sure to look after my brother here. Madame Yuan giggled. Of course. Then she went off to summon another girl. Li Yuan watched her go, silently lamenting how fast his money was disappearing. Yan Yu had given him 100 large coins, and already half were spent in a single day. Fine. If I'm blowing this much money, I'd better get something in return, Li Yuan muttered to himself. He cleared his throat and tried again. Caize, I grew up in Silver Creek, but I moved away. Now that I'm older, I'd like to settle down back in my old neighborhood. Do you think there's room for me to come home? Between brothers, let me give you a number. Crossing his 2 fingers, Caize made the character which represented the number 10. All it takes is 10 taels of silver. I'll help you secure a spot. That mostly involves transferring your household registration and filing it with the Bloodblade sect. Once it's approved, you can purchase property in Silver Creek with a residency permit. Li Yuan nodded. All right, I'll come find you in a while with the silver. I'm counting on you. No problem. Caize laughed heartily. Moments later, Madame Yuan returned with a second young woman in tow. The newcomer, all graceful curves and demure smiles, walked up to Caize and greeted him sweetly. I'm Yuan, sir. Delighted to make your acquaintance. Spreading his legs apart, Caize motioned her over, and Yuan promptly perched on his lap. Madame Yuan, meanwhile, settled back onto Li Yuan's thigh. 2 men, 2 women, drinking and flirting without restraint. After a few rounds of wine, Caize let his guard down completely. You've heard of the Red Lotus rebels, right, brother? Let me tell you something. Even if the Red Lotus rebels break through Jamil County, they still won't touch Silver Creek. Because Silver Creek is the heart of the Bloodblade sect. They can occupy other townships without issue, but trying to seize Silver Creek would mean picking a fight with our superiors. And they're not that stupid. Your sect, the Bloodblade sect. I'm both a bailiff and a disciple of the Bloodblade sect, he replied with a booming laugh. I'm impressed. But may I ask, who's above the Bloodblade sect? You don't need to know that. Cradling Yuan in one arm and a cup in the other, Caize went on, this empire is really just the largest martial force under the heavens, and it was only the largest in the early days of its founding. Once the experts in the imperial capital can't suppress the powers of the Jianghu, and when famine, disasters, and chaos push the people past their limits, any major faction might rise up against the empire. But that's got nothing to do with our Bloodblade sect. The county magistrate and the captain serve the imperial court. Fighting to the death is their duty, and if common people don't have a faction backing them, they have to defend themselves. Otherwise, when the Red Lotus rebels sack the county, they'll loot and burn everything in sight. But as for us, we don't have to get involved. The empire has its laws, and the martial world has its rules. Each sect claims its own territory, a land within the land, a nation within a nation. If the Red Lotus rebels want to overthrow the empire, that's their business. But if they invade a sect's stronghold, that's tantamount to declaring war. Li Yuan ventured, so, about that residency spot in Silver Creek, can 10 taels of silver really make it happen? It can. Caize's eyes gleamed as he looked Li Yuan over. Every sect wants new talent. You're young, and you've already made a name for yourself. The Bloodblade sect would be happy to let you settle in Silver Creek. Other people, though, they don't get that privilege. You think I go around calling everyone brother? So casually. Borboanero. A little while later, still tipsy, Caize led one of the courtesans off to a private room. Madame Yuan, feigning drunkenness, draped herself across Li Yuan, waiting for him to undress her and tumble into bed. Li Yuan considered it for the briefest moment but ultimately decided not to. Sharing a few drinks was one thing, truly going through with it was another. He wasn't that desperate, and besides, his wife at home was prettier. He asked, do you think 48 large coins will cover tonight? With a coquettish giggle, she lounged in his arms and said, I've been keeping track, little sir. I can even give you a 3 large coin discount. Once I realized how strong you are, well, I find myself both happy and intrigued. We see plenty of men in this line of work, but a fine young fellow like you is rare. I hope you will come by often. Noticing he made no move to join her, Madame Yuan leaned in and whispered, carry me to the bed. When we're done, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Li Yuan hesitated. It wasn't just paying for fun anymore. She was using information to entice him. Sensing his reluctance, Madame Yuan suddenly asked, you have a wife, don't you? Yeah, she chuckled. I like men like you. Every fellow who comes here has a wife somewhere, but once they've had a few drinks, how many of them don't jump at the chance to pull me into bed? You're different. Li Yuan privately took her flattery with a grain of salt, but Madame Yuan seemed genuinely amused. If you don't want to lay with a woman like me, that's your choice, she teased. But maybe you'll come back sometime, at least to keep me company? I don't come to places like this much. I'm only here because Caize insisted. She eyed him keenly. You might change your mind. Oh, why's that? Because next time, you might come as a disciple of the Bloodblade sect. Borboanero. By dusk, Caize was draping an arm around Li Yuan as they left Heavenly Scent Pavilion. When you have the silver, come find me in Silver Creek, he said. I live on White Cloud Alley. From the entrance, it's the second house on the left. They bid each other farewell and went their separate ways. When Li Yuan returned to Little Ink Village, night had already fallen, yet the village was bustling more than usual. A woman called out, Li Yuan, you're only just getting back. Sure am, he replied. What's going on? She gave him a strange look before forcing a smile. Oh, nothing. Molly Oo's dead, someone stabbed him all over. But that bastard had it coming. Li Yuan froze. I only just got back. I had nothing to do with it. Nobody else said much, they scattered quickly, clearly aware of the day's earlier drama in town. Now there was a new aura around Li Yuan, a mix of awe and fear. They wanted to stay on his good side. Even the old familiar nickname of Pipsqueak had transformed in their eyes. Borboanero. At home, Yan Yu told Li Yuan the story of Molly Oo's death in more detail. It really wasn't me, Li Yuan said with a sigh. I was planning to find him tonight. Then who did it? She wondered. Right then, her sensitive nose picked up a faint scent of makeup and wine clinging to his clothes. Li Yuan offered an embarrassed laugh before she could speak. Yan Yu, I went to Heavenly Scent Pavilion. I did pay for a drink or two, but I didn't sleep with anyone. I had no choice. Since we can't hide out in the mountains, I've got to figure out a way to move us to Silver Creek. I finally met someone who could help. He insisted on going to the Heavenly Scent Pavilion, so I had to foot the bill. He confessed everything in one go. You really didn't sleep with her? Yan Yu repeated, still processing. Li Yuan nodded. Just had her on my lap. And you paid money? She asked suddenly. I did. She furrowed her brow. Then why not just go for it? Might as well get your money's worth. You're my man, you're the one benefiting. Li Yuan grinned. She's not as pretty as you, nowhere close, so I couldn't do it. What if she was prettier than me? His wife pressed. She still wouldn't be as gentle. What if she were prettier and gentler? She wouldn't have your sincerity. Still couldn't go through with it. Yan Yu tried to follow up, but Li Yuan cut her off with a simple question. Could such a woman even exist? Touched by his words, she helped him remove his clothes, then guided him into a wooden tub. By moonlight, she gently washed away the day's dust and worries. Li Yuan, she asked quietly, do you really think we can move to Silver Creek? We can, he answered firmly. He had to bring Yan Yu there. Both Caize and Madame Yun had no reason to lie about the county's state of affairs. If the Red Lotus rebels really overran Jamil County, only 3 places would remain safe. The first 2 were the 2 townships ruled by the Wei and Sun families. The last was Silver Creek, the very heart of the Bloodblade sect. JL's thoughts. Li Yuan grinned. She's not as pretty as you, nowhere close, so I couldn't do it. What if she was prettier than me? His wife pressed. She still wouldn't be as gentle. What if she were prettier and gentler? She wouldn't have your sincerity. Still couldn't go through with it. Yan Yu tried to follow up, but Li Yuan cut her off with a simple question. Could such? Early the next morning, Yan Yu lay curled against Li Yuan, refusing to let him go. It had been a while since they'd shared a moment of quiet in bed at dawn, and the 2 of them began chatting idly. Li Yuan asked, Yan Yu, have you heard of the Bloodblade sect, or the Wei and Sun families? She tightened her arms around his waist. I've heard that the Wei and Sun families are powerful families in the county. As for the Bloodblade sect, yes, I've come across the name before. They seem pretty influential in town. Li Yuan continued, last month, when I was out, did any tax collectors show up here in Little Ink Village? They did, she said with a sigh. One family couldn't pay, so they took the daughter away. The parents cried and pleaded, but the collectors ignored them? Hearing that, Li Yuan pieced some things together. Most common folk had no idea how complicated the local power structure really was. It occurred to him that these so-called tax collectors were likely working for those same families or the sect. They just happened to wear official uniforms. It was a lot like how Caize was simultaneously a Bloodblade sect disciple and a county bailiff. He felt a heaviness settle over him. Caize's words kept echoing in his mind. Even if the Red Lotus rebels break through Jamil County, they still won't touch Silver Creek. This empire is really just the largest martial force under the heavens, and it was only the largest in the early days of its founding. When the Red Lotus rebels sack the county, they'll loot and burn everything in sight. A growing sense of urgency pressed down on him, as though the true chaos hadn't even begun. In his previous world's history, even in eras of low warfare technology, there had been times of brutal disorder, like the period of the 5 barbarians or the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Here, the imperial court openly tolerated entire nations within the nation, powerful sects and clans, while remote mountains housed terrifying dangers of their own. If everything fell apart, what would it look like? Li Yuan didn't dare imagine. I have to pull together enough silver tails fast and move us to Silver Creek, he thought. Still, he couldn't just take Caize's word at face value. He planned to visit the Ginger Tavern in Silver Creek soon to do some investigation himself. If it was still bustling, they'd surely be needing meat, which meant a good chance to sell his game. With that in mind, Li Yuan rose. As soon as he moved, Yan Yu let her long leg slide off him. Getting up already? He nodded, flipping the blanket off and tugging on his pants. Under the covers, Yan Yu, her eyes bright, lifted the blanket too, briefly revealing her pale skin. I'll get up too, she said with a playful grin. Oh, by the way, the clothes that smelled like cheap perfume yesterday? I went ahead and washed them. I hope you're not upset. Li Yuan shook his head. You're really bringing that up again. She rolled her eyes with amused exasperation. I'm a woman, aren't I? He had to admit she wasn't wrong. They bantered a bit more as they got dressed. Once ready, Li Yuan headed out to wash up, while Yan Yu stoked the fire to heat some millet porridge and salt-cured meat for breakfast. She'd preserved quite a bit of salted meat thanks to their supply of salt and pork. They ate quickly, and Li Yuan picked up his bao, ready to leave. Meanwhile, Yan Yu tossed his worn clothes into a wooden basin, grabbed a laundry paddle, and called out to Auntie Wang to join her in the washing. Bore bow and arrow. Stepping outside, Li Yuan noticed a tall, lanky figure hovering nearby Tian Bao. The moment Tian Bao saw him, he jogged over. Good morning, Li Yuan. What's the matter? Li Yuan asked. I want to follow you, Tian Bao blurted, head lowered. His older brother had been conscripted and was almost certainly dead by now. That left only Tian Bao and his ailing father hardly much of a life. Surrounded by despair, he felt the coming chaos pressing down. Rather than wait to die, he wanted to find something or someone to stake his life on. I really mean it, Tian Bao said. I know how things work in the Jianghu. If I pledge myself to you, my life is yours. Whatever you say, I'll do. If anyone tries to hurt you, I'll fight them to the death. Li Yuan patted the boy on the shoulder. Kid, I'm not really part of any gang. What good is following me? Tian Bao took a few deep breaths, then spoke softly. I was the one who went out at night and killed Malu. I knew you were still in Silver Creek, so nobody would suspect you. It couldn't be pinned on you at all. Li Yuan stared at him. Please. Tian Bao suddenly dropped to his knees. In truth, Li Yuan had planned to kill Ma Lu himself, no matter how discreetly he did it, though, it would still come back to him eventually. Tian Bao's action had quietly removed that problem. The young man clearly had guts and enough wits to see the bigger picture qualities useful in a lawless world. Was that your first time taking a life? Li Yuan asked. Tian Bao nodded. Yes. How did you feel afterward? Nervous and restless. I couldn't sleep all night. His eyes were red, shot through with sleeplessness. Li Yuan considered for a moment. I'll teach you archery. How well you learn is up to you, but once you grasp the skill, you'll at least have a way to make a living. Tian Bao blinked in confusion. Archery? I don't even have a bow, and no valid hunting permit. Come with me. Bore bow and arrow. A short while later, Li Yuan led Tian Bao to the home of a local hooligan nicknamed Ah Fei, who used to have a proper hunting permit. If Li Yuan recalled correctly, that permit originally belonged to Keiwa's husband, until Qian San orchestrated his death and stole the permit for Ah Fei. Afterward, Ah Fei followed the Qian family around, causing no end of trouble. But since he'd been conscripted, only his family remained in the house. His weapons and permit should still be there. Li Yuan knocked on the door. No one answered. When he raised his hand to knock again, Tian Bao stepped forward and said, "Let me do it. No need to dirty your hands." Taken aback, Li Yuan stepped aside. Tian Bao rushed the door and kicked it hard. The flimsy latch snapped open. Then, pulling a hatchet from behind his back, he stormed inside, hollering, "Hey, my boss knocked, didn't you hear?" Li Yuan could only stand there, speechless. Inside, a middle-aged woman cowered in fear. Moments later, trembling all over, she handed over the hunting permit, a makeshift bow, and some arrows. Li Yuan tossed 2 large coins to her. "We're buying these from your family." She hadn't expected any payment at all. Holding the coins, she stammered her thanks. "Thank you, Li Yuan, thank you." Word of yesterday's events had spread fast. Everyone knew Li Yuan was backed by the local authority. Any attempt to report Ma Liu's murder had gone nowhere. That said it all. Nobody dared cross him now. Tian Bao hugged the permit to his chest, beaming as he ran a hand along the rough wooden bow. Li Yuan glanced over at him. Though Tian Bao had never been a thug, he now seemed fired up, determined to change his fate in these troubled times, no matter the cost. Many more people were likely to end up just like him. "Tian Bao," Li Yuan said. "Yes, boss. When you learn archery from me, remember these words. Stay low-key. Whether you're still training or already able to use a bow, don't throw my name around. If you keep acting the way you just did, I won't teach you anymore. Understood?" Realizing he'd overstepped, Tian Bao hung his head, mumbling, I am sorry." Li Yuan patted him on the shoulder. "All right. Come hunting with me." If chaos was coming, Li Yuan needed to earn money as fast as possible. Another pair of hands might help, and with Tian Bao around, Li Yuan wouldn't have to do everything himself. The boy also had potential. Li Yuan could keep an eye on him, gauge his reliability. Even if he only served as Li Yuan's eyes and ears back in Little Inktown after the move to Silver Creek, it would be worth it. As for whether Tian Bao might become hard to handle, Li Yuan didn't think so. He himself was already a ranked martial artist and had more potential to draw on. Tian Bao was just an ordinary kid, not ranked at all. If Li Yuan couldn't keep someone like him in check, he might as well run headfirst into a brick wall and be done with it. 3 days later. By dusk, a tall, lanky teenager pushed a cart to a stop in front of the Ginger Tavern in Silver Creek. On the cart rested a large wild boar. Wiping sweat from his brow, the youth glanced at Li Yuan and said reverently, "Li Yuan, we're here." Li Yuan nodded, hoisted the wild boar onto his shoulder with impressive ease, and walked straight into the tavern through its back entrance. The day before, he had already arranged things with a contact there, a connection originally introduced by Uncle Wang. Watching Li Yuan's display of strength, Tian Bao was filled with awe. Over the past couple of days, he'd seen just how formidable Li Yuan really was. Li Yuan's archery, in particular, seemed almost supernatural. Before long, a middle-aged man with a slight paunch, clearly a manager, came to see Li Yuan out. In this chaotic time, a dependable stream of fresh meat was worth its weight in silver. This manager had learned Li Yuan was no pushover. The man brought in boar he'd hunted that very morning, not covered in too many wounds and perfect for the tavern's needs. "Bring your next catch here," the manager said with a smile. "If it's fresh, you'll get a fair price." Li Yuan returned the smile. "Of course. We've been doing business for a while now, I'll always make sure it's fresh." Then he beckoned Tian Bao over. "Kid, come say hello." Tian Bao hurried forward. "Hello, Uncle Wu." Manager Wu nodded. "Follow Li Yuan's example." Before, he brought in deer, hares, pheasants. Today he's already moved on to wild boar. Young hunters like him are impressive. Tian Bao beamed with admiration. "Yeah, my boss is the strongest man in the village. Don't listen to him exaggerate. I'm just a regular hunter." Li Yuan just laughed. "This kid is from my village. If I ever can't make a delivery myself, I'll have him handle things." "That's fine, I'll remember him," Manager Wu replied, smiling at Li Yuan. Boar bow and arrow. Li Yuan felt the satisfying heft of new silver in his pouch. When the Qian family and bear had still been around, he mostly stuck to hunting small game. But now he had free rein to take down boars and even bears. Bigger prey meant better prices. This time, he'd brought in a sow that Manager Wu estimated at just under 150 kgs. The Ginger Tavern paid him 30 taels of silver split into 2 10-tael ingots, 5 one-tael nuggets, and 50 large coins. Li Yuan tossed Tian Bao 2 large coins. Surprised, Tian Bao quickly tried to refuse. Boss, why are you giving me money? It's your boar, and you taught me how to hunt. I can't possibly. Take it, Li Yuan insisted. Go back to the village. I'll be along later. Okay. Tian Bao took the cart and headed home. Li Yuan lingered for a while, then circled back to the tavern. A kitchen hand spotted him and waved. Hey, Li Yuan. You're still here. Li Yuan smiled. Is Manager Wu around? Sure, I'll call him. The hand dashed off, but ended up taking quite some time. Li Yuan waited patiently, and only after about the time it would take to burn 2 sticks of incense did Manager Wu appear, looking harried. Did you need something? Li Yuan grinned. It's getting dark, and I've got some silver in my pocket. Thought I'd treat you to a drink. Manager Wu gave him a knowing look. You rascal, you must have something else in mind. Nothing special, Li Yuan said. You've been such a help, I'd feel bad not treating you to a meal now that I've made some money. I'm not an ungrateful man. Slogging through the mountains for a living is tough, Manager Wu replied. You've earned every bit of coin you make. Li Yuan suddenly suggested, how about Heavenly Scent Pavilion? Manager Wu was startled. He'd thought Li Yuan might just buy him a simple meal and some cheap wine. Heavenly Scent Pavilion, however, was one of the most high-end establishments in Silver Creek, a place common folk could rarely afford. If Li Yuan was that serious, well, if you're set on it, I won't say no, Manager Wu said. But it's busy here until closing. Let's go at the hour of the boar. So, 9 p.m. Sound good. Works for me. Li Yuan smiled. I'll take a little walk while I wait. Manager Wu hurried off, and Li Yuan left the tavern to kill time. He needed to uncover the truth about the Bloodblade sect once and for all, then decide if he'd proceed with his plan to move to Silver Creek. He grabbed a quick meal of fried rice from a street stall near the tavern, watching travelers come and go. He could see the numbers floating above some heads, some as low as 01 or 12, others around 23. Suddenly, a 3940 popped into view, attached to a man carrying an ornate blade at his waist. Li Yuan quickly averted his gaze, not wanting any trouble. Li Yuan mused to himself, if I upgrade my bow to something better I'd probably be a bit stronger too. The night air turned chilly as he waited, but he'd already told Yan Yu he might be late. He could only keep hoping he'd find a clear path to move to Silver Creek soon. Only there, apparently, was the security as solid as people claimed. At last, Manager Wu emerged, and they made their way to Heavenly Scent Pavilion. Li Yuan, now a returning customer, asked straight away for Madame Yun. He was in luck. She'd only just finished with another patron. Spotting him downstairs through the beaded curtains, she quickly freshened up and sauntered over. A few other courtesans watched with curiosity, seeing an unremarkable-looking young man whose aura was nonetheless calm and quietly powerful. Madame Yun swished her embroidered handkerchief and tapped Li Yuan playfully. Didn't you say you weren't coming back? Li Yuan just smiled without replying. She led him and Manager Wu to a private room, summoned another woman to accompany the manager, and soon enough, they were clinking cups under lantern light. Manager Wu wasted no time taking his companion to one of the smaller side chambers. Madame Yun then turned her attention to Li Yuan, teasing, it's late. Surely you're not going home to your wife now? Need me to attend you for the night? I'll take a quick bath, give you a lovely evening. Li Yuan shook his head. Save me some money, will you? Tonight, no bed, but I'll still pay your fee. I'll come see you again next time. That earned him an arch look. You're a wife's dream, you know, she quipped, though he didn't believe her sincerity. She persisted. Money aside, it's a long night. What do you plan to do with me? Just talk, he answered, eager for more information about Jamil County. Bore bow and arrow. By dawn, Madame Yun, unable to fight her fatigue, had drifted off to sleep. Li Yuan quietly settled the bill. This time it ran to 6 taels of silver because they'd stayed overnight. Closing his eyes to rest for a short while, he waited for Manager Wu to emerge. Eventually, Manager Wu stepped out looking rather pleased with himself. The two men left the brothel together. Li Yuan, Manager Wu said, you're a generous man. Next time you visit the tavern, let me at least buy you a few cups of wine. No need, Li Yuan replied. If I come to the tavern, I'm there to do business, not to impose. But I do hope you'll keep an eye out for any good deals on game. Manager Wu grinned. No worries on that front. You can count on me. Li Yuan paused. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you. Sure. What is it? The manager was in an excellent mood. Do you have any relatives in the Bloodblade sect? The question stopped Manager Wu in his tracks. Why do you ask? Li Yuan simply waited. Looking baffled, Manager Wu shook his head. I don't have any family in the Bloodblade sect. They're a world apart from us normal folks. All I know is that in Silver Creek, the sect stands at the very top. And if someone offered to introduce you to the Bloodblade sect, Li Yuan probed. Manager Wu's eyes lit up. Really? Tell me what they want. I'd give whatever I have if it means joining the sect. Li Yuan fell silent, realizing that was all the confirmation he needed. The Bloodblade sect was indeed the place to be. His conversation with Manager Wu wrapped up with Li Yuan laughing. I'm just joking around. I was just curious how powerful that sect really is. Manager Wu gave a dry chuckle. Right, what was I thinking? He's just a hunter. How could he possibly have a direct line to the Bloodblade sect? The difference between them is like earth and sky. He sniffed. They're plenty powerful, I'll say that. Bow and arrow. After parting ways, Li Yuan didn't head straight home. Instead, he hurried to Silver Creek's most upscale restaurant, Cicada's Cuisine, which Madame Yuan had mentioned the night before. For 2 taels of silver, he bought a fancy boxed breakfast. Then he made his way to White Cloud Alley. Upon arriving, he stood in front of the second house on the left and knocked on the door. JL's thoughts. Li Yuan knocked on the door a few times, then patiently waited without continuing. He took a step back to size up the houses along White Cloud Alley in Silver Creek. They weren't particularly fancy black-tiled roofs and white walls, plain and unassuming. The ground was uneven dirt, with no flooring. The alley itself was cramped, the buildings pressed close together. Take a few steps from one front door, and you were already at the neighbors. Still, in Silver Creek, this was considered a mid-tier residential area. Just yesterday, Li Yuan had struck up a conversation with a local who lived in a wooden shack far more basic than anything found even in the villages. However, its single perk was being near the main road, making it easier to shop and run errands. While Li Yuan was lost in thought, a small door off to the side creaked open. Out stepped a young woman in heavy makeup, yawning as she made her way out. She glanced at Li Yuan, her face showing mild disdain, then strolled off into the early dawn. He blinked in confusion. Did she guess right away that he wasn't from here, just some country bumpkin? Whatever the case, the sight of her walking around so late confirmed something he'd noticed from the upper balcony of the Heavenly Scent Pavilion the previous night. Silver Creek's public safety was far better than back in Little Ink Village. People here could wander out wearing fine clothes, even in the dead of night, without fear. Eventually, the door in front of him opened. A maid he didn't recognize peered out, looking him over. Who are you here to see? She asked. Li Yuan held out a box of breakfast pastries from Cicada's Cuisine. My name's Li Yuan. I'm looking for Caize. May I trouble you to let him know I'm here? The maid took the box and nodded politely. Wait here. The master hasn't gotten up yet. Li Yuan smiled. No rush. He waited a good while before a young man finally emerged, dressed in the uniform of a bailiff. Spotting Li Yuan by the door, the young man grinned. You're here. Come on in. Li Yuan shook his head. I know you've been busy all day, so I won't impose. I just came to deliver the silver I promised. He took out 2 small pouches. One held a 10-tael silver ingot, the other 5 silver nuggets. Caize weighed them in his hand and looked pleased. You gathered all this so quickly. Li Yuan shrugged. I went into the mountains yesterday, risked my neck, and managed to bag a wild boar. Sold it for enough to scrape together the rest. Caize nodded. You're a capable man who knows the ropes. All right. Give me 5 days to take care of everything. Come back then and pick up your residency papers. Thank you. Li Yuan gave a sincere bow. If there's nothing else, I'll leave you to your day. Bow and arrow. By the time Li Yuan got back to Little Ink Village, Li Yuan's 30 taels of silver had dwindled to 7. It hurt, but he had to spend it. Skimping on bribes and fees would only lead to worse trouble. When he returned home, Yan Yu took one look at his red eyes, reeking of alcohol and perfume, and said nothing. She simply heated water for his bath and helped him to bed. Just as she was about to go wash his clothes, he grabbed her wrist. She turned back, surprised. Li Yuan held her gaze and said, Yan Yu, I didn't sleep with another woman. She responded happily. Though winter hadn't yet passed, warmth bloomed in her bright eyes as though spring had arrived early. After a quiet moment, she teased him, you paid for it and still didn't do anything? Where else am I going to find a man as silly as you? Yet she seemed genuinely pleased, gathering his clothes into a wash basin before heading off to the river with Auntie Wang to do the laundry. Bow and arrow. Li Yuan slept until dusk. After a simple dinner, he stepped outside for some air, gazing toward the small mountain near Little Ink Village. His mood darkened. The past 2 days in the mountains, he hadn't seen Calico the tiger that used to find him by scent, even sneaking down to the village if Li Yuan stayed home. Yet this time, there'd been no sign of it at all. He recalled how Calico had risked its life to warn him of danger, letting him escape. He owed a debt to that animal now, but going deep into the wilderness again? Not a chance. He'd almost lost his life there once, and he wouldn't tempt fate again. As he was pondering, a middle-aged man approached, trembling. Recognizing him as Uncle Uki, Li Yuan asked what was wrong. Uki's eyes were red. Li Yuan. My son, Tianbao, he told me not to bother you, but... What happened? Tianbao, yesterday, he got ambushed. They beat him up pretty bad, stabbed him in the eye. He's in bed now. Bow and arrow. Li Yuan followed Uncle Uki back home. On a rickety pallet lay Tianbao, a tall, lanky teenager with a bandage covering his right eye, blood seeping through. When he saw Li Yuan, the boy flared up. I told you not to bother my boss, he shouted at his father. Li Yuan just raised a hand, stilling him. What happened? His question shut Tianbao up immediately. It's nothing, really. After a long pause, the boy sighed. All right. I was on my way back when 3 men jumped me. They demanded the money we got from selling the wild boar. I told them I'd deposited it in the bank, but they searched my things anyway. When they didn't find any receipts, they beat me. That's when my eye got stabbed. I scratched one of them pretty good, though. Bet he won't forget it. They also asked about you, where you were, your name. But I didn't tell them anything. I'd never give you away. Li Yuan's face grew grim. As soon as there was profit to be made, predators closed in. No one in Little Ink Village had dared target him, but apparently these men had. Take care of yourself, he said. Then he returned home to fetch 2.5 kilograms of meat, leaving it with Uncle Yuki. On his way out, Tian Bao called after him. Once I'm healed, I'll keep following you. Li Yuan paused. Focus on getting better first. Boar bow and arrow. 2 days later, Li Yuan managed to hunt another wild boar. After hauling it out of the mountain on a pushcart, he sold it to the Ginger Tavern for 30 taels of silver. He grabbed a quick bowl of noodles to recharge, then headed back this time, not along the main road, but via a shortcut. On one side of this narrow path stretched a sea of yellow reeds, on the other, a patch of dark woods. Only a few scattered houses dotted the area, making it fairly secluded. According to what Tian Bao had told him, this was where he'd been ambushed. The sky was already dimming, a pale moon hanging overhead. Li Yuan quickened his pace. Suddenly, he stopped short. 3 figures emerged from the trees, one in front, another to the side, and the third behind him. The man at the front had fresh scratches on his face, still raw and red. He smirked. Told you they'd come by again. This time, we're not leaving empty-handed. The other 2 chuckled, drawing knives as they closed in. Li Yuan feigned terror, trembling. The man in front stepped closer to threaten him, but Li Yuan's hand flashed to the hatchet at his waist. With a savage swing, he brought it crashing down. The bandit raised his blade to block, but the force was overwhelming. He barely managed a startled grunt before the hatchet smashed aside his weapon and cut into his neck, chopping his head half off with a sickening crunch. The other 2 froze. The one at the rear, perhaps not understanding how quickly things had escalated, charged forward with a yell. The one to the side, seeing that first, terrible blow, turned to run. Li Yuan sprang toward the charging man. With another swift strike, he knocked aside the bandit's blade, then followed through in a blur. A second head flew free of its shoulders. By then, the third man was already fleeing in panic. Li Yuan slid the hatchet into the ground, drew the bow slung across his back, knocked an arrow, and loosed in one fluid motion. The twang of the string rang out, and the fleeing figure collapsed face first. The arrow had pierced his neck and exited through his throat. Li Yuan slung the bow over his shoulder, retrieved his hatchet, and dashed over to deliver a finishing blow, severing the man's head to hide the arrow wound. Then he hastily stuffed each corpse into a prepared burlap sack, weighted them with stones, and dragged them to the nearby riverbank. One by one, he heaved the sacks into the murky water, hurling their knives in after them. The current was deep. It would take a long time, if ever, for anyone to discover the bodies. Only when he was certain no one else was around did Li Yuan emerge from the reeds, retrieve his pushcart, and continue on his way home. After killing 3 men in quick succession, Li Yuan only felt his heart pounding of his heartbeat. He pushed his cart under the cold moonlight, and as the initial rush subsided, a numbness took hold. Taking another's life wasn't that different from slaughtering a pig, he told himself. Maybe that was the only way to cope. Back at home, he stripped off his clothes and found bloodstains on them. He fetched some soapnet and a wooden wash basin, intent on scrubbing them clean. His rustling woke Yan, who stepped out of their small house. I'll do it, she offered, leaning against the doorframe. It's fine, Li Yuan said hastily, moving to hide the bloodstains from her. Yan walked behind him, sliding her arms around his shoulders and resting her chin near his neck. What kind of wife would I be if I let my husband go out all day and still do the laundry at night? He hesitated, but she gently placed her cheek against his. I've grown used to the smell of makeup and wine on you. A little blood won't scare me. Li Yuan gave a short laugh, then dropped his hand to reveal the blood-soaked fabric. The grin faded from his face. I killed 3 men, he said quietly. Are you hurt? Did anyone see? Yan asked at once. No, he replied with a soft sigh. Only after it was done did I realize how fragile life can be in these chaotic times. He fell silent. Yan said nothing more. She just sat beside him, took the basin, added the soapnet, and began to wash. The cold winter wind and icy water soon left her cheeks and hands flushed red. After a while, she giggled. Why are we doing this out in the courtyard? Are we supposed to be enjoying the moonlight in the dead of winter? I thought you might like the romance of it, Li Yuan teased. I thought it was your idea, she teased back, then rose to lead him inside, to where it was warmer. Boar bow and arrow. Early the next morning, sunlight poured over the dirt roads and low, flat houses of Little Ink Village. As Li Yuan stepped out, he spotted Uncle Yuki pacing anxiously in front of the house, eyes bloodshot, hands tucked under his sleeves for warmth. What's wrong? Li Yuan asked. Li Yuan, his voice trembled, tears threatening. Please come see Tian Bao. He's in bad shape. Li Yuan followed Uncle Yuki in haste. Inside, Tian Bao lay on a rough pallet, looking ashen and barely conscious. The teenager blinked at the sound of footsteps. Boss, I don't think I'm gonna make it, he rasped. Li Yuan glanced at Uncle Yuki, then pressed 2 large coins into the older man's hand. Go into town and get a doctor. Hurry. Clutching the coins, Uncle Yuki nodded, too panicked even to thank Li Yuan properly. He grabbed a neighbor for help and ran off at once. Li Yuan took a seat beside Tian Bao. The boy managed a wry smile. I wanted to stick with you, to make something of myself. I wasn't afraid of the danger, he broke off, his voice cracking. But I'm too weak. I lost one eye, and it's already killing me. My body can't handle anything. Why am I so useless? Li Yuan squeezed the boy's hand. Hang on. The doctor's on his way. It's no use, Tian Bao murmured. No use. He trailed off, groaning in pain. Some time passed before Yen Yu arrived with a lunchbox. Li Yuan tried to get Tian Bao to eat, but the boy couldn't stomach anything. Finally, in the early afternoon, the doctor arrived with Uncle Uki. It happened to be the same one who had treated Li Yuan before, which made Yen Yu ask hopefully, Doctor, we still have some leftover medicine from last time. Could you maybe give us a bit of a discount? The doctor scowled. Are we here to treat your patient or haggle over medicine? Yen Yu bit her lip but said nothing more. The doctor examined Tian Bao for a while, his brow knitting deeper by the moment. Silence filled the tiny room. He finally stood and walked outside. Uncle Uki hurried after him. Prepare yourself, the doctor said gravely. No medicine can save him now. Uncle Uki's eyes reddened. Doctor, please, I only have this one son left. My wife died years ago, and my eldest is off at war. You have to save him. I'll pay anything. It's beyond me, the doctor replied. It's not just the eye. His injuries have led to more serious complications. His body's giving out. Yen Yu, having overheard, asked, what if we tried the medicine you prescribed my husband, something to replenish his energy? You can try, the doctor said indifferently. Whether it works or not, I can't say. With that, he left. Yen Yu dashed home to fetch the medicine and brewed it into a concentrated concoction, which Tian Bao managed to swallow before drifting into a troubled sleep. Bow and arrow. The next day, Tian Bao never woke up. He passed away in his sleep. Uncle Uki was numb with grief. He shed not a single tear, lost in shock as Li Yuan helped him with the burial and chiseled a simple gravestone. Though Li Yuan hadn't been especially close to the boy, he'd once held a small hope for him. It hurt to see that hope snuffed out so suddenly. In these chaotic times, having the slightest bit of wealth or advantage could prove fatal for those without the strength to defend it. Tian Bao hadn't even gotten a share of the money from selling the wild boars. All he did was help push a cart, and he paid with his life. Bow and arrow. By the waters of Silver Creek, stood a grand estate. Inside its pavilion, a pale, handsome middle-aged man with faintly feminine features sat quietly, watching sunlight glint off the water. Occasionally, an elegant pleasure boat passed by. Sect master, please have a taste, a lovely maid offered, holding out a dish of fresh fruit to him. His voice was cold. I'm not the sect master, only the deputy. She said nothing. Others who had tried to fuss over such details had ended up dead. Just then, a disciple in dark robes trimmed with red arrived, bowing with a scroll in hand. Here are the month's nominations. Without so much as a glance, the middle-aged man spoke. If they're local to Silver Creek, admit them to the outer sect and teach them our arts. If they're from anywhere else, send them to our various strongholds to train for a few years, then we'll test them. The disciple cleared his throat. One of our outer sect members recommended a young man, said to have impressive strength. He can draw a powerful bow with ease. Where's he from? Littling village. A faint sneer curled the deputy sect master's lips. A peasant from that backwater? No matter how strong his arms, how far could he go? Let him tough it out in the strongholds. If he survives a few years, we'll see. The disciple bowed again in silence and took his leave. Leaving Tian Bao's grave, Li Yuan headed straight for Silver Creek. Today was the day Caize had told him to come by for the residency papers, and Li Yuan didn't want to miss the appointment. On his way, he spent 15 small copper coins on a 2.5 kilo jar of rice wine. The price of grain had gone up lately, driving up the cost of alcohol as well. Rice itself was already 4 times as expensive as millet, and brewing half a kilogram of wine required at least 2 kilograms of rice plus yeast. All things considered, 15 small coins was actually quite reasonable. A while back, that amount might have seemed steep to Li Yuan, but ever since he'd sold his wild boars, he had more money to spare. It felt good to bring a decent gift. Having grown familiar with the path, he soon reached White Cloud Alley and knocked at the second house on the lane. He waited patiently until the door opened, revealing the same attractive young maid he had met before. This time, her attitude seemed warmer. Ah, it's you, she said in a friendly tone. Please, come in. Li Yuan smiled politely. No need to trouble yourself. I can wait outside. Where's Caize? The maid replied, Master isn't home yet. He had some business to attend to, but he left instructions for me to take good care of you. Li Yuan held out the jar of rice wine. Here. This is for him. She accepted it and started walking back inside, then noticed he wasn't following. Swaying her hips, she glanced over her shoulder. Come on in, she urged. Li Yuan hesitated, then gave in with a small laugh. Well, if you insist. It'd be rude to keep standing out here. He followed her into the house and sat down in the front room, where she served him tea. Giggling, she introduced herself. My name is Huang Ya. If you need anything, just let me know. There's no mistress of the house right now, so you'll have to make do with me. No mistress. Li Yuan echoed, surprised. So Caize isn't married. Huang Ya shook her head with a grin. He only bought 2 maids, no wife. I handle the front of the house, while the other girl cooks and does the laundry. Li Yuan quickly understood. Rather than marry, Caize had purchased 2 lovely maids. They worked for him, pleased him, and hoped to secure their position. Should he have any needs, he simply turned to his maids. Huang Ye went on, it's not uncommon in our sect. Sometimes, these maids are even sent to entertain other men. Heh. Li Yuan blinked, slightly taken aback. What a mess, he thought. Then again, it made a certain sense. Many martial artists preferred not to have a legitimate wife, to avoid emotional ties that could hinder training or travel. Seeing Li Yuan's startled look, Huang Ya giggled again and teased, give it a little time. Once you move here to Silver Creek, I bet you'll end up buying yourself a maid or 2. Does everyone really buy them? Are there so many people to go around? Li Yuan asked. There are a lot of refugees out there, she replied. Some folks round them up and sell them on the black market. If a maid is lucky, she gets purchased by a decent household. If not, her voice trailed off, and her gaze clouded with an unpleasant memory. Li Yuan couldn't help asking, what does it usually cost to buy someone? It depends, Huang Ya said. A cheap maid might go for 6 taels of silver. A better one could cost anywhere from 10 to 20. Anything above that is usually for someone with special talents or background. Sometimes entire noble families fall on hard times, or the children of officials get captured. If they've committed a crime, their wives and concubines might be sold off too. Some people from the Jianghu get swept up in old grudges and wind up as merchandise. Any martial cultivation is crippled or sealed, and their pride is crushed before being brought here to be sold. Before Li Yuan could probe further, footsteps sounded at the door. He quickly stood to see a young man in the uniform of a bailiff, Caize, heading inside. Li Yuan smiled broadly and bowed. Good to see you, Caize. From his sleeve, Caize produced a small wooden token engraved with the number 654 and handed it over. This is your residency pass. The number links to your identity in our records. If anyone else takes this pass and tries to live under your name, the Bloodblade sect will track them down and deal with them. Thank you, Li Yuan said, carefully tucking the pass away. How about staying the night? Share a meal with me. I'll have my maid keep you company tonight and then guide you around Silver Creek the next morning, Caize said. Huang Ye's eyes quivered. Then, she shot a look over at the imposing young man next to her. It was clear this wasn't the first time she'd been asked to do this sort of thing. Li Yuan immediately understood what Caize was getting at. He'd just been lamenting the practice. Who would have thought he'd immediately become a recipient next? He shook his head with a wry smile. Thanks for the kind offer, but I have to politely decline. I have a wife at home. I suppose I forgot to mention it the last time we went out, haha. Caize scratched his head, then let out a sigh. Actually, I'm feeling a bit guilty. That's why I'm trying to treat you. Guilty? What do you mean? I really thought I could get you an official silver pass, making you a genuine outer disciple of the Bloodblade sect. But, it didn't work out. Why not? Li Yuan asked, surprised. There are 3 types of passes in Silver Creek: gold, silver, and wood. A gold token grants you access to the heart of the town and all its perks. Silver is next best. If you become an outer disciple, that's the pass you get. Wood is for those living in the shanty areas. I was hoping to get you the silver token, but for reasons beyond my control, that fell through. Still, I managed to secure some benefits for you. Caize pulled out a second token, blood red with a black border that gave it a menacing aura. In the center was the same number engraved, 654. This token means you're an associate member of the Bloodblade sect. Even if you're not an official disciple, your status is at least better than most people in the shanty district. You should know there are many outsiders who aren't even allowed a place in those shanties. They're forced into the filthy backwater alley. Li Yuan took both tokens and bowed. This is more than enough. Thank you. Caize sighed again. Sorry, I really thought I could get you the silver pass. Truthfully, he knew why the plan had failed. The actual sect master was in seclusion, and the deputy sect master had a strong bias against people from remote places like Little Ink Village. It couldn't be helped. Li Yuan then asked, these numbers, what do they mean exactly? The 654 on the wooden pass is your assigned residence in the shanty district. You're the 654th household. The 197 on the Bloodblade sect pass is your rank among the associate members. The sect encourages competition to foster true strength, but such fights must be witnessed and formally agreed upon, not random brawls. If you keep winning, your rank goes up. Sects like ours view higher ranks more favorably and allocate better resources to them. Associate members can try for the outer disciple exam after 3 years, but only if they're ranked in the top 20. Then they fight among themselves, and the best get promoted to full membership. Caize paused for breath. Anyway, as an associate member, you'll have tasks, but you'll also gain advantages. I can help arrange for you to pick the job you prefer. Consider it my way of making up for not getting you that silver pass. He continued, the Bloodblade sect's operations in Silver Creek break down into 4 categories: bailiff duty, public market, black market, and watch patrol. Bailiff duty is what I do. You'll wear a government uniform to collect taxes and handle disputes. And if the actual government ever steps back in, they might accept you as a bailiff, just don't expect promotions. Next is the public market. That's pubs, pleasure quarters, gambling houses, etc. You'd mainly keep the peace, handle troublemakers, and maintain order. On the plus side, you'd get plenty of perks, like discounts on entertainment. After that is the black market. Similar to the above but with more questionable goods. The upside is you'll see all kinds of items. If you're lucky, you might come across something valuable. Sect rules say if you legally purchase an item there, it's yours, no one can just take it from you. Finally is the watch patrol. Essentially, you'll be maintaining law and order around the township. You can bring a few men along, and it looks impressive, but it's tough work with fewer benefits. So, Li Yuan, which would you rather do? After a few more questions, Li Yuan gained a basic understanding of how the Bloodblade sect worked. Broadly speaking, there were two types of disciples. The first was those who trained in the sect's martial arts and didn't engage in regular labor. This included all the inner disciples and some of the outer disciples. The second was those who maintained the sect's operations in its territories. This included associate members and some of the less talented outer disciples. Caize fell into this second category. Li Yuan had managed to secure his permit to live in Silver Creek, so being just an associate member didn't bother him too much. Of the 4 placement options he'd been given, he quickly ruled out watch patrol and bailiff duty. The watch patrol was too much hard work for too little reward. There was no point taking on that drudgery if he didn't have to. As for bailiff duty, though wearing an official uniform could bring plenty of bribes and gifts, it also meant running around to collect taxes. The odds of stumbling upon any useful martial arts manuals that way were slim. That left the public market and black market. The public market offered certain comforts and pleasures, an easy life of free samples, so to speak, while the black market had more risk, but also a vast array of goods passing through. If there was any chance of getting his hands on a new martial art, it would be there, so Li Yuan was leaning in that direction. As for the first category of sect disciples, Li Yuan recalled from Caize's explanation that they divided their time in 3 phases. Disciples in the first phase stayed within the sect to train day in and day out, likely those still striving for basic breakthroughs. In the second phase, they formed teams to venture outside for real combat experience. Those were likely the ones pushing toward higher levels. Finally, in the third phase, they withdrew into closed-door cultivation, seeking a kind of enlightenment. The setup reminded Li Yuan of his own skill breakthrough memories. Advancing basic or intermediate skills came with repetitive practice, advanced skills required real combat, and expert skill breakthroughs demanded moments of insight. Master skills needed a true mentor's guidance. All of it took time, effort, and resources. It made him appreciate that there was no free lunch in this world. A quick glance at the corner of his vision showed he had 96 stat points again. Perhaps he would invest them soon. Yet he also believed that if he had 10 parts of strength, he should usually show only 3, saving the rest for emergencies. Those unallocated points were his ace in the hole. With the new tokens in hand, Li Yuan said goodbye to Caize and headed back to Little Ink Village. He was relieved. Even if he couldn't become a formal outer disciple of the Bloodblade sect and had to live in the Shanty district, at least he'd be moving to Silver Creek. His first major goal was accomplished. His social standing was on the rise. Bore bow and arrow. When Li Yuan got home, Yan Yu was washing clothes. He snuck up and hugged her from behind. Startled, she let out a yelp and nearly reached for the lime powder she kept for self-defense. Realizing it was him, she relaxed into his arms with a playful scolding. "You scared me half to death, what are you doing?" He picked her up and spun her around. Overjoyed, he told her about everything that had happened that day. Yan Yu was thrilled. True, they were just moving to the Shanty district, but it was still Silver Creek. Plus, Li Yuan had become an associate member of the Bloodblade sect, a big step up from their previous circumstances. They settled into the small courtyard to discuss their future. "Now I won't have to worry about leaving you alone all day," Li Yuan said. "During the day, I'll either help manage the black market or head to Little Ink Mountain to hunt. At night, I can take you around the town streets. We won't have to crawl into bed as soon as the sun goes down anymore. And you won't have to do all the chores by yourself. I was thinking of hiring a maid to help. That way, you can do as you please." Yan Yu blinked. "A maid? It makes sense," he explained. "We'll be living in the main room, and she can stay in the side room. Lots of folks in the Shanty district probably have maids too, especially if they've got any real status. It's not as though it's just random paupers living there." She tried to keep smiling, but Li Yuan sensed a trace of sadness in her eyes. Still, she knew that now they had a bit of money and he was a recognized member of the sect, hiring a maid was hardly extravagant. Pressing close to him, she said softly, "All right. How about you pick the maid?" Li Yuan went on. "Me? I don't know your preferences, right? You're the one who'll spend more time with her. She's supposed to help you with chores, not me." Yan Yu hugged his waist, looking up at him. "You're so good to me, Li Yuan. I swear, my whole life, I'll only ever have room in my heart for you. A whole lifetime." Then, he murmured, thinking of his eternal youth. Holding her close, he quietly agreed, Bore bow and arrow. The next morning, Yan Yu woke in his arms, lazily shifting her legs against his. She yawned, then slid higher so her lips were near his ear, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Husband," she cooed. Li Yuan chuckled. "That's a new way of addressing me. I'm used to calling you Li Yuan," she said. "But now I'd like a change. Not sure I've ever heard anyone around here call their man husband," he teased lightly. "Do you not like it, husband?" she asked in a syrupy voice. He felt her mood brightening. With a tiny laugh, he admitted, "I like it. She continued in a playful tone, in that case, let's skip buying a maid altogether. Huh? Why refer to yourself so humbly all of a sudden? He joked, noticing the shift in her tone. She pouted. Don't you like it? He laughed. Sure, it's fine. But how exactly do you plan to get by without a maid? Yan Yu proposed, what if we bring Auntie Wang along as a live-in helper instead? I know her well. She's my closest friend in Little Ink Village. If we leave, she has no one else. Her husband's gone, and she has 2 kids. They won't survive here on their own. Li Yuan hesitated. She has children. The side room is already small. Can it fit all of them? Well, if you don't like the idea, we can forget it. He shook his head. No, if that's what you want, then sure. Bore bow and arrow. That evening, a rider on horseback galloped into Little Ink Village and stopped at Li Yuan's door. The man wore dark robes trimmed in blood red. He was unmistakably a Blood Blade sect disciple, emanating a fierce presence. Hearing the commotion, Li Yuan came out to greet him. The disciple looked him over, grinning. Name's Yu Mao. I suppose I'd be your senior brother, the man said. He handed Li Yuan a small wooden chest. It contains your official sect robes and a saber. From now on, you can wear that robe in public, so people know you're with the Blood Blade sect. It'll save you a lot of trouble. Thank you, Li Yuan answered. Noticing the faint 24-25 hovering near the man, he bowed politely. He then asked Yan Yu to bring out some preserved meat as a gift. We don't have much around here. Just some homemade jerky. Yu Mao glanced at it but declined. I'm just here to deliver your things. No need for gifts. The sect says you have 3 days to settle into Silver Creek. After that, you'll report to the black market. Senior Li is stationed there at the moment. Find him and tell him you've arrived. As for lodging, you can use your identity pass for a free room in the Shanty district. That's part of the sect's support for associate members. Senior Li will explain the rest. With that, Yu Mao rode off, leaving Li Yuan to head back inside. Opening the chest, Li Yuan took out the dark robe trimmed with red and tried it on. It fit perfectly. Yan Yu stood by, gazing in awe. Husband, you look completely different in that, so imposing. Li Yuan laughed and lifted the saber. Glancing at his stats in the corner of his vision, he noticed them jump from 910 to 1213. Setting down the blade and picking up his iron bow, they rose again to 3940. Returning his attention to Yan Yu, he murmured, the black market, it really might have some interesting things to offer. JL's thoughts. Yan Yu proposed, what if we bring Auntie Wang along as a live-in helper instead? I know her well. She's my closest friend in Little Ink Village. If we leave, she has no one else. Her husband's gone, and she has 2 kids. They won't survive here on their own. 3 days later, snowflakes fluttered down, clinging lightly to the ground, the rocks, the rooftops, and the soil. The gentle hush of falling snow brought a sense of calm, yet the hurried footsteps outside the little shack disrupted that peace, reminding Li Yuan he was in a brand new, unfamiliar place. Under the eaves by the doorway, Yan Yu stood on tiptoe, fastening the ties of her husband's newly bought cloak. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist, rested her cheek against his chest, and said worriedly, it's your first day going to the black market. Li Yuan smiled. And there will be many more days like this to come. Still concerned, Yan Yu asked, there must be a lot of dangerous characters there. Will you? I'll be careful, Li Yuan reassured her. She nodded, then handed him an oil paper umbrella and a lunchbox. He took both, opened the umbrella, and stepped into the snowfall. Next door, the wooden door was already open. A charcoal stove puffed out plumes of steam, and the large kettle on top had just boiled, sending billows of white vapor into the late winter air, a cozy, homey scene. A slightly plump middle-aged woman stood behind the stove, her face kind and welcoming. Hearing movement, she lifted her head and saw the young man walking through the snow, then smiled and called out, Master. Behind her, a young boy and girl peered shyly around her shoulders and echoed in unison, Master. These 3 were Auntie Wang and her 2 children, formerly neighbors of the Li family. They had followed Yan Yu to Silver Creek, feeling immensely grateful. Auntie Wang was quick to adapt to new circumstances. No longer calling Li Yuan by his name or addressing Yan Yu in her old way, she now formally used Master and Madam. Li Yuan stopped at the doorway. Auntie Wang, treat this place like your own. If you need anything, just let Yan Yu know. No need to stand on ceremony. Auntie Wang bobbed her head. Understood, Master. Take care. Bore bow and arrow. The black market in Silver Creek occupied a peculiar location, a small island in the middle of Silver Creek Lake. Though called a creek, Silver Creek was actually a large lake, with most of its waters outside Jamil County and only a portion within. Because of this, outsiders could travel by boat straight into the county. The Black Market's island sat right in the path that led from the lake into Jamil County, like a natural barrier augmenting the county's defenses from the water route. Li Yuan had learned a bit about this place when he paid a visit to Caize. This entire area belonged to the Blood Blade sect, a nation within a nation. Even when the Red Lotus rebels attacked the county, they never tried to invade from here. Thanks to the island's special geography, a lot of black market goods bypassed the county's overland checkpoints and arrived directly by water, allowing for a far wider variety of items to be traded. And now, Li Yuan stood on a small skiff bound for the black market. Snow fell across countless homes, while layer upon layer of ripples spread across the lake's surface. The young man stood alone at the bow, dressed in the Bloodblade sect's black robes trimmed with red, bundled in a navy blue winter cloak. An umbrella rested in one hand, a bow on his back, and a blade at his waist. The skiff cut across the greenish lake like an arrow, leaving a wake that was quickly swallowed up. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the boat drew up to the island's shore. The boatman hopped onto the dock and began securing the mooring rope, waiting for passengers who would make the return trip. Li Yuan stepped off the boat. A man wearing a simple padded jacket but carrying a blade at his waist caught sight of his attire and hurried over. After Li Yuan showed his identity token as an associate member of the Blood Blade sect, the man bowed and said, "Ah, young Master Li, I'm one of the island's menial workers. Senior Li asked me to wait here and guide you all. Whenever someone arrives, I'm to take them to see him." Young Master Li. Li Yuan paused, then remembered that the person in charge on this island also had the surname Li. The staff called him Senior Li, so naturally they called Li Yuan the young master. It was just a polite form of address. After all, he was still a newcomer to the sect. No need for formalities. Li Yuan is fine, he said. Lead the way. The man led him through the black market, and Li Yuan carefully took in his surroundings. He quickly realized the market had both a front and a back. Coming from the countryside, he had landed on the southern part of the island, where a few scattered buildings housed Blood Blade sect disciples and armed attendants. This side was relatively safe because all people and goods from Silver Creek would be inspected at the armory checkpoint before landing here. In other words, he had arrived at the market's back entrance. Meanwhile, Senior Li was stationed at the side facing the outside of the county, which was riskier naturally the market's front entrance. Contrary to Li Yuan's assumptions, the black market wasn't just some dark, chaotic place. It had open-air stalls, proper shops, and even tall buildings. He quickly adjusted his preconceptions. This market was black in terms of what it sold, not in how it looked. Clearly, in order to attract all kinds of contraband, the Blood Blade sect had invested in the necessary infrastructure, shops and other basic facilities to keep business thriving. They walked on for a while before Li Yuan suddenly halted, having heard the sound of several women sobbing. He turned and looked toward a narrow alley framed by evergreen wood. The crying drifted from somewhere deep inside, and the alley seemed to lead to another section of the black market, one that felt distinctly separate from this side. "What's that place?" Li Yuan asked. "Li. No, young Master Li," the menial worker stammered. "Just call me Li Yuan." I wouldn't dare," the worker said hastily. "If anyone found out I'd spoken your name so casually, I wouldn't stand a chance around here." Li Yuan sighed. "Fine, if that's how it is, call me what you like." "Yes, young Master Li," the worker exhaled in relief, then glanced toward the alley's entrance. The black market separates live goods from everything else. That alley leads to a more secluded, more secure trading area specifically meant for, well, people. Live goods. Li Yuan echoed. The worker smiled. Human beings. That's where they're bought and sold. Li Yuan went quiet. Memories of his conversation with Caize and the maid flashed through his mind, along with images of a world in chaos, where buying and selling people wasn't unusual. His chest felt oddly heavy. A moment later, he pushed the feeling aside. For now, protecting himself and his own family was all he could manage. He had no room for grand altruism or sympathy in such times. The worker leaned closer and offered, "If you're ever interested in buying, we can keep an eye out for anything good. We'll let you know as soon as something worthwhile shows up. Let you have first pick." Li Yuan simply nodded. Some time later, they arrived at the island's northernmost edge, which was also the black market's north gate. Out front stood a small pavilion with a bamboo lounge chair draped in soft furs. Even from the side, the man stretched out there appeared imposing. Resting on the ground beside him was a long-handled blade. Unlike the sabers most fighters carried, more akin to the massive weapon used by ancient generals, like Guan Yu's legendary green dragon crescent blade. The menial worker led Li Yuan forward and bowed. "Senior Li, we've got another newcomer." The man answered with a grunt. Li Yuan glanced at him and noticed the numbers 130-140 floating faintly around him. There was also another set of faint numbers in parenthesis displaying 200-210. His pupils tightened. Even if they weren't in peak condition, this was the strongest person he had encountered so far. Senior Li reclined on a bamboo lounge chair, eyes half-closed, facing the wide lake. Nearby at the freshwater pier, menial workers and merchants bustled about in the snow, loading and unloading goods. Anyone passing by the small pavilion would offer a slight bow or murmur Senior Li, though he remained unmoved, seeming perfectly content to lounge there in silence. Li Yuan closed his umbrella and waited quietly. After a while, another group arrived, 3 Blood Blade sect disciples led by the same attendant who had shown Li Yuan the way. 2 were young men, 1 a young woman, all around Li Yuan's age or just a few years older. Only when the 4 of them stood together did Senior Li speak, still not bothering to open his eyes. Associate number 180, Zhao's Hainan. A grim-looking youth, with faintly visible numbers 7-8 around him, responded, "Here." Associate number 187, Zhang Yu. A gentle, scholarly youth, 6-7, answered, "Present." Associate number 197, Li Yuan. Li Yuan gave a brief acknowledgement. Associate number 198, Wen Xiaoqiao. The last was a girl of rather substantial build, nearly twice Li Yuan's size. Yet she spoke in a sweet voice, "Here." The contrast of her name, figure, and tone momentarily threw Li Yuan off. He recalled reading stories in his past life about meeting enchanting beauties in the martial world, but apparently, those tales weren't always so accurate. Senior Li continued, Li Yuan, the others have all practiced blade techniques. You haven't, correct? Yes, Senior Li, Li Yuan replied respectfully. I'm a hunter and I'm good with a bow. I've never really trained in bladeemanship. Then show me your archery, Senior Li commanded. Yes, sir. Li Yuan stepped forward, took out his bow and nocked an arrow. Slowly, he drew the string back. The other three newcomers watched intently. Though the Blood Blade sect forbade its disciples from harming each other, everyone understood that competition within the sect was fierce. In truth, they were all rivals, potential enemies. They stood at cautious distances from one another, each secretly gauging the other's strength. As Li Yuan pulled the string, the bow limbs creaked. At half-draw, he reached about 8-9 in combat power. The three onlookers all grew more serious, each with their own thoughts. Li Yuan exhaled and prepared to relax his grip when Senior Li barked, don't hold back. The greater your skill, the higher you're standing here. What good does hiding your ability do? Yes, sir. Li Yuan nodded and fully drew the bow a second time, this time putting in enough force to reach 13-14. The bow curved into a perfect arc, emanating a tense, dangerous energy. His three fellow associates exchanged startled, wary glances. At that, Senior Li finally sat up. Studying Li Yuan for a moment, he said, you need a better bow. That blacksmith's bow you brought isn't even up to our basic standard. With that, he walked over to a weapon rack behind his chair, rummaged around, and tossed over a steel bow and a quiver of arrows. This is just an ordinary bow in our sect. Give it a try. Li Yuan took the bow from Senior Li. As soon as he held it, the numbers hovering around him changed from 39-40 to 54-55, making him pause in surprise. He raised an arm and slowly drew the bow. This time, he had to exert about 19-20 overall combat power. Senior Li said, you've reached an entry rank, haven't you? Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Before he could reply, Senior Li continued, that's good to see. Among all the associate members stationed here at the black market, you're the only one who's achieved entry rank. Li Yuan simply stood there in silence. Senior Li then asked, how old are you? I'm 17 years old. Senior Li nodded and closed his eyes again. I heard them call you young Master Li just now. At such a young age, already at entry rank, sharing a family name with me, well, you can at least borrow the courtesy of that title. Whether you can keep it is up to you. That said, the Blood Blade sect focuses heavily on blade skills, which come bundled with their own internal martial cultivation technique. If you've already been cultivating something else, switching to our system won't be easy. In that sense, the black market suits you well enough. Look around here, maybe you'll find some martial art that fits you better. If you build sufficient strength, you can rise in the sect without fully adopting our blade skills. Thank you, Senior Li, Li Yuan said. Senior Li gestured toward the bow. It's yours. Toss out that old thing. Yes, sir, Li Yuan replied respectfully. Beside them, the other three associates stood in shock. They had expected to be on equal footing, not to find themselves overshadowed by someone already at entry rank. Then again, if he was that capable, why hadn't he joined as an outer disciple? But they soon realized the key was his bow. If he planned to learn the blade from scratch, switching from archery to blade, he'd be effectively starting over. Cultivation techniques and combat skills didn't always mesh well, they couldn't be stacked like building blocks. That realization made them feel a little less pressured. Senior Li cleared his throat to address them again. Now that we've handled Li Yuan's situation, let's get to the main points. You're all assigned to guard this black market, typically for 3 years. At the end of that, you'll undergo an assessment. If you pass, you'll become outer disciples, eligible to formally train in the Blood Blade sect's martial arts. Until then, you can start learning our basic blade forms. An instructor from the inner sect will be here in a couple of days to teach you the fundamentals. While on duty here, you will be paid 10 taels of silver per month. The black market is staffed in 2 shifts, swapped every 7 days. We have 300 menial workers, 20 associate members stationed here permanently, and 10 outer disciples overseeing the island. Those 10 form 5 pairs, each pair patrolling one section of the market, 4 outer sectors plus the center, and each pair leads 60 menial workers. You do get certain perks here at the black market, but remember these 3 rules. First, never ask where the goods come from. If someone pays the fees for a stall or a shop, they're permitted on the island. Second, do not interfere in anyone's trade. Deceptions and scams will happen here if both parties consent to a deal, leave them be. Don't expose them or get involved. Third, don't let fights break out on the island. If someone does start a brawl, we step in with lethal force if necessary, and their goods are confiscated. Of course, whoever puts a stop to it gets to pick one item from the confiscated goods as a reward. Sensing some eagerness from the group in front of him, Senior Li continued, do you know why there are always 20 permanent associates stationed on this black market island, and yet more keep arriving? Zhang Yu stepped forward. Senior Li, I suspect, it's because of casualties. If a disciple can't keep the peace, they might end up killed in the process. Senior Li nodded. Good enough. The 4 of you will now be divided into pairs and assigned to fill the 2 vacancies, which are in the East Market and the Central Market. Once you're paired off, head there at once and keep things under control. No mistakes. Yes, Senior Li, the 4 chorused, then went off to form their pairs. By the numbering system, Zhang Yu and Zhao's Hainan teamed up, while Li Yuan was grouped with Wen Xiaoqiao. Next came drawing lots to determine whether each pair would take the East Market or Central Market. 4 slips of paper, 2 labeled East and 2 labeled Central, were placed in a small jar. Only when both disciples in a pair drew matching slips would their assigned area be settled. After a few tries, Li Yuan and Wen Xiaoqiao both drew the Central Market. And so, the groupings and patrol routes were set. Young Master Li, please take care of me, Wen Xiaoqiao said in a coquettish tone that jarred with her large, sturdy physique. Li Yuan felt at a loss for words but reminded himself that a plump woman was still a woman. Politeness cost him nothing. He inclined his head. Likewise, Miss Wen. It's a pleasure to work with you. Then he added, and just Li Yuan is fine. He hadn't wanted to stand out so much the moment he set foot on the island. Already, revealing his entry rank strength had put him on everyone's radar. Deep down, Li Yuan felt a renewed urgency to grow stronger. He had showcased a 1920 draw strength for the bout, but in reality, his full potential hovered at 54-55, which suddenly didn't feel like it would be enough in a place like this. Author's note. Some readers have asked about skill development, how the protagonist might acquire and refine various abilities. The short answer is that it won't be easy. He needs the right tools, enough time, and the right environment. If every skill could be mastered in just a few days, that wouldn't really be a skill, would it? Nor would it make for an interesting story if the protagonist just stayed home training in bed and became invincible overnight. Our protagonist already knew how to train dogs and had plenty of interaction with a tiger, which led to the development of the beast taming ability. Rest assured, the story won't neglect such skill-building elements, but neither will it be over the top. This isn't a tale about becoming godlike in isolation and steamrolling everything unchallenged. Instead, it focuses more on a small individual surviving in a strange, chaotic world, gradually growing more formidable while witnessing the endless ebb and flow of time. As for questions about the fate of the female lead, like whether she dies, and how it'll be handled, I do have plans. It won't be an abrupt, she died, the story ends, nor will it be a simple, get stronger together and achieve eternal life. I'm aiming for a third path. Stay tuned. JL's thoughts. I don't normally make a habit out of translating the author's note, but I felt this one was important for readers. When Li Yuan and Wen Xiaoqiao arrived at the Central Market, a squad of 60 menial workers bearing blades was already lined up on an open patch of ground near the market's entrance. This Central Market was somewhat special. If the entire Black Market Island were likened to a fortress, then the Central Market was like a citadel within that fortress. It was surrounded by labyrinthine warehouses and high, grey walls, giving the whole area a somber look. The only way in was through a narrow alley, the very same one where Li Yuan had heard women weeping when he first arrived. That alley was also where people were bought and sold. Past the alley, however, the space opened up dramatically into a broad clearing where the armed menial workers were waiting. Nearby stood rows of small buildings used for guard duty and temporary lodging for traveling merchants. Li Yuan quickly surveyed the surroundings, then turned his gaze to the 60 menial workers. All of them were sturdy and stood at attention, each displaying a combat power of roughly 4-5. Young Master Li, Miss Wen. They greeted the two in unison before looking at them expectantly. Many onlookers around the black market also directed their attention toward the new arrivals. Li Yuan glanced at Wen Xiaoqiao, noticing a spark of excitement in her eyes. Wen Xiaoqiao spoke in a sweet, lilting tone. How about we split these men in half, 30 for you, 30 for me, shall we? Li Yuan lowered his voice. Miss Wen, have you thought about why there was an opening here in the Central Market in the first place? She paused, her smile fading into a more sober expression. Li Yuan continued in a serious tone. Let's not rush to divide anyone. We need to stick together until we figure out what's going on. Wen Xiaoqiao chuckled. You really do have good judgment, young Master Li. I'll do whatever you say. Li Yuan sighed. If you call me young Master Li again, I'll start calling you M-Lady. Wen Xiaoqiao winced and tried to protest. But, that title was given to you by Senior Li himself. And besides, you're an entry rank. M-Lady. You're an entry rank martial art. M-Lady. Could you? M-Lady. All right, Li Yuan. She finally relented. She had never met a man quite like him. Being addressed as young Master Li was surely prestigious, and he was the only entry-rank martial artist among their peers. Even so, he clearly wasn't fond of the moniker. Li Yuan smiled warmly. For colleagues to work together effectively, they needed to maintain a good relationship, otherwise, misunderstandings or worse could happen. After dispersing the menial workers on patrol, Li Yuan and Wen Xiaoqiao headed into the nearby guardhouse. Inside, Wen Xiaoqiao finally spoke in her normal voice, which felt much more in line with her physique. So, you think the 2 associate members who were assigned here before are already dead? That's why there's a sudden vacancy for us to fill. Let's ask around, Li Yuan replied. Maybe they passed their assessment and got promoted to outer disciples. He couldn't help a small sigh of relief upon hearing Wen Xiaoqiao speak with a voice that matched her build. At least that jarring sense of dissonance was gone. Wen Xiaoqiao, like a cannonball of flash, sprang to the side, flung the door open, and looked out at the menial workers. In a tone far too sweet for her imposing figure, she said, I need 2 of you who know what's been going on around here. That incongruous voice, paired with her size, was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Moments later, two blade-wielding menial workers rushed over, bowed respectfully, and greeted her, Miss Wen, before entering the room. Wen Xiaoqiao plopped herself into a large chair, her thick legs thumping against the table with a dull thud. Then, in that same cloyingly sweet tone, she asked, "Tell me, what happened to the people who were assigned here before?" Li Yuan kept himself off to the side, hoping to stay inconspicuous. In truth, he was quite pleased with how high-profile his partner was, it took the spotlight off him. The menial workers exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, one of them mustered the courage to say, "They disappeared." Disappeared. Wen Xiaoqiao's voice rose sharply. "Are they dead or alive? It's been over 10 days. No one's seen them alive, and there are no bodies, either," the man answered. Wen Xiaoqiao continued, "Where were they last seen?" "Right here." At dusk that day, both of them were on duty in this very room. Later that night, one of them stayed behind, and by morning, he was gone. The other one couldn't believe it and decided to keep watch in the room himself, but nothing happened. Then a few days later, he disappeared too. She frowned. Did the sect send someone to investigate? They did. Couldn't find a thing. So it was marked down as a missing persons case. Wen Xiaoqiao thought for a moment. Could they have just up and left on their own? They both had families here. It doesn't make sense for them to vanish without a word, the man said. Wen Xiaoqiao's small eyes flickered with contemplation. Any other strange incidents around the central market lately? The menial worker scratched his head. Not really. The central market is packed with live goods. People cry during the day, they cry at night. Usually, we just shout at them to keep quiet, and then they do. Her brow furrowed as she mulled this over. Suddenly, she turned to Li Yuan. "Should we go take a look?" With a wry smile, he said, "Suddenly I don't feel so well. I'll leave that to you, Miss Wen." He truly had no words for this situation. He just started the job, and already he had to deal with a bizarre disappearance. Even a casual guess would tell him people didn't simply vanish without reason. It was either a plot or something far worse. Images of that eerie estate deep in the mountains flashed in his mind, making his scalp prickle. He broke out in goosebumps all over. Not feeling well. Wen Xiaoqiao blinked at him, then let out a short laugh before heading out with one of the menial workers. Left alone, Li Yuan sat in the guardhouse, growing more and more uneasy by the second. His eyes drifted warily over the room around him, dread creeping along his spine. A folding screen stood in the middle of the guardhouse, dividing it into front and rear sections. The back half was for the associates on duty to rest. The front half was for overseeing the outside world. The front was rather simple, a desk by the window with a stack of registration ledgers, a weapon rack leaning against one wall, and a few easy-to-store food items like sunflower seeds and walnuts. Li Yuan stood up and walked around the screen to look into the back room. There was a single bed and a bookshelf holding various records, presumably recent logs of the central market's incoming and outgoing merchandise. Those records would likely be stored here for a while before being transferred to a larger archive. Li Yuan flipped through a few pages but lost interest quickly. He then turned his gaze to the bed. It had neatly folded blankets and linens, apparently changed in anticipation of new associates coming to stand guard. The atmosphere felt strangely silent, as if all the noise outside had faded into an indistinct hush. Some uneasy instinct stopped him from bending down to check under the bed. Instead, he pivoted on his heel, slipped back past the screen, and hurried out of the guardhouse. Outside, snow drifted down. Li Yuan felt a mounting chill, as if a rotting corpse's hand were crawling up his spine. It reminded him of how he'd felt fleeing through the forest before, rekindling old fear and anxiety. Perhaps his body was signaling danger in a situation much like that previous horror. His eyes narrowed slightly as he paced along with his bow on his back and his blade in his arms, watching people coming and going. The menial workers handled most of the entry and exit procedures, so he merely observed. Before long, Li Yuan saw an ox-drawn cart hauling a large iron cage toward the entrance, its bars draped in a heavy black cloth. The cloth itself was dusted with fresh white snow, creating a stark contrast of purity and grime. When the menial workers pulled the cloth aside, it revealed women and children inside live goods, as they were known here. Li Yuan turned his head, unwilling to watch. One of the menial workers inspected the cage's contents, presumably to confirm what was being delivered. After finishing, he returned to the guardhouse. In passing, he saluted Li Yuan before heading inside to complete the registration. Indeed, the menial workers handled all the chores. Associate members of the Blood Blade sect were more like figureheads here. If a fight broke out, they'd be the ones in command, but otherwise, routine matters were left to the workers. Before long, Wen Xiaoqiao returned. The imposing young woman strode through the wind and snow like a tank, 4 blade-wielding menial workers trailing behind her, looking every bit the image of authority. "How did it go?" Li Yuan asked. She paused, then teased, "Oh, so now you want to hear what I saw instead of checking for yourself, young Master Li." With a sweet smile that clashed with her solid build, she continued, "Everything looks just as a live market would. Most of the goods are either numb with fear or shivering. Some do cry, but the moment they start, the merchants punish them. So the place goes quiet again soon enough." Li Yuan felt his heart jolt, though not over the cruelty of the scene but at how eerily familiar it felt, reminding him of horror stories from his past life. Places thick with misery and dampness were prime breeding grounds for malevolent spirits. A black market matched both conditions perfectly. Wen Xiaoqiao went on, tonight, I'm going to station all the menial workers here and keep watch. Want to join me? Stand guard? Huh. If we solve this missing persons case, it would be a huge achievement, she said, sounding eager. You might not know it yet, but with enough merit in the Blood Blade sect, we can shorten the 3-year assessment period. A big success like this, and in a few months, we might be promoted to outer disciples. She made an expansive gesture. This place is an island in the middle of a lake, wide open on all sides. If any threat approaches from outside, we'll see it coming. And if it's an inside job, well, Senior Lee is stationed here, so what's there to fear? Her gaze flickered mischievously. Could it be that this spooky little story of 2 missing associate members has you frightened? I mean, you're the only entry-rank martial artist among us, right? If word got out that you were scared. She was clearly trying to goad him into participating. Having an entry-rank martial artist on her side would give her some peace of mind. But just then, Li Yuan turned and bowed his head, letting out a soft cough. With a flick of his fingers, a small pouch about the size of a fingernail slipped into his mouth. It was filled with pig's blood, one of several precautions he'd prepared, along with items like lime powder and iron nails. He bit through the pouch, hacking violently so that the blood spattered forth. It bloomed into crimson splotches on his palms and on the snow-dusted ground outside, stark and shocking. Wen Xiaoqiao, caught off guard by his sudden coughing fit, stared in alarm. The menial workers glanced over in disbelief, and the atmosphere fell silent. Li Yuan continued coughing, struggling to catch his breath. His heavy wheezing only underscored the startling sight of fresh blood staining the snow. His breaths came in shallow gasps, as though he could keel over at any moment. Wen Xiaoqiao blurted out reflexively, "Are you all right?" After a long pause, Li Yuan finally steadied himself. In a weak voice, he replied, "An old injury, from my days in Little Ink Mountain. Everyone in Little Ink Village knows about it." Cough, cough. The doctor from the spring clinic in town knows, too. That took Wen Xiaoqiao by surprise. She'd assumed he was just scared, not actually injured. Well, I'll talk to Senior Li, ask for a few days off to recover, Li Yuan said with a resigned sigh, sounding almost regretful. Such a big chance for glory, Miss Wen. If you just cough, wait until I'm better, we could guard the place together. Take your time and heal, she replied, returning to her usual calm. Still, a flash of cunning glimmered in her small eyes. So he's not quite the invincible support I thought he'd be after all. The 60 menial workers are enough, plus Senior Li is right here. If I handle this alone, I can claim all the credit? Moments later, Li Yuan arrived at the black market's entrance, pressing a hand to his chest in feigned pain. Under a nameless little pavilion, Senior Li lounged in a rocking chair, half dozing. Senior Li, my old injury has flared up. I need a few days leave, Li Yuan said, his voice rasping with staged weakness. He had prepared plenty of excuses, but before he could elaborate, the man in the pavilion spoke. If that's the case, then take half a month off. In 2 weeks, it'll be your turn to patrol again. Make sure you're back by then. Yes, sir. Cough, cough. Thank you, Senior Li, Li Yuan answered, still clutching his chest as he walked away. Behind him, the wicker chair went on creaking in the thickly falling snow. Bore bow and arrow. Back in the shanty district, at Li Yuan's home. Yan Yu and Auntie Wang were in the middle of cooking meat and rice when they heard a knock on the door. Auntie Wang went to peek through a crack, then opened it, saw the black-robed young man, and exclaimed, "Master." Yan Yu rushed over, concern clear on her face. "Husband, why are you back so soon?" "I'll explain inside." Li Yuan rasped through another coughing fit. She shot him a worried look but held her tongue. "Auntie Wang," said another place at the table. Auntie Wang quickly fetched an extra bowl and chopsticks. Once the millet was cooked and the stew ready, she led her 2 children outside to continue tidying up, leaving the couple to eat in peace. The house had belonged to someone else not long ago, and there was still plenty of work to be done to make the place truly livable. Li Yuan sat at the table and called out to those outside, "Auntie Wang, come join us for the meal." From outside, Auntie Wang responded, "Master, we're not hungry. Please, go ahead without us." Li Yuan fell silent for a moment. Yan Yu quietly said, "Husband, let her be. Don't make it awkward for her. Auntie Wang told me she wants to act like a proper servant now. We brought her and her children here to Silver Creek. She's already more grateful than she can say. If you insist on her sharing our table, she'll only feel uncomfortable." Li Yuan glanced outside again, seeing the 2 children wiping everything down, their cheeks red from the cold. He said, "Then let's at least set up another small table for them. Make sure Auntie Wang and the kids can eat properly, too." "Really?" Yan Yu's eyes lit up. "Of course," he confirmed. So she went off to speak at length with Auntie Wang. Eventually, Auntie Wang brought her children inside, thanked Li Yuan profusely, then carried a small table into the side room. She served them bowls of rice and some of the meat stew, and the 3 of them sat down to eat together. With that settled, the main room grew quiet again. The young couple faced each other, silently eating. After a while, Li Yuan spoke up. "From now on, let's say I'm stuck at home with my old injury, you know, the one I got on Little Ink Mountain." Yan Yu looked up, startled. He went on, "I'll stay home for a few days and recuperate before deciding anything else." "What's happened?" she asked nervously. Li Yuan answered, "It's something in the black market. I hope I'm just overthinking it." He didn't hide anything from his wife, so he told her about the 2 missing associates. Hearing this, she turned pale and said, then stay home until things become clearer. Bore bow and arrow. After lunch, Li Yuan lay down for a midday nap. When he awoke, his eyes fell on the blade issued by the Blood Blade sect. Previously, he'd been caught up in all kinds of tasks, with neither the tools nor the dedicated time to experiment with anything new. But now that he'd called in sick, and he had this blade right at hand, maybe he could try his luck with sword or rather, blade practice. If communicating with tigers had awakened his beast-taming skill, then who was to say intensive training with a blade couldn't unlock a blade skill? Though small, their shanty home had everything in its own humble way: a main room, a side room, and both a front and backyard. Outside, fresh snow was already covering the area Auntie Wang had just swept. Stepping into the backyard with the blade in hand, Li Yuan drew and sheathed it a few times, slicing at the air rather aimlessly. Nothing came of it. Frustrated, he retreated under the eaves for a brief rest. Then, recalling his previous life as a butcher, he decided to try applying the cutting techniques he'd used for slaughtering pigs. Perhaps that practical experience would trigger something new. JL's thoughts. Slaughtering pigs was a straightforward business. First a stab, then a slice. The stab went into the neck, letting the blood drain quickly. The slice would take off the head and open the carcass to remove the innards and cut the meat. Before Li Yuan transmigrated, he once read about a General Zhang who wielded a snake spear. General Zhang had been a pig butcher and Li Yuan was, too. Sometimes he wondered if General Zhang's spearmanship came from all that pig stabbing practice. On the battlefield, all you had to do was just treat the enemy like a pig, jab the spear at their neck, one swift thrust after another, fast, precise, and deadly. Nothing fancy, just skill gained through repetition. That thought flashed through Li Yuan's mind as he gripped his blade, eyes half closed, recalling scenes from his previous life. He pictured row after row of butcher blocks, each holding a hog pinned by the neck, unable to move. Stab. With a sudden twist of his wrist, Li Yuan imagined plunging the tip of the blade into the pig's neck. The blade went in cleanly, and blood poured out in a scarlet rush. Once the blood was drained and the carcass washed, off went the head. A hot surge flowed through his arms, some strange, blood-driven energy boosting his strength. Yet that downward chop wasn't particularly fast or powerful. It felt like something was missing, as if he couldn't fully channel his strength through every inch of steel. It was just emotion, nothing more. Then came the slicing as he cut through the air, imagining the removal of intestines and organs. After finishing one imaginary carcass, he paused, sheathed his blade, then pictured the next pig and started all over again. Outside in the snowy courtyard, flakes landed on wooden crates and basins, on the hard-packed yellow earth and the bare branches of a leafless tree. Snow swirled around him, stirred up by the flash of his blade. Inside the house, Yan Yu leaned against the window, watching her husband practice in the wind and snow. Snow fell, Li Yuan's blade rose and fell. His footsteps trampled the snow underfoot, turning it into grimy black ice. Most people would slip if they moved too quickly on it, but the young man never lost his balance. The blood-fueled energy pulsed through his body as he moved, warming him so thoroughly that steam drifted off him, white clouds of vapor rising like a pot at full boil. My husband truly looks magnificent, Yan Yu sighed dreamily, one hand supporting her delicate face as she gazed out at the snowy courtyard and the man within it. Her eyes drifted across his strong waist, powerful thighs, and cored muscles until her cheeks turned pink at the sight. Li Yuan trained for most of the afternoon, but aside from loosening up his joints, he didn't feel like he'd gained anything at all. Sure enough, mastering a new skill isn't easy. I did feel something with that very first stab, but the slashes that followed all seemed off somehow. Oh well, no rush. I've slaughtered so many pigs in my previous life that I've definitely got an advantage when it comes to using a blade. I'll just keep at it tomorrow. Back indoors, they ate their evening meal. Yan Yu didn't bring up the idea of going out, especially since Li Yuan had claimed he'd come home injured. It would hardly make sense to head straight out for a stroll. After dinner, Auntie Wang, ever the industrious one, heated a generous amount of water and poured it into a wooden tub. Without being asked, she announced it was ready for the master and his wife to bathe. It had snowed that day, so there was no need to fetch water from outside. They simply scooped it from the open-air water vat. Li Yuan took a comfortable bath and then climbed into bed. A moment later, Yan Yu's warm body slipped under the covers too. Outside was an icy world, beneath the quilt, though, everything was toasty and inviting. Bore bow and arrow. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The snowfall had long ended, but the thaw brought on the harshest cold. After lunch, with nothing much to do, Li Yuan and Yan Yu sat in the backyard. This snowfall means the weather should start warming up soon, Yan Yu remarked. She was still wrapped in that same simple blouse of blue with white flowers, sitting on a wooden bench under the eaves and gazing at a bare tree in the distance. I wonder what kind of blossoms it'll have come spring. It's an apricot tree, Li Yuan said. He had asked a member from the Blood Blade sect about it when he first bought this property. Apricot blossoms. Yan Yu's eyes lit up at once, gleaming like ripples on spring water. We had them back where I grew up, but there were none in Little Ink Mountain. It's nice to have them again. It's like this place is truly my home now. Li Yuan smiled. Of course it's your home. Wherever I am, that's where you belong. She shot him a playful glare, but didn't deny it. After a while, Yan Yu suddenly jumped up from her seat, stepped into the courtyard, and struck a ready stance. Husband, these past few days, seeing you practice your blade, I feel like picking up that martial cultivation technique I showed you. Maybe I can finally learn it properly. Deep down, she felt a bit competitive. She was the one who taught him that technique in the first place. So, how did he master it in just a few days, while she'd practiced it for ages without success? Li Yuan said, "Go ahead. If anything looks off, I'll correct you." She grinned, then fell silent and focused. Slowly, she spread her arms as if they were willow branches swaying in the breeze. Her steps were light, her breathing following a unique rhythm, alternating between expansion and contraction. Knowing the trick to this exercise, Li Yuan offered guidance. Breathing and posture are just surface forms. The real goal is to get your blood flowing inside. Let it circulate, building over time until you develop a unique internal power, like a heated current that makes you feel comfortable, even stronger all over. Got it. Yan Yu continued her movements with quiet determination. With Auntie Wang now taking care of the household chores, she finally had the time to devote herself to practice. Meanwhile, Li Yuan went back to refining his pig-gutting blade. Bow and arrow. By evening, steaming millet rice was on the table along with stir-fried pork and green onions, stir-fried eggs with chives, and a bowl of meat broth drizzled with salt and oil. All in all, quite a hearty spread. The town had decent supplies, so it wasn't hard to pick up fresh green onions and chives at the market outside the shanty area. After eating, Li Yuan headed to the front yard, where Auntie Wang was bustling around, heating water for his bath. Just then, a knock sounded at the door outside the courtyard. "Li Yuan, are you home?" "It's me, Caize. Cough, cough." "Yes, I'm here," Li Yuan replied between coughs and went to open the door himself. Standing outside was a young man in a bailiff's uniform, none other than Caize, carrying a basket of winter jujubes and a fish. "Li Yuan," he said, "I just heard your old injury flared up. I came by as soon as I was off duty." "Come in," Li Yuan said. "But I can't accept your gifts. You've helped me a lot already, getting me set up here. How could I take more from you?" "Cough, cough. Don't be so polite. We're practically family," Caize replied. Then, in a half-joking tone, he added, "But really, you're already reached the 9th rank. How come you never told me?" "It's not that I was hiding it," Li Yuan fibbed. "It's just my injury. Once it acts up, I can drop back down at any time. Didn't seem worth mentioning until I was sure." Caize let out a soft sigh, then lowered his voice and leaned in. "If your body can handle it, you really should head back soon." "What do you mean?" Li Yuan asked. "Those menial workers in every division, once you're gone too long, they'll start following your partner instead. Then, if you need them for anything later, it'll be a hassle." "Is that so? Your partner is named Wen Xiaoqiao, right?" "Yes. She's from Parasol Town, a grain merchant's daughter. She's well-connected and capable. Word is she's been investigating the disappearance of the fellow associates before you two. If she cracks the case, that'll be a big accomplishment. So go back now. First, you can take some credit by helping with the investigation. Second, you can get to the bottom of what happened. If you two solve it, the higher UPS at the Blood Blade Sact might very well promote you to an official outer disciple." Li Yuan asked, "Hey, what exactly is this missing persons case?" "Just that, people vanished. Happens every year in this county, though this time it just happened to be the Blood Blade Sect's own members on night patrol." Caize leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Personally, I think they were taken out in secret. But this time is different. Senior Li on the island is bound to keep a close watch. Now it's a question of who's bold enough to strike again. The muscle? Senior Li will help with that. The credit? He won't claim it for himself. In other words, it's a great opportunity for you." Then he waved his hand dismissively. "Just my random thoughts. Don't take them too seriously. So, have you made up your mind to go back soon?" Li Yuan gave a regretful sigh. "I'd like to, but with this injury, well, that really is a shame." They chatted a while longer, and Caize ended up staying for dinner before taking his leave. Only then did Yan Yu emerge from behind the curtain, eyes full of concern. "Husband, what do we do?" Li Yuan recalled that chilling aura he'd sensed the other day. "Honestly, I hope Wen Xiaoqiao manages to pull off a major success, so I can keep lying low here in the black market." Bow and arrow. 3 more days passed in a flash, and the weather began to warm. That evening, just before dusk, someone banged urgently on Li Yuan's front door, loud and piercing. "Li Yuan? Li Yuan?" Caize's voice resounded from outside. When Li Yuan answered, he found Caize's expression grim. "What's happened?" Li Yuan asked. Caize hesitated, then spoke in a low voice. "Wen Xiaoqiao, she's gone missing, too." Wen Xiaoqiao disappeared. The news made Li Yuan's scalp prickle. "How did she go missing?" he asked. "She was on night watch. Everything was normal. Just yesterday, people saw her wandering around the central market as usual. But by evening, she was suddenly gone. The menial workers searched everywhere, but she'd vanished." Disbelief still lingered on Caize's face. By now, it was clear that something truly strange was afoot. Li Yuan pressed on. "What about Senior Li?" "Senior Li is fine. But he hasn't noticed anything out of the ordinary, either," Caize replied. He looked at Li Yuan oddly and lowered his voice. "Did you sense something off? Is that why you pretended to be sick and stayed home?" Li Yuan let out a bitter laugh. "How could I? If Senior Li couldn't find anything, what hope do I have? My injury is real. You can ask around Little Ink Village or talk to the doctor at Spring Clinic." Plenty of people can vouch for me. Caize paused for a moment and then said, so what do you think is going on? After a beat, Li Yuan spoke. Yesterday, you floated the idea that those missing associates might have been quietly done away with. If that's the case, where are the bodies? Where would someone hide them? Caize froze. He'd only made that remark in passing, but hearing Li Yuan's question, it started to feel all too plausible. He hadn't suspected outright murder because, first, there were no signs of a struggle, second, in Silver Creek, the Bloodblade sect was practically the local overlord, and nobody had dared challenge them in ages. Eyes darting, Caize thrust a basket of apples into Li Yuan's hands. Take care of yourself. I need to go. Li Yuan accepted the basket and walked him out. At least come in for some tea. Next time. All right. Take care. Dusk hung like blood over the cramped alleys by the shanties, the crimson glow almost sticky in the dying light. Only after Caize disappeared from sight did Li Yuan shut the door. His hand shook around the basket. He realized Caize hadn't come purely out of concern. Someone must have sent him to sound Li Yuan out. Yet Wen Xiaoqiao's disappearance was almost certainly real. Losing a few rank-and-file menial workers might be shrugged off, but Wen Xiaoqiao vanishing was another matter entirely. The Bloodblade sect wouldn't ignore such a serious threat under its nose. Li Yuan could only hope it was just murder, a territorial dispute, perhaps, and not something else. Closing his eyes, he once again saw that eerie mountain estate, cold, rotting, filled with the stench of decay. A shiver ran through him at the memory. Husband, are you all right? A gentle voice rang out. Soft arms slipped around his waist. Yan Yu's warmth eased the tension in his chest. Gripping her hands, Li Yuan let out a slow breath and said, let's eat. After dinner, I'll go back to practicing my blade. Before he'd transmigrated, he'd spent years refining his butcher's knife skills. Over the past few days of non-stop practice, he'd gradually found the knack for applying force, especially that quick stab. Mastery, after all, lay in using one's strength to the fullest. He had archery for long-distance fights. For close combat, he needed something just as reliable to truly feel secure. Bore bow and arrow. Night fell. The moon glimmered like frost. In the backyard, beneath that moonlit sky, Li Yuan gripped his blade, practicing thrusts and slashes. The warm current surging through his muscles flowed more freely with each move. Suddenly, as though something clicked, his eyes snapped open, shining like lightning. Thrust, thrust, thrust. He stabbed 3 times in quick succession. Each one sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, a sound he'd never produced before. At the same time, a peculiar sensation washed over him. He could feel that hot current coursing inside, still a bit raw, but enough to let him draw out more power than a typical strike. Li Yuan paused, eyes closed for a moment, then exhaled slowly. Turning to check the information before him, he noticed a few changes. Nice, I've got 159 stat points saved up. But, basic spearmanship. Li Yuan blinked, bewildered. He'd been drilling with a blade, so how had he unlocked a spear skill? Glancing at his blade, his combat power at 1213 remained unchanged. Let's try adding points, he muttered, tapping the plus symbol next to basic spearmanship 10 times in quick succession. A rush of new memories flooded his mind, the sensation of training day after day for dozens of days, dripping with sweat. As those memories settled, subtle changes rippled through his muscles, thickening his arms just a little. The difference wasn't huge, but certain muscle groups now felt more attuned to spear thrusting mechanics. He checked the status window again. Basic spearmanship, 1/10, new. Intermediate spearmanship, 1/20. After a moment's thought, Li Yuan grabbed an arrow and a sturdy wooden pole, the kind used for drying laundry, and bound them firmly together, forming a crude spear. Testing its weight, he glanced again at his combat power indicator 1415. A makeshift bamboo pole with an arrowhead outperformed his refined steel blade in raw numbers. It was almost hard to believe. Husband, it's getting late. Yan Yu's gentle voice came from behind the oil paper window, her face briefly illuminated by lamplight. I'll keep practicing a bit, blade, or maybe spear, Li Yuan replied. This world was too dangerous to relax. He'd relied heavily on his system before, but from now on, if he had the time, he'd cultivate on his own to save whatever stat points he could. Every bit counted. Seizing his spear, he began stabbing forward in firm, powerful motions. Each thrust felt smoother, more natural. Bore bow and arrow. 2 days later, early in the morning. Despite the chill on the island in the middle of the lake, the black market bustled on as usual. At several points around the shore, the Bloodblade sect boats had docked. On the decks stood figures dressed in tight-fitting leather, robes cinched at their waists, tin breathing tubes fitted around their noses. One. Plop, plop, plop. They dove into the water one after another, barely drawing notice in the market's clamor. Before long, one of the ropes gave a sudden jerk. The people on deck immediately rushed to haul the diver back up. They were professional divers, pearl hunters, one might say. After each dive, the pearl diver surfaced, shaking his head. The crew on deck hurried to pass him a wool blanket and hot water so he wouldn't catch cold, then moved the boat on to another spot. Once there, the diver shed the blanket and plunged back in. The water rippled for a moment before settling back to stillness. Eventually, the rope jerked, and the diver was hauled back aboard. Anything, someone on deck would ask each time. The diver always shook his head, and so it continued, over and over. Using the island at the lake's center as their anchor, these divers and their boats patiently searched the surrounding waters. By dusk, as darkness fell, they packed up for the day. They were looking for bodies. Bore bow and arrow. That night, Caize, dressed in plain clothes, came to a lavish building with elegant pavilions. Strings of bead curtains hung at the entrance, and one could vaguely make out the silhouettes of women inside. Laughter and teasing voices drifted out from time to time. Caize didn't dare go in. He simply stood on the stone steps. Eventually, a tipsy male voice came from inside, "Come on in." Only then did Caize enter. The warmth of an underfloor heating system hit him immediately, shutting out the winter chill. In this chaotic era, where even in the county people starved on the streets, such luxury was astonishing. All around the spacious wooden hall, beautiful women lounged in blankets, each exuding her own allure. Caize swallowed hard and walked to the very back. In a shadowed corner, a man was enjoying the attentions of two lovely attendants. Dark-visage elder, Caize said, "Today's search turned up nothing." The elder nodded. "Keep looking. If those three associates didn't just vanish but were actually killed, then whoever disposed of their bodies probably threw them in the nearby lake. Finding them should be straightforward enough." Caize bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir," he said, and turned to leave. The dark-visage elder called after him, "That young fellow who reached the 9th rank, is he still recuperating?" "Yes," Caize replied. "He's interesting, and quite fortunate. Tell him when you get the chance that he could have become an outer disciple directly, but our deputy sect master didn't think much of him." "Yes, sir. You may go." Bore bow and arrow. The next day, the pearl divers continued their search. Nothing turned up. On the third day, strong winds kicked up, so they paused the search. On the fourth day, the gales persisted, the search remained on hold. On the fifth day, they resumed, still nothing. On the sixth day, they kept at it again, no results. On the seventh day, a pearl diver returned to the waters around a new area of the lake. He followed the usual routine: descend, search, and resurface. But this time, partway through his dive, his body went rigid. In the dark depths, far from the sun's reach, he glimpsed several faces, pale and bloated. Their features were warped in terror, twisted and hideous, as though frozen in final horror. The diver's whole body trembled, his skin crawling. He tugged frantically on the rope, desperate to flee. By the time the crew pulled him on board, he was gasping for breath. I found them," he finally managed to stammer. An interesting fact: historical records indicate that Chinese divers did employ rudimentary underwater breathing apparatus in pre-modern times. The most explicit account comes from the Ming Dynasty, 17th century, Encyclopedia Tiangong-Kaiwa, 1637, by Song Yingxing. In the section on pearl harvesting, Song describes a pearl diver using a bent tin tube for breathing underwater. According to his account, the pearl diver wears a bent tin tube. The bottom opening of the tube is attached to his mouth and nose so that he can breathe. In addition, his ears are wrapped with a soft leather strip. This device essentially functioned as an early form of snorkel, with one end covering the diver's nose and mouth and the other end rising above the water's surface to draw in air. Song Yingxing explicitly noted that the hollow tube was made of tin, and that it allowed a diver to breathe comfortably while submerged. He also mentioned a safety system. The diver was tethered to the surface by a rope which he could tug as a signal to be pulled up when struggling for breath. Notably, Song Yingxing presented this technology as an established practice rather than a novel invention of his time. He even referenced earlier innovations, indicating that the use of such equipment might date back further. Modern analyses of Tiangong-Kaiwa point out that early diving gear in China may have originated as far back as the Tang Dynasty, 7th to 10th century. Morning light drifted in on a mild breeze. Auntie Wang was bustling around the earthen stove, boiling water and cooking rice. Nearby, a wooden basin held a pile of laundry belonging to the master and madam. She planned to take it down to the nearby river to wash, and afterward, she'd do her own family's clothes as well. Outside in the shanty town, the willow trees had begun to sprout fresh buds. When children ran by, their laughter set the tender branches dancing in the wind, adding a spark of vitality to the place. Unnoticed by all, the bitter winter was gone. Early spring had arrived. The people of Silver Creek's shanty town felt a renewed sense of cheer. Li Yuan, however, remained uneasy. Today was his last day of sick leave, and tomorrow he'd have to return to the black market. Yet he still knew next to nothing about the situation there. He wanted to extend his leave, but he wasn't sure if it would be allowed. He also knew for certain he couldn't go to the central market now, and there was nowhere else to go. Venturing into the wilderness beyond the county was tantamount to suicide. So he was stuck in Silver Creek, waiting for the dust to settle, hoping he could stay hidden away until the truth came to light. While he was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. Right on cue came Caize's voice calling from outside. "Li Yuan? Li Yuan." Li Yuan rushed to answer it. As soon as he opened the door, Caize beamed at him. "You were right the other day. They finally found those missing people. Their bodies were at the bottom of the lake, so it's definitely a murder case, not a simple disappearance. The sect's taking this very seriously and plans to set a trap to lure out the culprit. You can relax now." Li Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. At least there was progress. Once the matter was thoroughly investigated, more details were sure to follow. But until things were fully resolved, his illness wouldn't be getting any better. Right on cue, he clutched at his chest and began to cough violently, as if he could hardly breathe. Cough, 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 cough. When he finally caught his breath, Li Yuan spoke in a halting, wheezing voice, "Caize, cough. My constitution's been injured. This sickness is no joke. Cough." Caize suddenly leaned closer and said, "We do have a brilliant doctor in the sect. If an outer or inner disciple is hurt, he'll come at once. It's just, well, you see, you could have been an official outer disciple already, if it wasn't for our deputy sect master refusing to accept you." He ended with a sigh, looking indignant on Li Yuan's behalf. It was as if he wanted Li Yuan to feel aggrieved and demand justice. "Oh," Li Yuan made a vague sound in reply. Caize stared at him with anticipation, waiting for a reaction. Li Yuan asked, "So the deputy sect master doesn't think much of me?" Cough, cough. "That's right," Caize said. "Otherwise you'd already be an outer disciple. But the deputy sect master, well, never mind." Li Yuan coughed a few more times, then sighed, "That deputy sect master really has an eye for things." Cough. "Anyway, my condition, it's hopeless, I fear." Huh. Caize gawked. Li Yuan went on, "Honestly, I was planning to head to the black market today to speak with Senior Li and request more sick leave. I'll probably need another half-month off." Cough. "I see." For a moment, Caize was left speechless. Li Yuan stayed silent too. He wasn't one for passionate heroics. All he wanted was to remain somewhere safe, quietly searching for new cultivation methods and steadily growing stronger. He wasn't foolish enough to take the bait when someone behind Caize clearly wanted to stir him up into becoming their pawn or worse, their expendable cannon fodder. After a few more idle words, Caize took his leave. Li Yuan glanced at the sky. The day was bright, the sun warm. "Yan Yu," he called out. Yan Yu, lovely as ever, poked her head out from behind the back door. "Yes, husband. I'm heading to the black market." "What?" She hurried out, clearly worried. "I'm going to request more sick leave," Li Yuan explained. "But, what if they won't give it to you?" "They will," he assured her, though it felt more like he was trying to convince himself. He went to the kitchen and found some sausage casings he'd had Auntie Wang buy a couple of days before. He filled them with pig's blood, tied them off, and slipped them into his mouth, an advanced version of faking a bloody cough, just in case. Bore bow and arrow. By midday, Li Yuan was on the island once again. The black market still bustled with its usual orderly chaos, though an ominous chill lingered in the air. On the lakeshore stood a small grove of evergreen trees, dark and dreary. From a distance, Li Yuan saw quite a few Bloodblade sect disciples and menial workers gathered there, surrounding a dozen or so straw mats. On each mat lay a swollen, bloated corpse in an advanced state of decay like waterlogged giants. On the far end, he could just make out Wen Xiaoqiao's recognizable features. The faint stench of rot, clinging to the air, made his stomach churn. He swallowed hard, throat bobbing, and hurried on without stopping. So it wasn't just 3 recent disappearances. Clearly, something had been going on for a long time. Bore bow and arrow. A short while later, Li Yuan arrived at the black market's main entrance, its north gate. In the same small pavilion as always sat Senior Li, looking drowsy on a reclining chair. But the numbers floating beside him betrayed the truth. His previous indicator had been 130-140, now they read 135-145. Li Yuan realized the man wasn't simply lazing around, he was healing. It was still a far way off from his peak condition of 182-10, but it was still progress. He took a quick glance, then reined in his gaze. Today, he was here for one reason, and that was to request more sick leave. Clutching his chest, he began coughing harshly as he made his formal greeting. Cough, cough. Senior Li. Cough. The old man in the chair gave a low, sleepy chuckle. Li Yuan, let me guess. You've come to ask for more time off, right? Li Yuan was taken aback for a second, then forced another cough. Forgive me, Senior Li. I want to return, truly, but my body, cough, my strength fails me. Ha, ha ha ha. Senior Li chuckled suddenly. How about this, Li Yuan? Skip your leave this time. Stay here and follow me. You don't need to go back to the central market. Just stay with me at the north gate, bring me tea during the day, then leave the island and head home at night. How does that sound? Li Yuan coughed a few times, feigning weakness. Cough, cough. I'm not sure why Senior Li would value me so highly. His words trailed off, and the air around them seemed to tighten with a quiet, oppressive weight. Li Yuan could feel Senior Li's piercing gaze, as if the man were studying him inside and out. It took a long moment before Senior Li finally broke the silence. Are you staying or not? He asked flatly. Li Yuan didn't hesitate. I'll stay. Senior Li was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Good. That day, Senior Li didn't speak further about the arrangement. He just had Li Yuan pour tea, fetch fruit, and handle small errands. Li Yuan asked no questions and simply did as he was told. As dusk approached, Senior Li rose from his reclined position with a lazy yawn. Once night fell, the island went under curfew, and he didn't need to stand guard at the gate anymore. He took his leave and headed somewhere in the northern part of the market. Li Yuan went south to catch a boat back home, and they went their separate ways. Bore bow and arrow. After that, several days passed in the same routine. 5 days later, Li Yuan was pouring tea for Senior Li as usual when, unexpectedly, Senior Li spoke up. Want to learn how to wield the blade? I do, Li Yuan answered. In that case, Senior Li said, I'll teach you. Li Yuan, puzzled, asked, then, is there something you want me to do in return, Senior Li? Senior Li shook his head. What I need from you is to do nothing at all. Just focus on receiving my lineage so that it doesn't die out. He paused, then continued, do you know why I've chosen you? Li Yuan played along, shaking his head with a curious expression. Senior Li explained, because you have talent and fortune. You come from humble beginnings, yet you reached the 9th rank at 17 years old. You're steady and level-headed, not as reckless as most young people. You also managed to sidestep that bloodbath by following your instincts. You have a good temperament. You've been bringing me tea these days, no flattery, no complaints. Someone like you is exactly the kind of person who can keep my martial lineage alive. I've waited a long time, but only you have shown up. So you're the one. A short silence fell. Well, Senior Li said at last, aren't you going to pour me some tea and formally become my direct disciple? At once, Li Yuan rushed to prepare hot tea, then knelt and presented it with both hands, bowing low. Disciple greets master. Senior Li accepted his bow. He took a sip of tea, set the cup aside, and said, my name is Li Yu, and I am part of the Fallen Moon School. The technique I'm passing on to you is called the Spirit Release Technique, and the blade skill is known as the Spring Autumn Blade. Any cultivation technique, if you want to gain entry, comes down to two approaches. The first is to comprehend it on your own enlightenment, as you would call it. The second is to practice relentlessly training. Enlightenment means discovering it within yourself. All these arts were created by people. If others could devise them, why can't you? Keep that mindset. Don't become a puppet of a technique, become its master. Even common folk, if they do something long enough, can attain their own enlightenment. I once saw an old man selling oil in a busy market. He poured oil through a coin's center hole, yet not a drop touched the coin. I also witnessed a butcher who could carve up an ox with a swish and a swipe as though playing a tune. The blade never dulled, yet the ox fell apart on its own. These people discovered their own enlightenment simply by refining their everyday tasks. Of course, most folks never get that chance. They never encounter that spark that leads to their own art. Or if they do catch a glimpse, they can't see the path beyond the basics, let alone reach the pinnacle. That's why we need lineage, the knowledge once conceived by individuals of astonishing talent. This inherited knowledge is divided into cultivation technique and skills. The cultivation technique is the foundational art. Break through in cultivation, and you rise to a higher realm. Skills are the applied art. Strengthen your skills, and you'll learn to fully draw out your power. And there's yet a third factor, which is the weapon. A good weapon supports the strength you've cultivated and may even help you unleash power beyond your limits. Rumor has it there exist mystical and divine weapons nothing like the ordinary blades we know. But if your own level isn't high enough, those weapons will be useless in your hands. Worse yet, they could turn on you. Senior Li lounged on his recliner, speaking passionately as if lecturing before a class. All around their little pavilion, the black market swelled with foot traffic, people surging to and fro. The pavilion felt like an island unto itself. Here, Senior Li paid no heed to the respectful greetings of passers-by calling him. He was fully absorbed in instructing his new direct disciple on these fundamental truths. From the focus in Li Yuan's eyes, Senior Li could tell this country-bred youth had never learned proper martial theory. No one had ever explained such things to him. Senior Li's heart warmed. Though his eyes remained half-closed, an added sense of closeness blossomed between them. The relationship between master and disciple could sometimes mirror that of lovers. There was something uniquely precious about the first time. Their conversation continued in a question-and-answer style. Master, Li Yuan asked softly, I'd like to know more about the realms of cultivation. Everyone knows about the 9 ranks. But how many truly understand what they are? Senior Li answered. Then he continued, do not speak of ice to summer insects, do not speak of spring and autumn to mayflies. We know very little of the highest 3 ranks, and only fragments of the middle 3. But the lower 3 are within reach, so let me explain those to you. The 9th rank is called flesh and blood refinement. Using a cultivation technique to temper your flesh and blood. Once you develop a warm current running through your muscles that you can control at will, you've made your first breakthrough. But take note. This warm current isn't chi. It's a special blood energy. This blood is above the ordinary blood in your veins. As it circulates, it nourishes every part of your body, increasing your strength and resilience. In the martial world, there's a saying. Dog's blood nourishes dogs, pig's blood nourishes pigs, tiger's blood nourishes tigers, dragon's blood nourishes dragons. Once your blood changes, so do you, and the first manifestation of that change appears in your flesh. Hence this is called the stage of flesh and blood refinement. When you reach it, you're far stronger than a regular person. Even if you get sick or injured, you can quickly recover by channeling that special blood to the afflicted area. You've likely felt that difference since you stepped into the 9th rank. Li Yuan nodded. Indeed, I'm nothing like I was before. Senior Li continued. Yes. All those changes stem from this special blood. Across the land, people call it shadow blood. Shadow blood. Li Yuan asked. Why that name? Think of it as a nickname for this unique blood energy. As for its exact origin, perhaps it came from powerful high-level cultivators or one of the major sects. Over time, people just started calling it that. I see, Li Yuan said. Next is the 8th rank, known as skin refinement. With an 8th rank cultivation technique, the shadow blood you've accumulated becomes more orderly like rivers branching out across your body until eventually forming a layer of blood armor over your skin. At that point, blades and spears can't pierce you. Even if you just stand still and let a normal person hack away at you, it won't do a thing. Unless you're exhausted or out of strength, an ordinary sword can at most leave a faint white mark on your skin. A 9th rank martial artist can cause some trouble for an 8th rank, but thanks to that refined skin, it's still exceedingly difficult for them to inflict serious harm. They'd have to land strike after strike on a vital spot before it would really hurt an 8th rank. An ordinary person can't defeat a 9th rank, and a 9th rank can hardly defeat an 8th rank. Senior Lee paused briefly, then went on. The 7th rank is bone and tendon refinement. At this stage, the shadow blood in your body reaches its limit. That old ordinary blood you once had is completely replaced, triggering a qualitative transformation. Remember, at the 9th rank, you're sustaining yourself with shadow blood. Now that it's fully saturated, your body truly begins to change, specifically the tendons and bones. Bones are the source of blood, so once you cultivate shadow bones, it in turn produces more shadow blood. From then on, all the blood you generate is shadow blood, no trace of ordinary blood remains. The power of this shadow blood abides in you constantly, flowing without end. At the 9th or 8th rank, there's still a risk of exhausting yourself or being fatally injured. But once you reach the 7th, that possibility largely disappears. Senior Lee fell silent a moment, then continued in a solemn tone. The 6th rank is where you enter the middle 3 ranks. The first realm there is known as fate altering. Once your bones begin producing shadow blood, it flows through you endlessly. Still, your essential life level remains that of a mere mortal. At this point, you won't need another cultivation technique, you will need what we call a life chronicle. Legend has it that these life chronicles record extraordinary methods. Once you truly grasp one and break through, you shed your mortal shell and step into a whole new tier of human existence, gaining a far greater lifespan. At that level, mating with ordinary women no longer produces offspring. Likewise, a mortal man can't impregnate a woman above the 6th rank. That said, most who reach such heights lose much of their desire to have children. They might indulge in lust, but typically don't care to bear what they see as a burden. So if you want descendants, you'd best have them before entering the 6th rank. Bore bow and arrow. That day flew by. As dusk fell, Senior Lee hastily shooed Li Yuan away. Li Yuan sensed Senior Lee knew something about the recent troubles, but he kept his questions to himself. The longboat parted the waters of the central lake, leaving a ruddy wake behind it. Li Yuan recalled Senior Lee's words the first day he'd arrived here. I heard them call you young Master Li just now. At such a young age, already at entry rank, sharing a family name with me, well, you can at least borrow the courtesy of that title. Whether you can keep it is up to you. Only now did Li Yuan truly understand. Senior Lee was watching to see if he'd survive. Had he died in that crisis, the so-called title would have vanished with him. Fortunately, he had taken sick leave in time. Bore bow and arrow. Not long after Li Yuan got home, Caize showed up with a jar of wine even finer than the brew he'd brought last time. Young Master Li, he exclaimed. I never expected Senior Li to take you as his direct disciple. Looks like I may have to rely on you in the future. His way of addressing Li Yuan had changed, his manner of speech had grown more deferential. Li Yuan just smiled. Don't be silly. Just call me Li Yuan like always. You helped me get into the Blood Blade sect in the first place. How could I ever forget that? I'll always be grateful to you. Touched by Li Yuan's sincerity, Caize felt an even stronger kinship. He didn't ask about Li Yuan's injuries this time. Instead, he grinned. How about we go to Heavenly Scent Pavilion tonight? My treat, we can share a couple of bottles. Li Yuan managed a wry chuckle. I've got a wife at home, you know. Caize stared at him. You're a martial artist. Why tie yourself down with a wife? So frank and blunt, Li Yuan momentarily had no idea how to respond. Caize pressed on. Maybe you haven't realized yet, but for people like us, it's best to stay free of attachments. Marrying only shackles you. Usually, if a martial artist sees no hope for further breakthrough, that's when they settle down and live out their days. Let's be honest. Do you really think your wife can keep up with you? Li Yuan's face darkened. Caize, please watch what you say. My wife and I love each other. Let's leave it at that. After apologizing, Caize chatted a bit longer with Li Yuan before taking his leave. Bore bow and arrow. Instead of heading straight home, Caize ventured deeper into Silver Creek, arriving at a large estate. A guard led him to a tower within the compound. In the courtyard, the dark-visaged elder sat alone, drinking wine. 4 very different-looking women hovered around him, rubbing his shoulders and thighs. Caize kept his head down, not daring to stare. He entered, bowed, and said, Elder. The dark-visaged elder asked, So, how's Li Yu's new disciple? Caize repeated Li Yuan's words more or less verbatim. The elder stroked his chin with a faintly amused expression. Pulling one of the women into his lap, he lifted her chin with a lazy flick of his hand. He actually plans on staying married, he sneered. Caize said, he claims he and his wife are deeply in love. Ha, the elder couldn't help but laugh, and so did the woman in his lap. They all laughed, as if they'd just heard the most entertaining joke. Once the laughter subsided, the elder said, seems the deputy sect master had his reasons for looking down on him. In any case, it's fitting. Li Yu is a fringe figure in the sect, so his disciple will be on the fringes as well, a perfect match. Let them be. But since an official enforcer of the Bloodblade sect has taken on a direct disciple, that boy can't remain a mere associate. Whether he becomes an outer or inner disciple will depend on the deputy sect master's decision. Caize chimed in, it would be better if the deputy sect master refused to elevate him. The dark-visaged elder snorted. He may not think much of some bumpkin, but he won't embarrass Li Yu. The deputy sect master may be arrogant, but he's no fool. In any case, leave it alone. Let this Li Yuan boy go his own way. Even though you brought him in, he no longer has anything to do with our branch. Li Yu doesn't serve anyone or meddle in these affairs. Best not to provoke them again. Yes, elder. Caize, you've done a lot for me these past years. Once the murders in the central market are resolved, I'll formally accept you as my direct disciple. Keep a close watch on the investigation. Yes, elder. Excitement lit up Caize's gaze. He had never been considered talented, yet he longed to rise higher. If he could become an inner disciple of the Bloodblade sect, the standing and connections he'd gain would open the door to a better life. The next day, as usual, Li Yuan made his way to the little nameless pavilion by the north gate of the black market. He stood beside Senior Li, continuing to listen to his teachings. Merchants, martial artists, associates, and porters passed by in a steady stream. Each of them would greet Senior Li respectfully, and then throw a curious glance at the young man. They were clearly wondering what qualifications he had to become Senior Li's disciple. Suddenly, Senior Li asked, so many people are staring at you, memorizing your face. How do you feel about that? Li Yuan replied, they know I'm your student, so they're taking note of me as such. But the only thing they truly remember is that I'm Senior Li's direct disciple. In the future, if they run into me again, they'll pause to think. Either don't offend me at all, or get rid of me completely, leaving no trace. Senior Li let out a small laugh. You really are a worthy successor. Li Yuan flattered him in return. And you, my master, are an excellent teacher. Senior Li went on, being my student is actually quite safe. Although I'm stationed here, I only enforce the rules. I don't get mixed up in profit. I'm an enforcer, but I know when to show leniency. After all, when the water is too clear, no fish can survive. As long as people don't cross the Bloodblade sect's bottom line, I'll grant them a bit of leeway and show mercy when necessary. As he spoke, Senior Li took out a neat-looking booklet from inside his robe and handed it to Li Yuan. Read it here, right next to me. Li Yuan opened it. The cover was blank, but inside were page after page of illustrated stances marked with tiny red dots, guides to key pressure points for channeling force. Beneath each illustration were lines of text, presumably the accompanying mental mnemonic. Senior Li said, I copied this myself, and I drew the diagrams as well. A single illustration can be extremely important for someone in training. The artist's essence, body, mind, and spirit goes into it. If it were drawn by our school's founder, just a glance would let you feel the killing intent emanating from it. Practicing with such a guide makes your progress that much faster. Mine, of course, can't compare to the founder's. His teachings were lost long ago, destroyed, misplaced, or simply rotted away. No one knows for sure. According to my master, even his master's master was already using hand-copied manuals to instruct disciples. This is also the tradition of the Fallen Moon School. Once you achieve decent mastery, you copy your master's manual yourself. And if you make further progress, you destroy the old copy and rewrite it, to pass on to your own disciples. First, redrawing those diagrams lets you grasp the heart of the technique. Second, paper doesn't last forever. It's bound to be lost or destroyed within a generation or two. Puzzled, Li Yuan asked, why not carve the manuals into stone or metal, or even bamboo slips? They'd last longer that way. Senior Li answered, I heard the founder of the Fallen Moon School was a proud man. After he completed the spirit release technique and spring-autumn blade, he insisted that all future teachings be recorded only on paper. If the art couldn't be passed down, then so be it. Even if it disappears forever, that's still better than letting it end up in unworthy hands. What a pity the world doesn't have as many geniuses as our founder hoped, Senior Li remarked with a sigh. The Fallen Moon School has been in decline for generations. In my time, we've been reduced to a solitary clan in the lowest tiers. I don't have the founder's talent or his pride. All I want is to ensure these teachings live on. Li Yuan replied, I promise I'll carry on this legacy. Senior Li gave him a faint smile and nodded. This booklet has two parts. The first part is the spirit release technique. I've only memorized what pertains to the lower three ranks. The original life chronicle that went with it was lost. In those days, I couldn't draw it. Even now, I still can't. So, it just slipped through our fingers. He let out a long sigh. His face looked worn, and sorrow flickered in his eyes as he continued in a husky voice, still, you can study the lines I did manage to copy. Maybe, just maybe you'll be able to recreate it. Then, with a self-deprecating chuckle, he said, anyway, just learn what's there first. The second part is the spring-autumn blade, which pairs with the spirit release technique. It covers 9th rank through 7th rank. If you want to study it, read it yourself. I won't be explaining any further. Li Yuan nodded, then asked, I've practiced a different technique before. Could that cause any issues? As long as your body hasn't fully solidified its foundations, you can change anything, Senior Li said. That process is called exchanging shadow blood. At the 9th rank, you'll feel some pain, but it won't be too serious. By the 8th rank, though, you'll need painkillers and some extra tonics. Curious, Li Yuan asked, Shadow Blood, does every martial cultivation technique produce something different? Of course, Senior Li answered. Each style holds its own mysteries, forming different types of shadow blood and leading to different destinies. When two types of shadow blood collide inside you, that conflict causes pain. There are plenty of roaming martial artists out there, but without a complete inheritance, they never get past the 6th rank because the 7th rank is a watershed moment. Once you reach the 7th rank, you develop shadow bones, which keep generating new shadow blood. You can replace your blood, but you can't replace your bones. Li Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Then Senior Li suddenly asked, do you regret your choice? Shaking his head, Li Yuan replied, I'm more grateful than anything else to receive your teachings. All the Blood Blade sect has to offer are methods that reach the lower 3 ranks, Senior Li noted. Greater techniques belong to the powerful faction behind them. To acquire those, you'd have to endure countless dangers and render major service. You're right, Master, Li Yuan said. There might be plenty of prodigies out there, but few live long enough to grasp that higher power. Making it to 7th rank would already be a blessing. Senior Li nodded. Nicely said. But don't be too content. There's more hope for you yet. Even though the 6th rank Life Chronicle is missing its soul, the form is still there in my copy. With your mind as calm as still water, maybe you can observe the form and discover the soul. Yes, Li Yuan said. I'll do my best. Good, good, good. Senior Li repeated with a nod. He grew more and more satisfied the longer he looked at his disciple. Initially, it had been like peering through a fog, with no other choice. But now, Li Yuan seemed like the perfect successor. He had talent, caution, and humility. If the Fallen Moon School's teaching still failed to carry on with a disciple like that, it would truly be fate working against them. Bow and arrow. After their brief exchange, Li Yuan focused on the booklet. Holding it in his hands, he felt a faint ache at the bridge of his nose, as though he might cry. At last, he finally had a proper technique to study. He schemed it first. Whether it was 9th rank, 8th rank, or 7th rank, whether it was a cultivation technique or a martial skill, each section featured diagrams paired with written instructions. Only by combining both could one truly learn. And in this manual, the illustrations were crucial. Toward the end of the first half, Li Yuan noticed an odd flowing water diagram, composed of countless wavering lines that resembled a gently rippling stream. This was the only illustration without any accompanying text. That must be the empty form, missing soul life chronicle that Master mentioned. Could this really help someone break through to the 6th rank, or even higher? Li Yuan wondered silently. He stared at it for a while. Unlike reading some forbidden, high-level scripture that might overwhelm his mind, he felt no headache. But he also gained nothing. The flowing water was just water, and he was simply himself. So he flipped back to the earlier pages and carefully read through the 9th rank portion of the spirit release technique. The core of the spirit release technique was expressed as a short poem, which ran through all 3 lower ranks. A toad ascends to the heavenly gate, gathering breath as heavy as mountains. A great river flows through the 4 lands, releasing the spirit as the moon bends into a bow. Compared to the return willow technique that Li Yuan had cobbled together on his own, the spirit release technique seemed to emphasize breathing far more deeply. From his careful reading, Li Yuan began to see that a toad ascending to the heavenly gate referred to the body's posture, which had to be curled up, almost like a toad. Gathering breath as heavy as mountains meant taking in as much air as possible and compressing it within the body until it felt weighty as a mountain. A great river flowing through the 4 lands described how the breath should merge with the blood. By using breath to move the blood and blood to carry the breath, the body became like 4 open plains, while the surging flow of air and blood was like the rushing tide of a great river. Finally, releasing the spirit as the moon bends into a bow was about releasing the breath. But it wasn't what Li Yuan had once imagined as true qi. In this world, there was no true qi. Here, breath was simply a way to bolster the strength of one's blood. Breathing in compressed the blood, breathing out unleashed power. Crucially, that exhalation wasn't done casually. It was meant only for the moment of killing. The act of breathing out was the act of taking a life. As Li Yuan read, he asked Senior Li about various details. Senior Li answered patiently. When midday came, a servant brought them lunch, and they ate together. Afterwards, Li Yuan asked, Master, if I want to practice, should I do it here? No, go to my residence, Senior Li instructed. They already know who you are. Yes, Master. Bow and arrow. Senior Li then gave Li Yuan the location of his courtyard. It wasn't far, and Li Yuan arrived shortly. He knocked softly. The one who opened the door was a captivating woman clad in a vivid red dress, her figure full and alluring. Lowering his head politely to avoid staring, Li Yuan said, Greetings, madam. I'm Li Yuan, Senior Li's student. I've come here to train. She giggled. I'm not your master's wife. I'm Senior Li's maid, Shi Yan. With that, she turned, her curvy hips swaying beneath the crimson fabric. After taking a few steps, she glanced over her shoulder and beckoned with a smile. Come on in, young master. Please, just call me Li Yuan, Andy Shi, he replied. She paused in surprise, then covered her mouth and broke into laughter. Senior Li's residence was filled with a flock of lively maids, all giggling and chattering as they peered at the young man stepping through the gates. Their gazes roamed over Li Yuan's figure. After all, very few people ever set foot inside these walls. Those who did were usually just guests, not like Li Yuan, who now held a special status. He glanced at the maids in return. They were all beauties, each with her own appeal. Some were gentle, some spirited, some shy, others seductive, and still others fiery. They ranged from tall and short to slender and curvy, though none might be called breathtakingly gorgeous. Together they formed a veritable paradise of warmth and charm. Thinking of Senior Li's life here, Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was practically a private kingdom for anyone powerful enough. Regardless, these women, though not officially his master's wives, were all Senior Li's companions. So Li Yuan kept his eyes down, following the lead of the woman called Shi Yan, who had greeted him at the door. She guided him toward the rear courtyard. Senior Li usually trains here, Shi Yan explained. Yesterday, he told us to bring you in if you came. Thank you, Li Yuan replied, casting a quick look around. Compared to the cramped space behind his old lodging, this courtyard was huge, more like a small martial arts arena. At its center stood a raised platform of solid black rock. One side had a rack filled with an assortment of 18 different weapons, while the opposite side held iron armor and various contraptions that reminded Li Yuan of the weighted sandbags and exercise equipment from his previous life. To the left was a narrow lane lined with metal dummies. That's the puppet alley, Shi Yan said, noticing his interest. Once you've made progress in your practice, you can go there to test your skills in combat. Puppets? Li Yuan asked, intrigued. Could you show me how they work? Of course. Senior Li told me you're allowed to use this entire space as you wish. With a soft laugh, Shi Yan swayed her hips toward the area. Li Yuan couldn't help but glance toward the eastern side of the courtyard as he followed her. There, a large room was hidden behind a thick black curtain. A faint, fishy smell wafted from inside. What's that in the east wing? That's where Senior Li keeps his captured demonic beasts. Demonic beasts? Li Yuan was surprised. In this world, there were autonomous puppets and demonic beasts? He saw Shi Yan enter the alley and pass by the unmoving metal dummies. Clearly, they weren't sound activated. Maybe they were simply not turned on yet. She waved him over and he quickly followed. Squatting behind one of the puppets, Shi Yan fiddled with 3 numbered gears. When she set the code to 526, a small hatch popped open, revealing a pair of simple push levers inside. One lever is for movement, the other for attack. With the movement lever, you can set the puppet's patrol area, speed, even its route. But only Senior Li knows exactly how to do that. All the puppets here are pre-programmed to move within the rear training yard. They won't go anywhere else. Li Yuan thought for a moment. What if someone carries the puppet out of the yard? What would it do then? Huh. Shi Yan looked at him as if he were asking a ridiculous question. Li Yuan just smiled. Never mind. Please go on. Shi Yan continued. Once the movement route is set, if you activate the attack lever, the puppet becomes extremely sensitive to sounds within its patrol area. As soon as it detects any commotion, it'll rush over and attack. Li Yuan rapped his knuckles against the puppet's metal body. It was solid, likely made from more than just ordinary steel, perhaps infused with some hidden alloy or crafted through a secret art. How does it attack, exactly? Once it's switched to attack mode, Shi Yan said, it'll sprout 6 arms, each holding an iron rod, and swing wildly at anything nearby. Senior Li mentioned that higher-level puppets can be programmed with actual combat skills, so they don't just flail around but strike with real attacks. We don't have any of those here, though. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Are there even more powerful puppets out there? Shi Yan shook her head. I'm not sure. Senior Li never said anything more about them. Li Yuan glanced at the levers again. Could we turn one on to see? We'd better not, Shi Yan warned. Once these things start, we can't shut them down. Senior Li said you can train with these puppets when you reach the 8th rank, but that'll be at least 3 or 4 years from now. Li Yuan nodded. So 3 or 4 years is how long it usually takes to reach 8th rank, assuming you have both talent and the proper guidance. He filed that away mentally. Could I have a look at the demonic beasts? They'll wake up if you shine light on them. But you can lift the corner of the curtain and peek inside. Li Yuan walked over quietly and lifted a corner of the heavy black cloth, peering into the darkness. At the far end of the room was a hazy shape, its outline looming in the gloom. He caught a glimpse of a pale mist and, hovering above it, the faint numbers 4150. Lowering the curtain, he asked, what kind of beast is that? It's an ashen spirit mare. Senior Li said it's an 8th rank demonic beast. My teacher is at the 7th rank, right? Yes, Senior Li is 7th rank. Li Yuan nodded. He knew Senior Li's overall combat power was well over 100, surpassing over 200 in peak condition. The demonic beast's range of 4150 was odd. He couldn't fathom why the numbers spiked so drastically. Taking a slow breath, he said, thanks for showing me around. I'll stay and train here for a while. If you need anything, just let us know, Shi Yan said, giving a slight bow before turning to leave. Li Yuan made his way to the training platform. Taking out the booklet, he followed the prescribed postures and began to regulate his breathing. At first, he sat cross-legged, but after a while, he stood up and took one of the sets of heavy iron armor from the equipment rack. Once he'd strapped it on, he sat down again, curling his body as much as possible, then tried to control his breathing. Right away, he felt how difficult it was to gather breath as heavy as mountains. Every inhale felt like a struggle, as though the air might slip away at any moment. Still, he forced himself to hold it in, then exhaled a long, turbid breath. He knew this was only the most basic level of training. To truly master it, his posture would have to be as precise as a contortionist's. He wore the heavy armor without letting his body touch the ground, curled into a ball, taking in huge volumes of air and compressing it, then directing that compressed breath through his blood according to the method's instructions. He did this over and over until a trace of that mysterious special blood appeared. Simultaneously, he was supposed to begin practicing the first form of the spring-autumn blade. By the time evening approached, Li Yuan returned to the north gate of the black market and handed the manual back to Senior Li. They discussed some more details about his training. When the sky was lit with the glow of sunset, Li Yuan finally took his leave, rushing off toward the south market. Bow and arrow. Li Yuan arrived at the boat mooring area by the lakeside of the south market, just in time to see a young man in casual clothes jump off a boat. Caiz. Li Yuan called out. The youth turned. Seeing Li Yuan covered in sweat, he flashed a hint of envy, then clasped his fist in greeting. Heading back already, Li Yuan? Yeah, it's almost dark. My wife's waiting at home for dinner. Huh, Caize couldn't help rolling his eyes slightly. A wife waiting at home for dinner? Not exactly what you'd expect from an entry-rank martial artist. He glanced around warily, and Li Yuan could tell he had a task at hand. Though Caize wasn't especially powerful, he clearly had some backing in the Blood Blade sect. Given the earlier recommendation and a few prior hints, Li Yuan felt sure Caize was helping someone important in the sect with a secret mission. Not prying, he simply clasped his hands in farewell. Take care. In a few days, let's share a drink. No talk of sect business, just stories of adventure, romance, and strong spirits. Smiling, Caize pointed a finger at Li Yuan. Romance and revelry, huh? You'd better not forget you said that. We're going to be getting that drink for sure. JL's thoughts. 7 days later. In the afternoon, Li Yuan stood on the training platform wearing specially weighted armor, his entire body curled up like a frog about to pounce. Only the tips of his toes touched the black stone floor. 1. His heavy breaths came through his nose, and now and then, a low rumble sounded in his abdomen, almost like a wild beast growling. He could feel the air in his belly becoming more and more compressed. The sensation stirred heat and restlessness through his body. Time ticked by. It was nearly dusk when Li Yuan finally stopped his training. After returning the manual to Senior Li, he hurried toward the boat mooring area in the south market. As he walked briskly through the chilly breeze, hands clenched into fists, a hint of excitement glimmered in his eyes. He felt he had finally grasped a crucial insight and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Just as he was about to board a small boat with a black awning, he noticed another boat pulling in nearby. Standing at the bow was a figure he recognized at once. Caize. Li Yuan called, walking closer. But Caize didn't react. He seemed distracted, nothing like the man Li Yuan had seen a few days before. Dark circles clouded his eyes, as if he hadn't slept in days. It was only when Li Yuan raised his voice that Caize finally noticed him. Oh, Li Yuan, he muttered. Hey, you really don't look well, Li Yuan said. Maybe you should rest first. Another day won't hurt, right? I'm almost there, almost, Caize mumbled. This business is nearly wrapped up. Once it's done, I can rest. His voice was a raspy whisper. Li Yuan hesitated, then asked carefully, is this about the Wei family and the Sun family? Caize's pupils dilated, bloodshot lines twisting like red worms across his eyeballs. Maybe, maybe not, he rasped. Heh, they're about to take the bait, almost there. Seeing how off balance he was, Li Yuan wondered whether to say more. Suddenly, Caize stepped off the boat, leaping onto the pier with a single motion. Right behind him, a man and a woman emerged from under the boat's awning. They both wore dark robes trimmed with the Blood Blade sect's distinctive crimson, and each displayed a combat power of around 20, clearly 9th-rank martial artists, likely here to assist Caize. The man gave Li Yuan a cold, dismissive glance, while the woman regarded him with a faintly curious look. Caize didn't introduce the two newcomers, and neither did they say a word. Without pausing, they headed off into the distance. Li Yuan watched their backs as they disappeared, a strange sense of heaviness and unease creeping into his heart. A cold, desolate evening wind swept past. Snapping out of it, he looked at the boatman on the black awning boat and called from afar, headed back. I'm waiting for Mr. Cai, the boatman replied. Li Yuan merely nodded and boarded a different boat. As it pushed off from the shore, the sky was already a muted indigo, with streaks of sickly crimson lingering along the horizon. Bow and arrow. Returning home, Li Yuan felt much lighter after bathing, changing clothes, and having dinner. Instead of going to bed, he took Yan Yu by the hand and said with a smile, Yan Yu, let's take a walk around town. She frowned slightly. What's there to see? That'd be a waste of money. I want to buy you some clothes. My clothes aren't pretty enough. She spun in place, the blue and white patterned blouse hugging her shapely figure while dark fitted pants showed off her long legs. She had the fresh, lively look of a pretty country girl, very appealing indeed. Ever since she'd had enough to eat, a chance to rest, and felt safe, Yan Yu's natural beauty seemed to be blooming more each day. Then I'll buy clothes for myself, Li Yuan said, taking her hand. Come on, let's go. A hint of blush crept across Yan Yu's cheeks. It was one thing to get intimate in the dark at home, but being so close in public made her shy. Auntie Wang is still here, she mumbled softly, embarrassed. She won't mind, Li Yuan assured her. Sure enough, Auntie Wang was in the corner of the courtyard, busy washing dishes from dinner. The two little ones were helping her. As they passed by, Yan Yu called out, "Auntie Wang, I'm going out with Li Yuan for a bit." Auntie Wang hurried to set her dishes aside and wipe her hands on her apron. Bowing her head respectfully, she said, "Yes, master and madam, off you go." Borboanero. Out on the street, the contrast with Little Ink Village was enormous. Silver Creek's night market was lively in every sense. Strings of crimson lanterns illuminated the long thoroughfare, highlighting the bustle of people going back and forth between shops. Hawkers pushed carts and peddlers carried their wares, shouting to drum up business. Spotting a fabric shop called Brocade and Grace, Li Yuan noticed it was doing brisk trade with a steady flow of customers. He looked at the bolts of cloth inside and nodded in approval. "Yan Yu, let's buy you some silk to make a dress. It'll be warm soon." "No way. Come on." "Ugh, no. There are so many people around." Yan Yu gave a soft protest but still let Li Yuan pull her into the fabric shop. A shop clerk glanced at them both dressed in simple, homespun countryside clothes and promptly pretended they didn't exist, rushing over instead to greet a customer in fine robes. Stepping inside, Yan Yu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Everyone bustling about, men and women in splendid attire, reminded her of the lofty young lords and ladies she'd once only seen from afar. Even standing here made her feel out of place, as though they lived in separate worlds. Uneasy, she tugged Li Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "Husband, maybe we should just go home." Li Yuan threw a glance at the shop clerk, who acted as if they weren't there. He found it galling, but before he could react, a voice suddenly spoke up. "Well, if it isn't Junior Brother Li." Li Yuan turned to see a slender young man in luxurious robes pushing his way through the crowd, smiling broadly. A moment later, Li Yuan recognized him. It was the very same disciple who delivered his Blood Blade sect uniform and saber a few days earlier. Yu Mao. Li Yuan cupped his hands politely. "Senior Brother Yu? What a coincidence." Approaching warmly, Yu Mao patted Li Yuan's shoulder. "No need to call me Senior Brother," he laughed. "I'll be the one calling you that soon enough." Li Yuan blinked. "Why's that?" "Because you're Senior Li's direct disciple," Yu Mao explained. "That puts you straight into the inner sect. I'm still in the outer sect, so that makes you my senior." Li Yuan murmured in surprise, "I see." Before he could say more, Yu Mao took in the scene, the way Li Yuan and Yan Yu were being snubbed, and snorted, "I see business is booming here at Brocade and Grace. My senior brother walks in, and you ignore him completely." Yu Mao was clearly a regular. At his outburst, the clerk paled, and the shop owner, who'd been showing off the season's new arrivals in the distance, hurried over. Once she learned who Li Yuan was and what had happened, she apologized profusely, then berated the clerk before personally helping Li Yuan and Yan Yu pick out bolts of silk. She chose a peach blossom brocade in a creamy hue for Yan Yu and a length of deep-hued silk for Li Yuan, calling over a tailor to take their measurements, promising to have 2 fine outfits made. No matter what Li Yuan said, she refused any payment. Yet Li Yuan, having noted the usual prices, quietly left 7 taels of silver on the counter as they departed. By the time the shop owner noticed, they were already long gone. Yu Mao trailed behind them from a distance. With Yan Yu on Li Yuan's left arm and Yu Mao chatting away on his right, the three strolled together until Yu Mao eventually departed with a cheerful goodbye. Once they were alone again, Yan Yu gazed up at Li Yuan in admiration. "Husband, your status in the Blood Blade sect seems pretty high. Everyone's trying to curry favor with you." Li Yuan just shook his head without replying. Arm in arm, they walked through the seemingly tranquil streets in this chaotic era. Yan Yu murmured softly, "It all feels like a dream." Borboanero. The next day, Li Yuan went to the island as usual. He arrived to find it in an uproar. The menial workers were dashing about in a hurry. Off in the distance, a grand vessel with 4 protruding prows cut through the waves before mooring at the pier. Standing tall at the bow was a brawny man in a black robe trimmed with white, arms folded behind him. His muscles were massive, and he exuded a powerful aura. Behind him stood several Blood Blade sect disciples dressed in black robes with crimson trim. Judging by their attire and posture, it was obvious this man was a high-ranking figure within the sect. Li Yuan stopped one of the menial workers, who was running by, and asked, "What's going on?" The menial worker tried to pull away at first, but upon recognizing Li Yuan, he bowed respectfully. "Young Master Li, the 3 Blood Blade sect members who arrived on the island last night have all gone missing. Everyone is searching for them in the black market. Even the Dark Visage Elder has come in person because of this." The Dark Visage Elder, Li Yuan's pupils contracted. Then, as if a terrible possibility dawned on him, he asked, "Is Caize among the missing?" The menial worker nodded emphatically. "Yes. Mr. Cai is missing as well. If there's nothing else, young Master Li, I must go help with the search." "All right." Li Yuan let go of the menial worker's sleeve and watched him run off. For a moment, Li Yuan stood there in a daze, until reality sank in. All at once, an icy wave of dread washed over him, as if a blade were scraping across his skin. Deep in his heart, he felt like he'd been plunged into a bottomless chasm. He had just been talking with Caize about grabbing a drink and chatting about life's joys and sorrows. Before they could even share that cup, Caize had vanished. This definitely wasn't just about corpses turning up in the water. It was something far more sinister. Ha, ha, ha. Taking several deep breaths, Li Yuan forced down his terror and that sense of suffocating oppression. Then he headed toward the north gate of the black market. He had to get stronger fast. He needed a breakthrough soon for his own survival. One basically this, but on tippy toes. Li Yuan arrived at the little nameless pavilion, leafed through the manual for a while, then set it down, glancing at Senior Li resting in his lounge chair. It had been quite some time, yet Senior Li's injuries showed no sign of improvement. His combat power remained 135-145, still a far way off from his peak of 200-210. Li Yuan couldn't help wondering what kind of wound the old man had suffered. Senior Li suddenly asked, "Something bothering you?" Feigning nonchalance, Li Yuan replied, "It's nothing, master. I just heard from the menial workers on my way here that a few more Blood Blade sect members went missing on the island last night. Outer sect disciples, apparently. There's a large ship moored in the southern docks, and it seems the dark visage elder from the sect has arrived." "Aha," Senior Li gave a leisurely nod. "They're here to deal with that situation. It has nothing to do with you. As long as you leave before dusk each day, you'll be fine," he said, then added calmly, "All these disappearances happen after nightfall. Doesn't affect you by day." Li Yuan could tell he didn't want to talk further, so he just answered, "Understood." Senior Li went on. "By the way, Shi Yan and the others mentioned you to me. They said you're perfectly polite but refuse their service." Li Yuan froze for a second. "But, master, they're all." Senior Li waved him off. "They're not my wives, nor my concubines, let alone madams you have to pay respects to. They're just maids. Some were given to me, some I bought. I've already instructed them to attend to you properly, no need to refuse. Certain herbal applications need a hands-on approach to help the body absorb them. After your training each day, your acupoints are wide open, so that's the ideal time to let herbal remedies nourish you. This is about helping you break through sooner. Don't avoid it. What's more, a martial artist's blood runs hot, you need to vent that energy. Indulge desire, forget emotion, keep nothing bottled up, or it will hamper your cultivation. I won't pry into your household affairs, but in my home, if one of the maids catches your eye, feel free to enjoy yourself." Bow and arrow. That day, Li Yuan practiced until nearly finished. Steam rose off his body, sweat soaking his short, tight training clothes and revealing the solid outline of his muscles. Nearby, the seductive and curvaceous Shi Yan was directing a few maids to prepare a bathtub of hot water, though she also kept throwing him suggestive glances. He was training in the first form of the Spring-Autumn Blade Spring Thunder, a skill suitable for 9th-rank martial artists, learned in tandem with the spirit release technique. One slash of the blade mobilized the blood throughout his body, invoking the explosive roar of spring thunder and carrying the fierce, indomitable force that slashed through winter's chill. Simple in execution, yet brutally powerful. If performed with a general's long-handled warblade, the strike would be even more formidable than with a shorter blade. So for now, Li Yuan set aside the standard saber issued by the Blood Blade sect and reached for a longer blade from the weapon rack. Slash! The blade cut through the air like tearing silk, the sound keening like a serpent's hiss. A faint pop echoed at the end of the strike. The falling blade disturbed the dust below, sending up clouds that scattered like startled birds. Holding his position, Li Yuan kept one hand on the hilt, pondering the essence of the move before slowly withdrawing the blade. After days of focused practice, he felt he was finally starting to grasp something significant. "Young master! Young master!" A sultry voice called out from a distance. Glancing back, Li Yuan saw herbs floating in hot, steaming water, releasing a soothing medicinal fragrance. Next to the large wooden tub stood Shi Yan, the alluring woman in red, her pale hands swishing the water as she tilted her head with a playful smile. "The temperature is just right. Please come bathe." This time, Li Yuan didn't refuse her help. Instead, he simply lifted his arms, letting her unfasten his belt and strip off his clothes. After he stepped into the steaming bath, the curvy maid began to remove her own garments as well until she was left in little more than thin underclothes. She carefully descended into the tub, the short hem of her slip swaying like a blade of grass, offering a fleeting glimpse of her legs and hips. Dipping her toes first, she then stepped fully into the water. With both hands, she scooped up herbs floating on the surface and pressed them against Li Yuan's body, gently rubbing them in. "Does that feel good?" she asked. "It's all right. Oh ho, why aren't you calling me Auntie Shi today?" she teased, trying to get a rise out of him. He didn't respond. Instead, he allowed her to attend to him while he gazed at the twilight sky, where faint clouds loomed and new buds sprouted on the branches. Immersed in pleasant warmth, Li Yuan tried to suppress the nameless fear lingering in his heart, letting himself sink into the relaxing fragrance of herbs and the soft scent of a woman. "I have to adapt," he reminded himself. "Everyone else is mudded. Why insist on remaining pristine? It's just the earthly realm of desire. Greed, anger, lust, obsession, love, hate, and craving, nothing but a gaudy carnival in a chaotic world. I'm no monk, no eunuch hidden away in a palace. Why run from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortal life?" Bow and arrow. That night, Li Yuan slept with Yan Yu in his arms. The two chatted intimately on their pillows, the conversation running long. "Husband," she began, "today a few women from the neighborhood came by our place. They brought gifts, said they live in the same area, so it's courtesy to visit. One was the proprietress from the Ginger Tavern. She said she's an old friend of yours and felt bad about not dropping by earlier. She came with the wife of Uncle Wu, the tavern's manager. They sat for quite a while, left us some tea, wine, pastries, and fruit. That shop owner from Brocade and Grace also paid a visit. She brought along a booklet of new dress designs, said she was worried she might have sewn something ugly for me. There were some other women too, Yenyu continued softly. I didn't know any of them. They even invited me to join them for afternoon tea and fruit, but I turned them down. Husband, you really are amazing. Her words held both pride and delight. She wasn't foolish, she knew that all this attention meant her man had achieved some measure of success. Otherwise, people like the proprietress of the Ginger Tavern, once someone utterly out of reach, wouldn't have come bearing gifts of tea and wine, smiling at her doorstep. What woman wouldn't be happy to have a capable husband? Li Yuan remained silent for a moment, then began explaining the world of martial artists and cultivation to Yenyu. She froze. In the dim lamplight of their small bedroom, there was a long hush. After a while, she spoke softly. Well, technically, we've never had a proper wedding ceremony. We'll do it tomorrow morning, Li Yuan said at once. No need for a crowd, just the two of us, bowing to the heavens here at home. Yenyu couldn't hold back a smile. She wrapped her arms around him. Then, we should buy a few pretty maids for ourselves. I used to think I wanted you all to myself, but that just ends up tying you down. This life, being with a man like you, I'm already satisfied. I'm sorry, Li Yuan murmured. There's no need to apologize. I'm already touched you're telling me all this. Her voice was gentle, fingers tracing around his waist as she rested her cheek against his chest. She whispered, you have to keep cultivating. You have to break through that 6th rank your master never reached. Become someone truly strong, and live a very, very long time. How goes your own cultivation? Li Yuan asked. Yenyu hesitated, then said quietly, it's all right. She didn't want to linger on that subject, so instead, she twined herself around Li Yuan's body. Night fell again, bright embers of desire rekindling. Come dawn, Li Yuan noticed he'd still gained 7 stat points, no decrease. Gratitude swelled in his chest. He pulled his wife in for another tender moment before getting out of bed. Bore bow and arrow. 3 days later, as dusk approached, fresh out of his medicinal bath, Li Yuan felt his heart give a sudden thump. A curious sense of everything clicking into place washed over him, like the moment you finally understand a long-sought truth. Whether it was his cultivation method or his blade skills, both seemed to take a step forward exactly as he'd been hoping. Glancing at his status window, he noticed entries for the Spirit Release Technique and Spring Autumn Blade, Spring Thunder. That night, he returned home and sat alone in the backyard. He looked over the 324 stat points he had saved up. All right, Li Yuan murmured to himself. According to my master, once a technique reaches the very limit of the 9th rank, it generates shadow blood. This new blood replaces the old one, meaning my return willow technique should disappear. It'll probably hurt, but I can handle it. He glanced at the damp towel he'd placed nearby. If the pain got too intense, he'd bite down on it rather than make a scene in front of Yenyu. Let's do this. He looked at the spirit release technique and chose the option to immediately max it out. Immediately, he felt a flood of memories from dedicated practice day after day of training the 9th rank stage of the spirit release technique until an entire year's worth of progress flashed by, culminating in success. And then came the effect. A warm sensation flared in his abdomen, like a small fire had been lit there, but it wasn't painful. Breathing in deeply, then exhaling slowly, he felt a heated current spread outward from his belly. It moved through his body like a fiery fish, leaving each part of him feeling relaxed, as if every muscle were being strengthened. There was a brief, exhilarating surge of power wherever it passed, though the rush would fade once the heat flowed on. Beyond that surge, there was a gentle, nourishing warmth, reinforcing his entire physique. He remembered feeling something like this once before. This was how it felt to fully achieve the 9th rank of a technique. Next should be the shadow blood swap, Li Yuan thought, drawing a steady breath as he waited for the strange changes to follow, new blood expelling old blood. After all, one person could only have one type of blood, one type of bone. But nothing happened. He felt 2 streams of heated energy coursing through his body, yet no sign of the old blood being replaced. Glancing at his status window, Li Yuan was completely taken aback. The return willow technique was still there, right alongside the spirit release technique. Nothing disappeared, except for the 99 stat points he just spent. Then he checked his overall combat power. Previously, without any weapon in hand, the figure had been 910, but now it read 920. JL's thoughts. Heya, JL here, congrats on making it to the end of the mass release and the 50-chapter milestone. How are you all enjoying the story so far? I'm curious to compare notes with my own experience. For me personally, I believe at this point in the story, it was still very much a slow burn for me. All the martial cultivation stuff was starting to get interesting, and the explanation of how the cultivation system in this world being at least slightly more grounded in reality than the fantastical stuff we normally read was refreshing. I appreciated the pacing, and the time the author took to flesh out the world and the attitudes of the people in it. I also didn't expect a lot of the fake-outs he pulled in the story. The best example was our fun but brief adventures with Calico. I was honestly predicting the typical cliché of the protagonist going around his merry way with his tiger companion. A cynical part of me even believed it might gain enlightenment at one point in the story and become his furry wife. Yes, I'm a bit demented, I know. I can't help it. I've spent too much time on the internet. Oh, and if you're curious, the author decided to name the tiger Lil Yellow in the original Chinese source, the same name as Li Yuan's old dog that passed away before the start of the story. So I think going with the name Calico was probably the better choice here. I still miss that cat. But I digress. I think what I personally enjoyed the most about the story at this point was that the protagonist is still very much just struggling to survive. He's just a step away from a comfortable life but never exactly there. Ghosts are real, and apparently not to be fucked with, there's a huge political upheaval looming in the background, and so on. Li Yuan is basically a man drifting on a lone raft in the ocean, being pulled in every direction by different currents. But we can see glimpses of him trying to go against those currents and build a boat big enough to protect himself and Yan Yu. That's my take at least. I'm interested to see how you guys feel so far in the comments. Did my overall combat power just jump to 920? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He reached out and grabbed the steel longbow again. He checked it once more. Sure enough, the numbers now read 54-110. The lower limit was unchanged, but the upper limit had doubled. Moving with lightning speed, Li Yuan drew an arrow, knocked it, and slowly pulled back the bowstring, all while sensing the power coursing through his body. Twang, twang, twang. The string curved into a perfect arc, and Li Yuan felt his strength at its limit. The bow itself seemed close to its breaking point. Yet he was certain his current power hadn't exceeded the original cap of 55. Under the frost-laced moonlight, he held the bow at full draw, quietly observing the two currents of heat flowing through him. He wondered where the issue lay, and how to push his combat power reading to 110. Those twin streams of energy drifted within him like two distinct fish, swimming along lazily and never interfering with each other. If he didn't try to control them, they followed the flow of his blood. If he willed it, they seemed to come alive in his grasp, ready to be guided anywhere in his body. After a while, however, Li Yuan still felt no change in his strength. How was he supposed to reach 110? Suddenly, he sensed something stir. Right then, the two streams of shadow blood were drifting close to one another. Though they soon passed by each other, in that brief moment of closeness he felt an indescribable jolt. He paused, then guided the two streams to approach each other again. They drew closer, and closer. The moment they made contact, time seemed to slow. Carefully, Li Yuan let them gently touch. Boom! Like two stars colliding, a tremendous force exploded through his organs, bones, and skin. It felt like molten lava erupting inside him, flooding his entire body with raw power. Thwop! The steel bowstring snapped on the spot. The bow limbs whipped back with a fierce recoil. But the force that should have wrenched it from his hands simply vanished in his grip. All 5 of his fingers were flushed red, blood surging beneath the skin. An intense feeling of expansion and power engulfed him, as if something explosive had awakened deep within. Anyone who saw him now would be stunned. The bright-eyed youth who'd stood in the courtyard mere moments ago was gone. In his place stood a fearsome figure with black hair lashing around like flames in a windless storm. His face flushed red, his skin radiating crimson, and his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. Such incredible power, Li Yuan muttered, staring at his reddened hands, a thoughtful look in his eyes. In the next instant, tiny red dots appeared along his pores. Suddenly, blood began seeping through them, and in the blink of an eye, his entire skin turned a vivid scarlet. At a single thought, Li Yuan hastily pulled the two streams of shadow blood apart. The moment they separated, the terrifying power coursing through his body vanished, replaced by a faint sense of weakness. Yet Li Yuan's expression remained calm. He sat cross-legged, letting his blood settle like an ebbing tide until it no longer seeped out. Master once said that a person's body can only contain one type of shadow blood. That makes sense. After all, nobody's supposed to have 2 blood types. He paused, thinking aloud, but somehow, I've ended up with 2. When they come into contact, the resulting force is explosive. That must be why my combat power can reach 110. Recalling how that power felt just moments ago, he added, it lasted about 5 seconds this time. But if I manage to break through to the 8th rank, I should be able to sustain it longer. Once I succeed in refining my skin, it'll be covered with a blood film. Then my normal blood won't seep out so easily, and I'll be able to maintain that state for much longer. As Li Yuan mulled over these thoughts, his stomach rumbled unexpectedly. Worried about dirtying the house, he remained in the courtyard and shouted, Auntie Wang, boil some water for a bath? And prepare some food too. Yes, master. Auntie Wang was ever dutiful. She didn't ask why he needed to eat again or take another bath, she simply lowered her head and got to work. Meanwhile, Yan Yu hurried into the backyard, concern written all over her face. The sight of her husband drenched in blood made her eyes go wide. She clapped a hand over her mouth in horror, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. I'm fine, Li Yuan said gently. Fine? Are you sure? She asked, voice trembling. I really am. He managed a small smile. After a moment's thought, he added, Yan Yu, could you do me a favor? In a bit, please bring the bath barrel here. And don't let anyone know I was bleeding like this. If Auntie Wang notices, just tell her something went wrong with my training. He didn't want word of his unusual condition getting around, lest it attract the wrong kind of attention. Better to keep a low profile. All right, Yan Yu nodded, then turned away, shoulders quivering as she quietly wiped her tears. Really, I'm okay, Li Yuan reassured her. Please, take care of yourself, she whispered. I promise, I'm doing fine. I've never lied to you, have I? You truly aren't lying? You're not hurt. I'm fine. Yan Yu finally let out a long breath, then dashed inside, heading for the front courtyard. Moments later, Li Yuan heard her telling Auntie Wang, after you finish boiling water, cook up some meat. My husband had a slight mishap during practice and needs extra nourishment. I'll handle the bath barrel. Sure enough, Yan Yu soon returned, lugging a wooden tub. She poured in hot water while Li Yuan stripped off his blood-soaked clothes and slipped into the bath. Yan Yu then quietly took some soap aside and began washing his garments, keeping the rest of the world in the dark about the bloody scene that had just unfolded. Bow and arrow. Late into the night, the two lay side by side. Having lost so much blood earlier, Li Yuan felt drained and wasn't in the mood for anything more. Out of consideration, Yan Yu made no demands. They simply lay there, whispering softly until the stillness of the night closed in, and then fell asleep in each other's arms. Bow and arrow. Early the next morning, Li Yuan awoke, and a line of text suddenly flashed before his eyes. You spent a harmonious night together with Yan Yu, granting you 7 stat points. Li Yuan blinked, perplexed. What on earth? He glanced down at the woman in his arms, utterly baffled. So just quietly sleeping together counts as a harmonious night? Yan Yu, he murmured, his palm sliding across her smooth skin as he pulled her closer. A lazy voice responded, what is it? Nothing, he said, tightening his embrace. Bow and arrow. Thanks to his cultivation at the 9th rank, and the circulation of those twin streams of shadow blood, Li Yuan had nearly recovered from his ordeal overnight. As usual, he headed to the small nameless pavilion by the black market's main gate, checked in with Senior Li, then made his way to the older man's private residence. He had no intention of telling Senior Li about his breakthrough or the strange phenomenon of having 2 types of shadow blood. It wasn't a matter of trust, it was simply too big a secret to reveal. Once he arrived, he asked Shi Yan to lead him to a secluded chamber, explaining that he needed quiet for his training. This chamber was where Senior Li meditated, so of course she allowed Li Yuan to use it. Inside, the silence was absolute. Li Yuan flipped open his cultivation manual and turned to the section on the 8th rank stage of the spirit release technique. A great river flows through the 4 lands, that was the guiding principle for advancing to the 8th rank. In short, there were 2 main requirements for reaching the 8th rank. One was to repeatedly temper the body and further enrich the shadow blood within by both devouring flesh and circulating one's cultivation method. The second was to direct the flow of shadow blood until it naturally forms a layer of blood veil on the surface of the skin. However, getting to the 8th rank required large quantities of flesh and ordinary meat offered next to no benefit at this level. If one wished to progress at a normal pace, eating the meat of demonic beasts was essential. But hunting demonic beasts was hardly reliable. While the black market stalls did sell their meat, buying it outright would raise questions. It would be no different from announcing that Li Yuan was either on the verge of, or had already reached, the 8th rank. Closing his eyes in thought, Li Yuan recalled that most transactions in the black market were anything but clean. Many people wore masks and wide-brimmed hats to hide their identities. That might work in his favor, but it also raised 2 issues. The first was money. He had enough to live comfortably, but buying large amounts of demonic beast meat was another story. The second was timing. His best chance to enter the black market undetected was at night. But after dark, it became far more dangerous. Li Yuan had no desire to step into that chaos again. JL's thoughts. I just want to say that I'm having a blasting reading through all your comments, but we can all agree on the fact that my journey to immortality begins with banging, would have never received approval, right? Right? I wasn't bamboozled into translating smut, right? JL. Inside the secluded chamber, Li Yuan set aside his stray thoughts and focused on memorizing the method for circulating blood at the 8th rank of the spirit release technique. It was an internal practice, not apparent from the outside. Meanwhile, he continued to build up his vital energy just as he had at the 9th rank, so in the eyes of the maids, he was still training at the 9th rank of the spirit release technique. A few days earlier, while chatting with Yumao, Li Yuan had casually asked how long it normally took to break through to the 8th rank. Yumao had told him that with a solid manual, decent resources, and genuine talent, reaching the 9th rank usually took about a year. The key factor was always talent. Many people, no matter how hard they tried, could never generate shadow blood, the trait that set true martial artists apart. As for breaking through to early 8th rank, one typically needed at least 3 months, and reaching the peak could take over 3 years. That matched both the memories in Li Yuan's mind and Shi Yan's earlier comment, you'll need the 8th rank to train with puppets, which is still 3 or 4 years off. In other words, not making it to the 9th rank in under a year would actually be considered normal. If he did break through sooner, everyone would call him a genius. If he somehow managed it now, it would cause too much attention and trouble. For now, Li Yuan was still officially at the 9th rank, so using 9th rank abilities didn't raise any eyebrows. After some time training quietly in the chamber, he moved to the training platform to continue tempering his shadow blood with the 9th rank cultivation technique. Time flew by, and before long he was drenched in sweat. As usual, Shi Yan brought out a wooden tub for his bath. She helped him disrobe and slipped into the bath alongside him, carefully massaging herbal lotions into his tired muscles. Li Yuan let the alluring woman tend to him, her gentle care washing away his fatigue, while his thoughts drifted to the problem of acquiring demonic beast meat, how to get the money and how to make discreet purchases in the black market. Bow and arrow. A short while later, Li Yuan changed into a clean black robe and headed to the black market's north gate. Bowing respectfully, he set his cultivation manual aside and said, "Master, I'd like to head to Little Ink Mountain for a few days of training." Senior Li, rocking slowly in his chair, narrowed his eyes. After a moment's silence, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Given that you used to hunt in Little Ink Village, heading up Little Ink Mountain again is no issue, but let me warn you." "Please, go ahead," Li Yuan said. Senior Li's voice rasped, "In the mountains, in vast wilderness or lonely shores places far from the reach of men never venture too deep." Li Yuan felt his heart jolt. Feigning curiosity, he asked, "Is it dangerous out there?" Senior Li replied, "It was my master, your grandmaster, who left that warning." Li Yuan asked, "So even you abide by it, master?" Senior Li nodded. A chill ran through Li Yuan. In a shaky voice, he asked, "Does that mean there really are ghosts? People in our village always tell ghost stories. Are they true?" Surprisingly, Senior Li didn't outright deny it, nor did he confirm it. After a long pause, he simply muttered, "Maybe they exist, maybe they don't. Everyone who claims to have seen them has vanished. So how could you, or anyone, know for sure whether they're real or not?" Li Yuan swallowed. At that moment, he realized that making it out of the mountains alive before was nothing short of a miracle. That place had been a sure death trap. He suddenly felt as though the hidden dangers of the deep mountains had just risen dramatically in his mind. Worse, some unknown terror might already be creeping closer, even into the black market itself. Quietly, he said, "I will heed the Grandmaster's warning." "Go on," Senior Li said with a slight wave. "I'll take my leave now," Li Yuan responded with a bow. He had almost walked out of earshot when Senior Li's voice called after him again, "They've already reserved a spot for you as an inner disciple of the Bloodblade sect. But you'll have to wait a while for the official identity token." "Thank you, Master." Li Yuan bowed one more time. He wanted to ask whether the recent disappearances on the island might be connected to these elusive ghosts, but he held back. Without another word, he turned and left, heading briskly toward the docks in the South Market. He had a feeling it might be quite some time before he returned to this place. Bourboanero. While waiting for his boat at the docks, Li Yuan suddenly heard a commotion coming from the southwest corner, people shouting, water splashing, and a hubbub of anxious murmurs. It drew a number of onlookers, including other travelers waiting for boats and a few black market merchants heading to the county for food or fun. Before long, several onlookers hurried back, breathless and eager to share their news. "All 3 missing Bloodblade sect disciples have been found, yeah, all of them. Apparently at the bottom of the lake again. What in the world is going on? How else could it be? I heard the Bloodblade sect and the Wei family never got along. The only reason they set aside their feud before was the threat of the Red Lotus rebels. Now that those bandits have stopped, of course the fighting flares right back up." "Exactly, there's nothing else to say. We don't need to get caught up in the affairs of these powerful factions. Let's just wait for the boat. Speaking of which, it's finally here?" "Huh? Tonight, as soon as I'm ashore, I'm heading to the Heavenly Scent Pavilion to hire myself a lady for a proper night out." "Hire one? Hey, brother, what do you mean by hire exactly?" Before long, the conversation veered off into banter about women, leaving the men chortling in camaraderie. Bourboanero. Li Yuan, however, was focused on the commotion in the distance. They were hauling bodies out of the water, and one of them was Caize's. He didn't go over for a closer look. When the small black prowed boat arrived, he quietly boarded. Once ashore, Li Yuan didn't head straight home. Instead, he took a detour to the White Cloud Alley. He still remembered how, just over a month ago, he'd paced outside Caize's home at dawn with a fancy boxed breakfast and a jug of rice wine, waiting for him to appear. But in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Soon, he was standing before the same gate. After a hesitant moment, he raised his hand and knocked. No answer. The house was dark inside. He knocked again. At last, a wary woman's voice came from within. "Who is it?" "It's me, Li Yuan," he replied. Silence fell. Then, in the still night, the door creaked open. Light footsteps approached, and a woman's soft voice came through the narrow gap. "Is that you, Mr. Li?" She had changed how she addressed him, but Li Yuan knew she was referring to him. "Yes, it's me." With a squeak of the hinges, the door swung open, revealing Huang Ya's delicate face. Behind her stood a round-faced woman, looking tense and fearful. She was quite pretty, though pallid perhaps from staying indoors or from poor health. Li Yuan stepped inside, and Huang Ya hurriedly shut the door behind him. He glanced at the timid woman, then asked, "And who might this be?" Huang Ya hesitated, then suddenly dropped to her knees in front of him. Startled, Li Yuan reached out to support her. "What are you doing?" In a hushed voice, Huang Ya said, "If you don't mind, could we speak inside?" "Very well." Once indoors, Huang Ya quietly recounted the situation. It turned out that Caize had a wife. He was concerned that his background and marriage wouldn't align well with the Bloodblade sect's expectations. So he had pretended otherwise, claiming only to have 2 maids, one out front Huang Ya and one in the inner quarters. In truth, the woman in the inner quarters was his wife, Zhou. After Caize went missing, the 2 women had been paralyzed with fear, staying locked inside every day, too frightened to venture out. Master Cai had many friends, Huang Ya said softly, "But you're the only one who's come by in person, Mr. Li. And truthfully, I feel you're different from the others. That's why I dared to speak openly. Tears welled in Zhou Xiaoxiu's eyes. Could you help me find out where my husband went? Word on the street says he disappeared, and I fear he may have met a terrible end. Li Yuan was silent for a moment before replying gently, my condolences. Caize, he passed away. They only discovered his body this evening. I came here because he once helped me, and I wanted to check in on things. Ah. Zhou Xiaoxiu raised her head in alarm, grief, and dread freezing her features. Li Yuan pressed on quietly, what do you plan to do now? Zhou Xiaoxiu looked completely lost. Huang Ye leaned close and whispered into her ear. After a long pause, Zhou Xiaoxiu bit her lip and nodded. Huang Ye then turned to Li Yuan. May I beg a favor from you? Please, go ahead, he said. Huang Ye lowered her gaze and explained, Caize once told me about a rule in the Bloodblade sect. When a member dies, all of that disciple's possessions revert to the sect, and a maid is considered part of those possessions. When that happens, the Bloodblade sect generally has 3 ways of dealing with us. The first is keeping us in the sect, allowing other disciples to pay for us as they wish. The second is giving us away as rewards to certain members. Lastly, the third is selling us directly to a brothel. I'd like to ask you to buy us first, then set Madame Zhou free. I'm willing to stay on as a servant for life, without complaint. As for the silver required, we do have some at home. If we move quickly, before the sect sends someone to take inventory, I can give you enough. All I ask is for you to use another person's name to buy us. It should only cost around 60 taels of silver. Li Yuan let out a quiet breath. If I can help, I will. But there's no need for you two to go your separate ways. Keep your silver, whatever extra is spent, I'll return to you. Huang Ya stood in stunned silence, and then, at once, both she and Zhou Xiaoxiu dropped to their knees, attempting to bow in thanks. Li Yuan quickly stopped them. Without another word, Huang Ya hurried off and came back with 2 gleaming gold ingots, 10 taels in total, and then 10 silver ingots amounting to 100 taels, offering the 110 taels altogether to Li Yuan.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.